I'm a certified EC Council instructor. I hold CEH, ECSA, CHFI certifications through EC Council, CompTIA Linux Plus, and I'm also a DoD certified computer crimes investigator. My current job is computer forensics in the U.S. Army, so depending on how the cases are set up, if there's a computer involved, I'm the guy that's looking at it. And an interesting fact, I supported an Army mission in Europe and I spent almost 70 days there. So I got to travel between Belgium, Germany, Amsterdam, France. Disclaimers, the view and opinions are the instructors only, and then of course any digital forensic legal issues should be discussed with your corporate attorney, the local state's attorney's office, or the U.S. and federal attorney's office prior to conducting digital device related seizures and subsequent forensic examinations. With a dramatic increase in computer-related crimes, this requires corporate security personnel and law enforcement agents to understand how to legally obtain evidence stored on computers. With electronic records, what we're talking about are network logs, emails, word processing, JPEGs, or pictures. They're increasingly providing the government and corporations with important and sometimes essential evidence inside of a criminal or civil case. And then, of course, one of the purposes of the course is to provide the law enforcement agents and corporate security personnel with systematic guidance that can help you understand some of these issues that arise. And then, of course, they seek electronic evidence in criminal and civil investigations. So, what we want to do is be able to give you a methodology and a background, but you're going to have to create policies and talk to your specific attorneys to make sure that you're doing the right thing. This course assumes that you have come here with the prerequisite skills as an experienced personal computer user. Ideally, the only thing that you should know is how to navigate through the environment, whether it's a Windows system or a Linux system, and be able to find specific evidence as you're looking through things like FTK Imager. And we also feel that you've been using personal computers on a daily basis in the conduct of your duties as law enforcement or corporate security investigators. So this shouldn't be the first time that you've seen a computer, basically. However, please be advised that this is not a course in computer forensic software training. However, you are going to interact with computer forensic software, but we are not here to make you subject matter experts in that. What this is for is dealing with instruction for digital evidence, digital crime incidents, and the forensic methodology. And then, although, like I said, we do introduce the basic forensic software programs, the vendors of these programs actually have more extensive training. So we're going to go over access data's FTK, FTK Imager, and things like that. Well, I would advise that you would go to Access Data to receive the latest and greatest about their specific software. So notice all the software programs used in this training program are registered and provided for the use of in-class exercises only. So do not make copies of these. Do not transfer the software or training exercises to any personal disk that you have, as violations may fall under federal and international copyright laws. Everything's been set up for you to be able to use it within the classroom. You have the accesses to use it in the classroom. So we want to keep it in the classroom. Okay, so let's start off with the introduction to computer forensics. What is computer forensics? It's the gathering and analysis of digital information in an authentic, accurate, complete form for presentation as evidence in a civil proceeding or a court of law. Okay, so the term evidence is a thing or things helpful in forming a conclusion or judgment. The broken window was evidence that a burglary had taken place, or scientists weigh the evidence for and against a hypothesis, right? Something interactive like an outward sign, evidence of grief on a mourning face, the law, right? The documentary or oral statements and the materials material objects admissible as testimony in a court of law. So ideally what's going to happen is when you conduct your computer forensics, you need to make sure that the information that you're going to provide is going to hold up in a court of law. When we talk about this in layman terms, basically looking at the information on a computer or a digital device to determine what a person is doing in the electronic world, right? I want to find out if you were hacking onto another computer, what did you have set up on your computer to be able to do that? If you're conducting a man-in-the-middle attack, what information did you have on there? Did you have TCP dump? Did you have Wireshark? To where you could actually capture the specific packets going across the wire. So if somebody logged into their bank and it wasn't a secure page, you saw their username and password. So that's what we're talking about when we talk about computer forensics, when we talk about um, evidence and being able to use that information in a court of law. Now, what computer forensics is not, it is not data recovery. Even though you have the ability to recover data, it is not data recovery. Now, data recovery is a discipline under digital forensics, and you can do that. But we're not here to recover data or to use the tool sets to do that. Something that can be done with software alone, right? You have to be able to use specific hardware as well. You have to be able to plug the hard drive into your computer, write block it, take the specific image, and then store that image onto another piece of media. So during this training, we will generally refer to someone who works and deals with digital evidence and conducts digital investigations as a forensic practitioner, right? And this is something that can be performed by anyone other than a trained and certified computer forensic examiner, right? You need to have that computer forensic investigator, specialist, examiner, forensic investigative analyst. There are so many different terms out there, but if you don't have specific training within that, then what's going to happen is when you go to court, they're going to be like, wait a second. So you conducted computer forensics, but you have no certifications to back your forensics process, and they're going to try to strike to remove you from the courtroom or to remove you as an expert witness. So you need to make sure that if you're going to conduct a computer forensics, that you have the specific training and that you have it all documented. So that way somebody cannot use it against you. Digital evidence can potentially provide our 5 Ws and how, right? So it doesn't happen in 10 minutes. I can tell you it doesn't happen in 10 minutes because I used to take forensic images, and the forensic images would take up to 12 to 13 hours. And even once I had the forensic image, even if you didn't count the imaging process, once I started to look at the data, it's not like I opened up the forensic tool and I just clicked the find evidence button and I had it. I just had to be able to click the find evidence, copy it all out into my report, and then turn my report in, and it was done in 10 minutes. No, even the report writing takes longer than 10 minutes. So even though you see that stuff changes and happens on TV and they find all this information, they're only showing you that it happens in 10 minutes because it's a TV show and they solve a case in 45 minutes. So now, the computer forensic and electronic discovery process includes information developed from documents, communications and email, databases, proprietary applications, and data, right? All of these terms are considered digital artifacts. And ideally, what we're trying to do is we're trying to find data on the computer system that is going to prove innocence or guilty on a specific case that we are investigating. So if we can identify information on the computer that we basically refer to as digital artifacts, we identify that information and we can prove it in a court of law as to why this person did it or why this person is innocent. Now, this process includes information developed from activities by a device user such as artifact location, artifact copying, deleting, modified, access, creation, time analysis. If we're able to prove that the individual was there at the time that it happened, that they had potentially copied whatever information it was, or that they had tried to delete whatever information it was. Also, artifact modification, access, creation, time analysis. If we can show that it was created at the time the individual was on the computer, or that he modified it while he was on the computer, maybe it's some type of a script that has to be run, and that he had accessed it while he was on the computer. The greatest thing is in a networked environment, if somebody has to log into a computer system, then you're able to prove that at least that login was there between a specific time. However, you have to prove that the individual was also sitting there because they could easily say, well, no, I mean, I might have lost my password or somebody hacked into my account. So this wasn't me that did it, it was somebody else that did it, and then they logged in for me. So our course objectives, in this course, you're going to learn the skills necessary to conduct a digital evidence acquisition and analysis. What you're going to be able to do is become aware of the various types of digital incidents. You're going to learn how to respond to those incidents. We're going to be conducting acquisitions and authentication of digital evidence. We're going to use forensic software to conduct a controlled analysis of digital evidence. We're going to record our findings in an examination log, and we're going to present those findings. So we'll go over a little bit more of this as we get into detail with some of the other slideshows, some of the other areas within the course. But these are the basis, right? The forensic methodology of how to conduct an investigation is what we want to go into and make sure that you understand. So when you're developing these things or creating these things or making policies, that you can say, okay, this is step one, this is step two, this is step three, this is step four. And you'll be able to say, okay, as long as we conduct every single one of these steps, when we go to court, it's going to hold up in court. We're going to be able to provide information and say that this is exactly what we did, this is why we did it, and this is why this proves innocence or this proves that the individual was guilty. Okay, this concludes Module 1. Welcome to Computer Forensic Incidents, Module 2. For lesson objectives, in this lesson, you will learn the background concerning various types of digital incidents. We're going to learn the origins of digital forensic science, identify the differences between criminal and civil incidents, identify the various types of computer fraud incidents, the differences between internal and external threats, and the various investigative challenges facing computer forensic practitioners today. So the legal system. In the mid to late 1970s in the United States, there were very few states or federal criminal laws concerning the regulation of digital information. 1997 in Virginia, a university student was charged with using a university computer system without authorization and subsequently convicted of grand larceny. So ideally, at the time, there was nothing within the legal system that showed that, hey, if for some reason a computer was used in some type of an attack or some type of unauthorized use, would they actually be able to be prosecuted? So the institute was Virginia Tech. The defendant was Charles Walter Lund, and he was convicted of the theft of keys, computer cards, computer printouts, and using without authority computer operation time and the services of the computer center personnel. So this was done with the intent to defraud such property and services having a value of $100 or more. The specific case is Lund versus the Commonwealth of Virginia, 232 SE, second edition, 745, Virginia, 1977. So, in a subsequent appeal, Lund contended that his conviction of grand larceny could not be upheld under the provisions of state law because There was no evidence that the articles were stolen. Ideally, they couldn't prove that the information was stolen or that they had a value of $100 or more. And then, of course, the computer time and services were not subject under larceny under the provisions of the state law at the time, right? So when the incident actually happened, state law did not govern computer, digital information, any type of that under any type of larceny to include the incident that had happened. The evidence indicated the printouts Lund generated had no ascertainable monetary value to the university or the computer center. The director stated printouts had no more value than scrap paper, and then the evidence was insufficient to convict the defendant of grand larceny under the state law. The judgment of the trial in this case was reversed. So ideally, he was convicted in the beginning and then he was released after the fact. So, criminal incidents. The Lund case started the move to create the first computer crime statutes throughout the United States, right? So, as a result of the Lund case, and then other similar cases that have happened, every state in the nation and many countries have some type of a computer crime laws on the books, right? So, the idea was if we want to be able to convict somebody of a computer crime, then we need to make sure that we have some type of a law in place. A good source to be able to review this information concerning any type of computer-related law is, of course, justice.gov/criminal/cybercrime. The U.S. federal government enacted the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act of 1986. This act was signed into law in order to clarify the definitions of criminal fraud and abuse for federal computer crimes and to remove the legal ambiguities and obstacles to prosecuting these crimes. So what this act established was two new offenses, right? So a felony for the unauthorized use of federal interest computers, and then a misdemeanor for unauthorized trafficking in computer passwords. So ideally, if a specific attacker was able to get a hold of, say, an entity's password list, or to be able to get a hold of 20 to 30 passwords and then turn around and try to pass them out to somebody else, whether it was for personal gain or they were just handing it off to somebody else because they wanted to deface or misuse that specific computer password. The Act provided for enforcement of the following two laws under Title 18, the U.S. Criminal Code, and that's fraud and related activities in connection with access devices and fraud and related activities in connection with computer systems, right? So 1029, 1030. Criminal incidents. Another one was Robert Morris. So he was the son of a chief scientist at the National Computer Security Center. And he was also studying at Cornell University as a student, introduced the work hacker into the vernacular when he accidentally unleashed an internet worm in 1988. Okay, so thousands of computers were infected and subsequently crashed. This was under the U.S. versus Robert Tappan Morris federal case. So what Morris did was he released an internet worm from a computer at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or MIT. Now, MIT was selected to disguise the fact that the worm really came from Morris in the first place. Morris soon discovered that the worm was replicating and reinfecting machines at a much faster rate than he anticipated, and ultimately, almost 6,500 computers around the country either crashed or became catatonic, right? So they were unable to use the specific machines. So, following a jury trial, Morris was found guilty of violating Title 18 U.S. Code 1030, Section A, Section 5A, and he was sentenced to 3 years of probation. So, the Internet Worm was the first case under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act of 1986. The case is important because it established a precedence that would help to convict other hackers and virus programmers, right? So, the Internet Worm was just one instance. There's the I Love You worm or the I Love You virus. There are other viruses that hackers and virus programmers have created. But this case, the fact that there was finally a sentencing allowed for the prosecution and state's attorneys and things like that to prosecute any other attackers that may have been out there. So today, computer forensic practitioners are faced with a myriad of investigations, which may be considered as criminal in nature. So we're talking about identity theft, whether they're using social security numbers or civilian control numbers or CCNs, whether we're using telecommunications fraud, so cell phone abuse, online auction fraud. You've got eBay, you've got Yahoo, trafficking in contraband, so things like child porn, network intrusions, which happen a lot, cyber threats, including email harassment. There's things like phishing, different things like that. Pirating of intellectual property, so music and movies. This has really moved to the forefront. Of course, there's always some type of pirating that's going on out there. You can, I mean, easily is looking up something and then giving it like a .torrent or giving a space and saying BitTorrent or something like that. That's one way to download something. But you'll see that there's illegal movies, pirated movies that are out there that people are passing around. One of the big things was Napster. They at first they were giving away the money for free, then they had to start charging the money because that was intellectual property of the specific musician, and they weren't receiving any type of funds or any type of royalties off of the fact that Napster was giving the music away for free. So now we're going to jump into civil incidents. So on April 8th, 2002, the law firm Milberg Weiss filed a consolidation class action lawsuit against the Enron company in U.S. District Court in Houston, Texas. On behalf of its clients, Weiss sought relief for purchasers of Enron publicly traded equities and debt securities in the time frame between October of 98 and November of 2001. The consolidated complaint charged that certain Enron executives and directors, its accountants, law firms, and banks violated federal security laws. It also alleged that the defendants engaged in massive insider trading while making false and misleading statements about Enron's financial performance. So, ideally, during this 3 year time period, individuals were buying stocks and trading and selling stocks, but that they were also um, putting their money into a company because they thought they were trading at a way that was obviously on the up. And then what was happening is that the individuals within the company were providing information to stockbrokers, and the stockbrokers were taking that information and determining when to sell, when to buy, and when to do all this stuff. So that way they were making money and the executives were making money. But the individuals that actually provided the funds to the publicly trading stocks, they were actually losing the money. So when they thought that their stocks were looking good and great, and maybe they were taking a transition for the best, going up about 2% every month, or 2% every 6 months, or 4% every 6 months, whatever it was, they were showing growth to the individual, but they weren't actually growing. So in the long run, the individuals didn't lose the money. However, the executives, the directors, all of them were making the money. And then, of course, today, our computer forensic practitioners, now we move into the things that are civil of nature. So theft of proprietary data, that's where we talk about trade secrets, misuse of corporate IT assets, so some type of employee abuse, sexual harassment lawsuits, employee wrongful termination claims. Hey, we're terminating you based off of this, and they really didn't have the basis to be able to do that. Compliance with Sarbanes-Oxley Act of 2002 for any type of business accounting, and then of course compliance with the Graham-Leach Bliley Act for the financial institutes. So now we're going to shift gears and start talking about computer fraud. So the definition of computer fraud is conduct which involves the manipulation of a computer or computer data by whatever method in order to dishonestly obtain money, property, or some other advantage of value or to cause loss. So the idea is, if I were to send you some type of a phishing scam, and that phishing scam said, "Hello, I have 10,000 or $10 million, and all I need from you is $5,000, and we can help ship and move this $10 million back, and I'm going to give you $3 million of that 10 million." Well, that is not actually legit. So what's going to happen is you're going to give me the $5,000 and you're never going to hear from me again. So now you have lost, or I have taken advantage of you. I have caused you to potentially sell property in order to get the $5,000, whichever it is. Theft of information. The unauthorized obtaining of information from a computer, whether it's through hacking, taking unauthorized copies of company records, customer lists, trade secrets, right? So in this instance, company has specific records. I may take them. I may hack into the system and take the information that's on there, right? A couple years back, an individual had left a laptop from the VA that had a bunch of usernames, had a bunch of social security numbers for individuals that fell under Veterans Affairs. The salami fraud. With this type of fraud, the perpetrator carefully skims small sums from the balances of a large number of accounts in order to bypass internal controls and escape detection, right? So that's what we would consider the office space effect, right? The goal is to take fractions of a cent off of the transfers and the movement of money off of the balances, so that way they won't notice that anything is actually moved when in fact they wake up the next day and they took out $300,000. So those are things to think about. A real world example of computer fraud is the CFO takeover case. So, the chief financial officer of a large financial service company plans with his assets to take over the company he is employed by. The company directors catch wind of the CFO's activities and take his laptop computer as evidence. The ensuing computer forensic examination of the laptop reveals the smoking gun, right? So ideally, the CFO wants to take over. He's trying to use everything that he can to take over the company without the company knowing that he's taking over, right? So during the early stages of the fraud or the computer fraud investigation, the computer practitioner may want to consider the following: personal interviews with all complainants and witnesses, right? If for some reason the fraud is going on and you know that it's, subject A, subject B, and subject C, you want to be able to talk to them. You want to interview them to see what they know, what information they have been subject to, what they've seen, so that way you can put all the facts together. Interview with the system administrator to determine any internal security controls. Maybe it was something that he wasn't using a computer system for, or if he was using the computer system to access, say, the database that pays out the checks. So what he did was he printed out new checks. And then, of course, an initial logical review of the media's file structure to develop the subject's level of expertise. What is it that this individual was doing on the specific computer system. He may have been trying to conduct some type of a fraud, whether, like I said, he was creating the checks and then printing them out. Then there may be some other sophisticated types of attacks or things that he had done in order to conduct this fraud. Maybe he was covering his tracks. Some of the other things, get copies of the duplicate invoices recovered from the data recovery operations, image scanning software and images marked as temp or .tmp or recovered from Slack space. Depending on the way things went, he may have done what he had to do and then tried to delete it and get rid of it. Suspicious entries in accounting software programs or dual databases. So they were cooking the books, right? So you had one database that took one section of the money, another took another section, and they were skimming off of the second database. So your internal threats. Computer forensic practitioners are often called upon to investigate incidents which involve end users who can be best described as insiders, right? So we have a disgruntled employee. They were in a position of trust and then they committed that specific fraud, but they did it from within the organization. That's kind of the internal threat. So if I have access to a computer and once I log onto the system, I find out that I got fired. So once I find out that I got fired, I just so happen to have a copy of a virus that I've been carrying around because I thought I was going to get fired. So I unleash the virus and I walk away. Now, obviously, because I had just gotten fired that day and this virus appears, they could probably assume that it was me that created the virus or at least brought the virus in. Now, to the organizational's computer infrastructure, this would include things of theft of proprietary data. Well, what happens if I'm working on this big, huge project and we are so close to the proposal? Well, what if I destroy all of that data? Or what if I take all of that data and I don't leave it around, take it with me to another company? Well, I'm taking data that has been signed over, it has been copyrighted, marked for specific contracting companies. Using the company servers to run a personal web-based business. Ideally, when you're working at a location that you are set up to uh, use your work email, use the web to research work-related items, and the personal use piece is not authorized. So if you can't use it while you're sitting at your desk, why would you be able to use it as a company server to be able to run your own website? The other thing is using it to distribute contraband. So now you may have something that's illegal. So let's say that there's 5 terabytes of storage and you have 1 terabyte of music. I don't know who would have that much music, but they might. But you drop that 1 terabyte of music on there and then you share it out. Alteration of official records. So depending on what accesses they have, if they have access to the actual records and documents within the organization, then they may be able to alter that information to cause the company to forfeit, go into foreclosure, or basically become inactive. And then, of course, sabotage via execution of malicious code, right? I said, hey, I just got fired. I drop in a virus and we go from there. Now, your external threat. These guys are the ones that are considered outsiders. So this is an end user that is sitting on the outside of your network and they are trying to get into the network. Now, they either do it via intrusion or some other type of similar illegal act to hack into the network. Like I said, we would call them an external threat. So the cuckoo's egg, basically tracking a spy through the maze of counter or computer espionage. Right, 1989, the book The Cuckoo's Egg by Cliff Stoll was about an out of work astronomer working at the Lawrence Berkeley Labs in California. Now, in the book, Stoll describes how he went about tracking down persons who were breaking into the US government and academic computer systems via the internet. So um, if they had the ability to log or find some type of an internet facing computer that they were trying to attack into it. And then, of course, Stoll discovered a 75-cent accounting error in the files, which recorded the use of the computer's resources. 75 cents. Now, what eventually became important was not the 75 cents, but the fact that someone with the username Hunter was trying to cover their tracks. So now he has found this 75-cent problem or error, and based off of that, he finds a user that is trying to cover up their tracks, which means that the hacker that came into the system had set up, basically he had made himself a super user in order to create the Hunter account, and then of course he started to erase the accounting data. So based off of that, he was able to track back and at least start to track to hunt this individual down. Second, he was using the Berkeley computer to hack into computers on ARPANET and MILNET research and military computer networks. Now, after much frustration on the part of Stoll, the FBI finally contacted the West German authorities and the hacker was arrested. His name was Marcus Hess, and he had been hacking into government computers looking for information which might be of interest to the KGB. So he was working for the Russians, basically. Friends of Hess, known as the Hanover Hackers, had managed to make contact with a KGB agent and were selling the agent source code for various programs. And then, of course, all individuals involved were arrested and tried for espionage. Now let's move into the investigative challenges. So, some of the investigative challenges would be the rapidly changing stores mediums and capacities, right? So, if we got more gigabytes, that means we have more acquisitions and analysis time. I can remember when I first started doing computer forensics, I was working on a couple of computers and it'd be like 200, 300 gig hard drives. After about 3.5 years, I was working on 500 gig and even terabyte images trying to look at the data. And I'll tell you, there's a lot of difference between a 1 terabyte server and a 200 gig personally owned hard drive. So you have to be aware of how much space there is, how much space you're going to need, and be ready for it. It could take a little bit of time. Another one is finding forensic tools which can keep up with the ever increasing amounts of data to be analyzed. So, depending on the way the system is or the way the system is set up, there's a variety of tools that you can use. And then, of course, during this course of instruction, we're going to go over some of those and look at them. But you're going to have to determine which one is the best source of evidence in order to find the specific material or to be able to engage or interact with the amounts of data that you're going to be using. And then finally, there's a growing sophistication on the part of the computer savvy attorneys who may present significant technical challenges in the room. We'll actually discuss some more of these issues in the digital evidence presentation or portion of this training. But ideally, when you have a technical expert get on the stand, not only does the prosecution put you up there because they want to be able to convict this guy, but the defense attorney also gets their expert witness when it comes to computer related information. And that expert witness is going to speak to the abilities of the individual on the stand, or you as the expert witness for the prosecution, to try and get you cleared or get you removed as an expert witness. So it's just some of the things that you have to think of when it comes to investigative challenges and computer forensic incidents. Common frame of reference, one page of pure text, which is about 4,800 characters. If you're looking at the 80 characters per line, 60 lines per page. So a ream would be about 500 pages, so we're looking at 2.4 million. Filing cabinet would be 10 of those reams. So we're looking at 24 million. And then, of course, a 5-drawer filing cabinet would be about 120 gigabytes. So there are, there's a lot of data out there. And then, of course, looking at the media volume, we've got 1 gigabyte all the way up to 1 petabyte, right? So volume continues to grow dramatically each year. So I can only imagine trying to go through, a billion or a trillion numbers of pages or numbers of files within the cabinet. If we had, not saying that anybody would actually have a petabyte worth of information, but even looking at the terabyte, right? So I got 8,000 files in the cabinet, and I got 208 million pages to go through. That's going to take a little while whenever you're trying to conduct an investigation. And this concludes Module 2. Welcome to Module 3, the investigative process. In this lesson, we're going to learn about the computer forensic investigative process. You will learn how to investigate computer crimes, guidance to prepare for the crimes investigation. So we're going to go over the investigative process. We're going to assess the situation, acquire the evidence, analyze the evidence, manage the evidence, report the investigation, and then, of course, present the findings in court. So investigating computer crimes. This is where we're going to determine if an incident has occurred. We're going to discover and analyze any clues that have been left behind, whether there is a computer hard drive, whether there's an actual computer, maybe a laptop, maybe a thumb drive, any type of media that stores data. So that could even be a picture frame that has pictures on it, or maybe it doesn't have pictures, maybe it has documents, and you never noticed it, but when you walked by, this picture frame kept changing and it was different documents. Then we're going to conduct a preliminary assessment to search for the evidence. We're going to do search and seizure of the computer equipment, and then we're going to collect the evidence to be presented in a court of law. Now, prior to the investigation, what you want to have is a workstation and data recovery lab. So this workstation and data recovery lab is going to be where your forensic machines are going to be installed with the specific tools, a clean image. What you want to do is in between investigations is you want to be able to take your computer image, put it back out to a new hard drive or the same hard drive after you have wiped it, basically to DoD standards of 7 times. And then you're going to reinstall your forensic platform. Normally you would have like a computer image or a ghost image, so that way it was just as easy as setting down the image in like 15-20 minutes. And you're going to make sure that it's all set up ready to go. And then what you're going to do is you're going to build your team of investigators. Now, these investigators, more than likely, any company that you're in, at least when I was in the military, the company that I was in the military, we broke ourselves down into 3 teams. So if an incident came in, the team chief would pass the information down to one of the teams, and that specific team would be responsible for the investigation. So that's one way to pick the team or to build the team. Another is maybe you're a small company and you only have maybe 4 or 5 individuals. Everybody knows how to do computer forensics, but based off of the incident and the travel time and things like that, you may just say, hey, I need 2 people, put the team together and go from there. You want to review the policies and laws. If you're going to do some type of search and seizure, you want to make sure that you have the proper paperwork completed, signed, whether it's a warrant, whether you need a signature from a commander because it's a military investigation. And you also want to review the policies. So there may be a mechanism in place for you to conduct an investigation a specific way or to conduct a search and seizure a specific way. So what happens is, if I'm new to the team, it's me and one other individual that are pairing up. we should be able to review the policies to determine what it is that we need to do while we're conducting this investigation. Then, of course, we want to notify the decision makers. Unless we can get that warrant, or unless we can, if for some reason there's a specific case that pops up and you need to notify like a state's attorney or something like that, you may need to notify them in order to get that warrant. And then acquire authorization. Of course, this is going to, again, come from the decision makers. The team, you're probably already authorized to go because you've been given the information or the specific task from your team chief. Whereas you might not actually be able to conduct anything until you've been given the specific written information. And then the next thing you want to do is build an investigation toolkit, right? I already talked about what you do for the lab. Well, what happens if you're going out on the road and you need to be able to take specific digital images? Once you get to a site, you take those images and you got to bring the stuff back with you or ship the stuff back. So what you want to do is you want to build what's called a go bag. This would include maybe a backpack with a laptop, and then you may have some type of a Pelican case that holds all of your digital media, whether you're using a specific hard drive that you're going to save stuff to, a write blocker that you're going to be able to hook this hard drive up to. Basically, you want to have that Go kit. And then create the methodology. So in this instance, you want to know, each investigative case has its own intricacies or has its own way of being taken care of. So what you want to be able to do is maybe try to predict that. You want to say, okay, hey, this is a case that involves a hard drive, a USB thumb drive, a CD, and a floppy drive or a floppy disk. So you're saying, oh, well, we don't need any of our cell phone stuff because there's no cell phone that's involved. The only thing we're worried about is getting these 4 items, and then we're going to take forensic images of them. So each case is different, so you kind of have to build it on each one. Now your forensic workstation. What you want to do is you want to have the support hardware-based local machine and a remote network drive duplication. So depending on what it is that you need to do, you need to make sure that you can take a hard drive out and you can hook it up to it. You want to make sure that if you have any network drives that you need to be able to duplicate things or put an image down, different things like that. You want to validate the image and the file's integrity. You want to identify the date and time when the last modified access and created times. You want to search for deleted files. You want to support the removable media. So if you have a zip disk, you want to make sure that you have a zip disk drive to be able to write block and use. You want to isolate the free drive space, and you want to analyze the free drive space. So it's not just the regular hard drive that you want to look at. You also want to look at the drive space, any type of free space or slack space. You want to be able to look at it. Now, building your team of investigators, right? Establish the individual who should respond to an incident for a thorough, successful internal computer investigation. Take the rest of the team and then determine the appropriate responsibilities for each team member. Assign one team member as the technical lead for the investigation. Then you're going to keep the team as small as possible to ensure the confidentiality to the project against the organization for informational leaks, right? So at this point, like I said, if you know it's only a 2-man job, don't put 4 people on the team. Put 2 people on the team and let them go and be able to take care of it. Again, the other way is if it's a 5-man job, make sure that you put 5 people on it, not 2 people, because you're trying to make sure that not that many people know what's going on. Maybe there's sensitivity to the nature of the specific crime or the specific incident that you're investigating. Ensure that each team member has the necessary clearance to conduct their assigned tasks, right? You don't want to get on scene, start conducting everything, and then they say, "Hey, let me see this. Do you have this specific forensic investigative experience? Anything like that?" So make sure that you have that put together. And then, of course, a trusted third party organization may have to be involved if your organization does not have team members with the necessary skills, right? Like I said, you're that small 2 or 3 man team, and you need 6 people to complete the job because you're going after a server. And then, based off of where that server is, you have to go back to 5 or 6 computers. And you only have about 12 to 14 hours to do it all. So there's potential that stuff may be out of the way. So you want to make sure that you have everything in place when you're building your team. Now, who's involved in the computer forensic process? So you have the attorney, he gives the legal advice. You have the photographer, takes the pictures, the incident responder, who's responsible for implementing all the predefined guidelines when an incident occurs. We talked about the decision maker, he authorizes the policies and procedures for the investigative process. Who else is involved? You have the incident analyzer. This is the person who's going to look at the incident as they happen. So if we know that an attack has happened, he's going to try and figure out, well, when did the attack happen? How did the attack happen? Let's look at what happened during the attack. You have your evidence examiner, which is the individual that's going to examine all the evidence. Now, of course, all of these, or some of these at least, I'm sorry, can actually be intertwined. Your incident analyzer could be an evidence examiner. Evidence documenter, this is the person that documents the evidence and phases in the investigative process. What you want to make sure is that, let's say you have 5 items that you have to document, you're going to obviously have to use a chain of custody. So if you've got somebody that's documenting the evidence, you need to make sure that they not only document the evidence, but they maintain the evidence as they move it over to either an evidence custodian or an evidence manager. So this is the person that's going to maintain the evidence in order to make sure that it's admissible in a court of law, that nothing happens to it, there's no tampering with it or anything like that. And then, of course, you have your expert witness. Let's say that you have a team of 3 people. You're going to pick the one, just in case this thing goes to trial, that's going to be prepared and be ready to answer any type of questions that the defense may ask. The other aspect of it is that you may be that expert witness for the defense. So you're going to make sure that you get everything that you need. You're going to prepare your information, and you're going to be able to explain that information. You're going to be that expert. Decision makers and authorizations. So the decision makers implement policy and procedures for handling an incident. So to gain this authorization, you have to notify the decision makers when there is no written incident response policies and procedures. If for some reason you look over the policies and there's nothing or no mechanism in place for what incident you are about to face, you have to make sure that you contact them and you get that authorization. And then, of course, you'll want to evaluate the situation and then set a course of action. Now, if this is an incident that you feel that you would ever run into again, now might be the time that you say, hey, we should probably put this into some type of policy or procedure. And then, of course, your best practices for authorization is to obtain authorization from the decision maker and then document all events as they occur during the response. Because, like I said, if for some reason you need to use it again in the future, you at least have it documented on what you need to do. Now, your risk assessment. This is where you're going to identify the incident itself and then what may have caused it. And then what you want to do is distinguish the incident according to its severity. If it's a very severe incident, you obviously want to take caution and make sure that you're doing everything accordingly so that way you don't make it any worse than it already is. But what you also want to do is you want to determine the loss of data or damage that has been caused to any type of a computer or system due to this specific instance, right? So what information has been compromised? If for some reason an attacker comes into the system and he steals, 4 million usernames or 4 million names and socials, obviously that's a lot of damage. But if they come in and they steal like one piece of software that has absolutely nothing related to anything, they just kind of took it, maybe Maybe it was Adobe Pro because they wanted it at their house, and so they wanted to take it home with it. The other thing is that you want to cease all communications with other devices to prevent the incident from spreading. As you know, we already talked about in module 2 where they had set down a worm and the worm had continued to replicate within the system. So that's the thing, is a virus, obviously you can't spread it without double clicking on it or doing anything like that, but a worm will actually self-replicate. Now, the forensic investigation toolkit. This is going to be, like I said, your laptop with any relevant software tools, the operating system, and patches as to that specific date. Any type of application media that you need to, whether it's a tool or whether it's something that you need to interact with specific devices. We're also talking about write protected backup drives. So what I mean by this is that you also have some type of a write blocker device that says that, hey, if I need to be able to take the data from here and I need to store it out to here. But when I hook up the evidence, I need to make sure that it's write blocked, so that way I don't change anything to that evidence. And then, of course, you want blank media. You want your basic networking equipment, and then any type of cables. And the reason why you want that is, let's say that you have to connect into some type of a network and do some live analysis. If you don't have that stuff, or maybe your specific computer system or laptop that you're bringing with you, that system administrator might not have the tools or the equipment that is needed to hook both machines up. Now, the investigative methodology. So, ideally, in a civil type suit, we want to be able to obtain the search warrant. We want to evaluate and secure the scene, right? So, we want to make sure that there's minimal foot traffic, because if for some reason somebody comes in, they may be moving around or lurking around. They might take that computer and move it somewhere else. So you might have seen a computer there on one day, and then the next day the computer's not there. You want to make sure that you collect all the evidence as soon as possible and secure the evidence, because what happens if you take the evidence outside, you're getting ready to put it into your truck or into your lock bag or whatever it is, and you set it down and you go back inside to get something else, you come back out and it's gone. And then what you want to do next is you want to be able to acquire the data. So once you get it back to your location, you want to fire up some type of an imaging software and then take an image of the data. And then you want to analyze that data. So you want to bring it into some type of a forensic toolkit, whether it's access data, whether it's in case, and you want to be able to use that. Based off of the data that you're analyzing, you're going to have to assess the evidence. So if you get some type of a case report that says, hey, we need you to look at this specific evidence, you need to make sure that you're pulling that evidence out of the data that you found. And then once you do that, you need to prepare that final report. It basically says, I did said investigation, I found items 1, 2, 3, and 4, which proves that the individual had taken, um, this specific computer and he used it for hacking, right? And then you got to be ready to testify in court as an expert witness, because if you don't testify in court, then I'm pretty sure that the defense would have somebody, and that's all they need is an expert witness to say, hey, this 1 was turned on and this 0 was turned off, and that means that my client did not do it. Or they might say, well, they said this individual was logged onto it. That's not my client's username, so it had to be that individual, not my client. Now, when we talk about preparing for the investigation, what you want to do is do not turn the computer off or on, run any programs, or attempt to access data on the computer. As an expert, you're going to have the correct tools and experience to prevent data from overriding, damaging from a static electricity, and then any other concerns. Ideally, if you walk up to the computer and you see it's doing something strange, you don't know what it's doing, unplug the power. That way you can stop it. I mean, if you can't explain what it is that it's doing, you don't know if it's going in there and deleting stuff, and you don't want it to delete stuff because you're trying to conduct an investigation. Then what you want to do is you want to secure all the media, hard drives, laptops, smartphones, Blackberries, PDAs, CD-ROMs, DVDs, USBs, MP3 players, iPads, iPods, tablets. There's other, Kindle Fire, different things like that, right? There's so many things that can be used in any type of attack. Suspend document destruction or recycling policies pertaining to any relevant media or users in question. So, if for some reason that individual was trying to delete a whole bunch of files, try to stop it. Try to make sure that it's not going to delete it or empty it out or shred it or do anything like that. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to identify the type of data and information that they're looking for. So, like I said, based off of the investigative report or based off of the report that was given to you to start the investigation, there's probably going to be questions in there that say, hey, we're looking for this information, that information. And then, of course, once the machine is secured, obtain the information about it, the peripherals, and the network to which it was connected. You want to obtain passwords to access the encrypted or password protected files. Ideally, look under the keyboard because that's probably where 90% of the passwords are. Gather any identifying information about those with whom the subject may have communicated. So we're not just looking for the subject's information, but there may be individuals that the subject's been talking to, because I'm pretty sure that it's not just a one-man job. A lot of times, if they're trying to hack into some type of a facility. Again, continue on with preparing for the investigation. If the computer's accessed prior to the forensic expert being able to secure a mirror image, list those users that have access to it, right? So what happens is the incident's been reported. Let's say it takes you 2 to 3 hours to get over there. In the meantime of driving over there, some other individual logged onto the machine. And when they logged onto the machine, they started to do stuff. So you need to make sure that you annotate, hey, the last user was not the individual that we were investigating, but it was this other individual. And then the next thing you want to do is you want to maintain that chain of custody. This is where I talked about, as soon as you get in there and you have someone that secures the evidence, you need to start documenting it as soon as possible and placing it away, whether it's behind lock and key or in some type of a locker or some type of a storage bin, whatever it is. You need to put it into a safe place and maintain positive control of it from the point of documenting it and collecting it at the scene to the point of turning it into a specific evidence custodian. Another thing you want to do is you also want to create some type of a keyword list or phrases to use when doing searching for the data or through the data. Excuse me. In Incase, it allows you to create or bring in specific scripts. Also in FTK, they allow you to create a Word document, and based off of that, or a text document. Based off of that, you can bring that in as a keyword search list, and then you can run these keyword search lists. Whether it's the guy's birthday, the guy's name, anything like that, it may help you find specific information within the files. Maybe there's something specifically, an incident that happened, and you want to look for that information. Search warrant. Now, I haven't had to deal with search warrants that much being an individual in the Army. However, I know that when we start to work with FBI entities and things like that and local law enforcement, that some individuals that have participated in those investigations have had to wait until the search warrant was issued. They've also had to read over the search warrant so that way they knew and understood exactly what it was that they were going for. So what happens is a search warrant from a court is required to carry out an investigation. The warrants can be issued for companies, floors, rooms, a device, a car, a house, any company-owned property. And then where will the search be carried out? Well, it is logical to conduct a search on the computer system on site, and or must the examination be conducted at a field office or laboratory? I would say that you need to conduct the searches at a field office or a laboratory, right, within your lab. If you had to do anything on site, I think the reason that you'd be doing that is because you're looking for specific data. And if it's detrimental to national security, somebody's going to die in the next 5 minutes, or um, some type of act is being carried out. That's why you would do it on site. But otherwise, you want to bring it back to the laboratory, so that way in a forensic room, it's forensically sound, and the defense attorney can't, use that against you. And then if the system is removed from the premises to conduct the search, must the agents return the system or copies of this before the trial? In my experience, you can return it. We never really did return it, or if we did return the device, we would always return it with a brand new hard drive, or the fact that it was missing a hard drive and a voucher so somebody could go buy a new hard drive. Because ideally, the evidence is going to stay evidence, especially if they're going to be using it in some type of a court or anything like that. Forensic photography. This is the fun part, right? Who doesn't like to take pictures? I mean, I enjoy taking pictures. And if you tell me that I'm going to give you a camera and I need you to take as many pictures as you can, then I would do it. So, pictures of the evidence and the area in which the incidents took place need to be taken, and this is going to help with the investigative process. So when you take the photos, you need to label the photograph evidence according to the methodology. The idea is if I had a phone, then what I would do is I would take a phone and I would lay a ruler next to it in order to show the size of the phone. Or if I had a thumb drive, I would take that and set it next to a ruler. And the reason is the devices are getting smaller and smaller and smaller, right? So you need to be able to show to the jury potentially like as to scale, this is what this specific device represents. This is a 1-inch USB drive that holds 64 gigs of data. Once you photograph the evidence, label it. Photograph it. Well, label the evidence and then photograph it. Digital photography allows you to capture, edit, and transfer the images, which is much faster than taking a picture, taking it over, waiting an hour for it to be printed out, and then picking it up. And this also helps in correcting the perspective of the image used in taking the measurements of the image, right? That's where I was talking about this small little thumb drive to show, we had it to where we used to have 4 gig sticks that looked like a Lego. And oh, by the way, it connected into a Lego system. So you could actually hide it. So the next time that you decided to conduct or you decide to conduct a search and seizure, and you see a kid's room and he has like a Tyrannosaurus Rex that stands 4 foot tall, and it's all Legos, I can only say good luck. Because if I were to check every single one of those, not only would you make the boy mad, but I would also be mad because I had to look at every single one of them. I'm not saying everybody knows about the Legos or that they're going to use them though. The preliminary information. In response to an incident, the following information should be gathered: date and time of the incident, and you also want to write down the date and time when you started to do your specific services or surveys. You want to write down the location of the incident, so that way when they try to come back and say, um, the attorney says, "Hey, it was conducted in this room," and the guy's like, "Well, that's funny because that room's my bedroom. I would never have a computer in there." So you want to be able to annotate all this stuff, and then evidence from a volatile system and a non-volatile system. You want to make sure that you get both, right? If the computer's running, and for some reason you feel like you just need to get some type of data off of it while it's running, then you want to grab that information, shut it down, and then grab all the non-volatile stuff once it's powered off. And then, of course, details of the person for the incident, and then identification of a potential witness, right? Maybe there's a neighbor, maybe there's somebody sitting in an internet cafe that was shoulder surfing and saw this guy running Wireshark, and he was capturing everybody's username and password as they were going to bank that was not secure, or logging into Facebook that's not secure when you first go to log in, and then it becomes secure so they can capture your username and password. The first responder. So, as the first person on the scene of the incident, you should collect and preserve as much evidence as possible. And then, of course, all types of devices at the scene should be collected. And then follow the laws while collecting evidence, or contact a digital forensic examiner as soon as possible. Right. So, when you start to collect the evidence, you have to remember that depending on how smart this guy is, whether he was hacking into a system or doing anything like that, depending on how smart he is, he could have a network storage drive that's hanging out hanging out inside the drywall of his house. And what he did was is he tore out a section of the wall, he put that in there on one of the little support beams, and then he ran the wire to the back of the electrical box so it always stays on no matter what. So he's able to store that data out of there. And if he needed to, he could grab it and go by cutting out the wall. Not saying that anybody wants to do that, and I'm pretty sure if he's married, he's not cutting out holes in the wall. But anyways, that's beside the point. Collecting the physical evidence. So, collect all electronic devices and media found at the crime scene. In order to preserve the integrity of the physical evidence, all pieces of evidence should be handled properly and with extreme care. This is where I say tag it, take a picture of it. And then make sure that your tags are in sequential order, right? And then when we talk about physical evidence, we're talking about removable media. So that's your external hard drive, that's your thumb drive, that's your iPod, that's your iPad, that's your smartphone. Talking about cables, any type of cabling with it, because if for some reason you decide to take it back and you need it powered on to check something like system time or any of that information, there's probably a chance that Murphy's Law is hanging out with you or Murphy's hanging out with you, and you're not going to have that specific cable back at the office. I can remember a time when we had a specific laptop that, or specific drive, that we had to go on eBay to purchase it in order to be able to use it because they didn't make it anymore, and it was amazing that this person was still running with it. Um, any type of computer equipment, peripherals, any type of items that have been removed for, or any type of items that you find in the trash, and any other miscellaneous items. Also, don't forget the publications. And the reason you don't want to forget that is because if you can't interact with a specific device because you need a manual and you don't have a manual, then you could also have messed up that part of the investigation. So, again, list the systems involved in the incident. List from which system you collected that evidence. So ideally, if you have a system that has 3 hard drives, you have a system that has 2 hard drives, you want to make sure that you label the 3 hard drives with, say, System A hard drive 1, System A hard drive 2. Label the second one as System B hard drive 1, so that way you're not forgetting which is which. For each system, of course, like I said, grab all the volatile data if you can. Record the system's clock drift. Collect evidence from all individuals involved in the incident, and then note the electronic serial number of the drive and other accessible or user accessible host specific data, right? So if you have it's a group computer, you have 5 people to log on, find out who the 5 people are and write that information down, because you may not find something in the specific attacker's information, or say it's an insider threat, you may not find anything under his username. He may have gotten someone else's username within the company and uses theirs. So now, electric evidence or electronic evidence also consists of data files. So this is notebook computer, office desktop computer workstation, palm top devices, computer or personal assistant, secure or secretary and staff, network file servers, mainframes, mini computers, home computers. They could be on any one of these devices. And then, of course, we talk about backup tapes. So, system wide backups, whether it's weekly, monthly, incremental, whether there's a personal backup or an ad hoc backup, and then disaster recovery backups, how you want to store that specific information. Other media sources are tape archives, replaced or removed drives, and then, of course, floppy disks, zip disks, CDs, portable media. Guidelines for acquiring electronic evidence, sample banners, record the system activities when used by an unauthorized user, warning banners that give clear notice. So ideally, when you log into your system and you see this whole, hey, you are working for so and so company, and everything that you do is subject to monitoring. So that right there says, when you continue further, if you do something, we're going to monitor it. And if we find that you did something wrong, then you could be in trouble for it. The equipment connected to the case can be seized. At the time of the seizing, the computer should not be powered down unless, of course, you think that something is going on, that it's messing up that specific evidence. Ensure that the examiner storage device is forensically clean when acquiring the image. If you have a hard drive where you done a previous investigation and you didn't wipe the hard drive properly, like 7 times, using the DoD model, then the defense attorney could come back and say, well, let's talk about this because I found this other residue on the device, so it could have tampered with the specific image. And then, if possible, write protection. This should be used whether it's a software write blocker within the registry or it's a hardware write blocker. You should use it all the time. You have to protect the original evidence. Securing the evidence, acquiring the evidence without damaging it, placing the evidence in a secure location that does not allow unauthorized access. This is where you're going to give it to your evidence custodian. Maintain that chain of custody in order to track the evidence. You want to identify the digital and non-digital artifacts, so that way they're all set up properly. And then, of course, maintain a logbook at the lab's entrance to track who entered the lab and when. And then also, what were they coming in with? Install an alarm system in the entrance of the forensic lab, so that way if somebody tries to get in there, they don't have the right code, then some type of an alarm will go off. Now, managing the evidence, this is where you need to make sure you protect the quality of the evidence. You need to use proper handling and documentation of the evidence, so that way when you go to court, the defense attorney is not like, well, what happened here? You did step A and you did step B, but I don't see step 3 or step 2 or whatever it is. You've done A, B, C, and E, but you didn't do D. And then the following practices are used to protect the evidence and document when collecting and shipping the specific evidence. So a logbook of the project, a tag to identify the evidence, a chain of custody record, right? So if I'm out in California and I take an image and I got to send it all the way back to Maryland, I need to make sure that I document all this stuff, wrap the documentation up properly, wrap the evidence up properly, and ship it through the channels that it needs to. The sender and receiver need to include the information about date and time, transfer the incident, and the chain of custody record. Because if I send it on Monday and I say it's going to be to you Tuesday at 10 a.m. and you don't get it till Wednesday at 10 a.m., but you see that I shipped it Monday, then there's some type of an issue. Maybe it got out of cycle, but ideally it should have been delivered on time. Your chain of custody, the chronological documentation of a paper trail, basically. What the chain of custody allows you to do is it allows you to show when you seize the evidence, the fact that you have it in your custody, and then transferring it, analysis, and then the disposition of evidence, physical or electronic, right? So the functions of it is it controls the collection, handling, storage, testing, and disposition of the evidence. Safeguards against tampering with the evidence. So if I put some type of a seal on it that says, hey, it's locked under evidence, and then it goes into the evidence custodian, and then all of a sudden, we have a evidence item that was opened. Then we have to be able, if there's no documentation that shows that it was open, there's potential that we have a problem in the case. The chain of custody form identifies who collected it, the date and time they collected it, the description, type, and number, and then any guardian of the samples, right? So original evidence should never be used in analysis. You should always take a image and then use that image when you're looking at the information. So when we duplicate the data, the reason that we're duplicating it is because we want to make sure that we use the evidence properly. Then what we want to do is we want to duplicate it bit by bit. So we want to take a forensic image of it. We want to make sure that that forensic image sets some type of a hash, so that we can say the hash of the original evidence and the hash of the image are exactly correct. And then you should be doing this through some type of software and hardware, right? Your forensic platform should have it. It should have a write blocker on it. Then your software, say something like FTK Imager or Encase, should be able to take that image. And then the duplicate data is what should be used inside the forensic lab. Verifying the integrity of the image, that's where I was talking about the hash. So you want to have a hash of the original, hash of the forensic image, and then you want to compare the hashes, whether it's an MD5 or a SHA-1. And then based off of that, we would use that to match it and prove that we made no changes. Recover last data or lost data. Recovering lost or deleted data in internal and external drives by using one of the following tools. So you have ISOBuster, you have Test Disk and PhotoRec, Data Recovery Wizard, Partition Recovery software. So you have, for some reason, they decide to delete a partition because they think, hey, if I delete it or reformat it, then you won't be able to find the information. However, if they delete the partition, Incase does a really, really good job of finding the partition and restoring it. PC Inspectors, Soft Perfect File Recovery, things like that. Data analysis. So the techniques depend on the scope of the case or the client's requirements, right? So the phase consists of analysis of files, content, date and time of the file creation, modification, users associated with the files, access and file modification, and physical locations of the files. Then, of course, we also are able to generate some type of a timeline out of that. And then we want to categorize the data in the order of its relevance. So how it happened. Maybe the specific attacker conducted an attack over 2 days, and we want to be able to show that timeline. We want to be able to say, hey, he started here at 5 a.m., he went to here, and by 8 a.m. he was here, and by noon he was here. Also, we want to help with sorting through and analyzing large volumes of data. So FTK and Incase, like I had said, those are great examples of software that you could use. Assessing the evidence, we want to determine the course of action to proceed with the digital evidence, which should be thoroughly assessed. As an investigator, you want to review the search warrant, because the search warrant is going to tell you what you can pick up and be able to use this evidence. You want to review the case details because that's going to show us how to search, or it's going to give us keywords to search. The nature of the hardware and software, the potential evidence sought, and the circumstances surrounding the evidence to be examined. So once we know what it is in this case that is going on, we're able to look at the evidence and pull out the specific evidence that would lead to some type of a conviction. Assessing the case, you want to review the request for service, analyze the legal authority for the request, right? So if you don't have the legal authority to look at specific software, then my recommendation is that you don't look at that specific software or hard drive until you can get documentation. Of course, we always talk about the chain of custody, and then any other forensic processes that need to be performed on the evidence. Of course, you're going to have that in your policies and procedures. Additional investigative avenues that may need to be pursued to obtain digital evidence. So, in cases such as fraud, non computer equipment like checks, papers, credit card blanks, laminators, scanners, printers, these could also be critical components to the investigation. So determine what type of evidence you're seeking, photographs, spreadsheets, documents, databases, financial records, etc. Right? Through interviews with the system administrator and other employees, you might be able to attain this pertinent information about the cases. Things like aliases, email accounts, addresses, ISPs used, network configurations, and users, their system logs, their passwords, their usernames. This information is, all out there and readily available. You just need to know where to find it at within the case. Location assessment. So examinations should be completed in a controlled environment like a dedicated forensic lab. This is where I said, you may have your office set up to where one room should be for your forensic reporting and creating everything and hosting individuals to be able to explain what's going on, and then another room should be set up for your forensic platforms, right? So the time, you also need to make sure that you understand that when you're going to be conducting something, if I'm going to be going in at 3 a.m. and I'm going to be doing a black bag operation where I'm going to go in, I'm going to get the hard drive, I'm going to take it out, I'm going to take an image of it, I'm going to put the hard drive back in, I'm going to put the desk back together exactly how it was based off of photographs that I took, and then I'm going to walk away. So if I only have 3 hours to be in there, I need to make sure that I can get in and forensically take that image in 3 hours or less. Concerns associated with a long-term deployment. Maybe you've started to work on stuff, and when you try to start taking the image, it's going to take 4 to 6 to 8 to 12 hours. You may need somebody there to uh, take over for you. The other thing is impact on business, right? So if I walk into an office and I say, hey, listen, I'm conducting an investigation, what I need you to do is I need you to turn that server off. That right there alone is going to be an impact on business, let alone how long is that impact going to be. I need you to turn that server off, and it's going to take us about 5 hours to do this. And then the proficiency of the equipment, the resources, the media, training, and experience for an on-site examination. You got to make sure that you train as you fight, and you continue to do the things necessary to use these resources properly. Some best practices: analyze the evidence to determine their value in the case. Secure the evidence using some kind of a safe cabinet, some type of a safe or an evidence locker. Make sure that you only have the key to it or the accesses to it. Network service logs. Um, there's potential that when you start to examine the data, you may have large amounts of data to examine, but understand that it only takes a small amount of data to be able to convict. So there may be smaller portions of data that may be relevant to the incident. Just make sure that you get all of the data or you examine everything. Don't stop because you're like, oh, well, I have this, we can continue on. With a duplicated copy, perform offline analysis. So, when you're searching through the contents of the files that were gathered, identify the files of interest. So check mark it then. Don't be like, oh, let me come back to this, because then you're going to forget. And then in the system's metadata, analyze the same time and date stamps. Is it correct? Is it not correct? Compare the file headers to the file extension, right? Don't if you have a .exe, you should have an MZ. If you have a JPEG, it should be a GFIF, or you should also have a. There's another one. Um, yeah, so you just need to make sure that the header information matches the file extension. Review file names for relevance and patterns. Maybe, they named everything dot something, and then there was one other one that was, not that. You just have to make sure that you're aware of the situation around you. Documentation. So you want to documentation for accessing the data phase. Estimate of the incident's impact on the business. We talked about that already. Interview of users and system administrators. Outcomes for any legal or third-party interactions if you have to bring someone else in. Reports from the initial assessment, and then of course a proposed course of action. What are we going to do to be able to get this specific data if we can't get it forensically? How can we get a copy of it? Documentation for the acquiring phase. So you want to create a list that details when an individual examines the evidence, and include the exact date and time they check the evidence and the exact date and time they return it, right? So that's where we've got the chain of custody coming into play. And then you want documents for analyzing the data. This includes information regarding the number and type of operating systems. It includes the file content, includes the results of the correlation of files and the installed programs, and then, of course, the user configuration. Now, gathering and organizing the information. Procedures typically used to gather and organize the information. Collect all the documents from the previously mentioned phases, right? Assess, acquire, analyze. What documents do we have? All right, let's start organizing this information. Now, what parts of the documents are relevant, right? So if I have a Word document that the only thing I care about is line 5, then I only want line 5 out of it. Distinguish the facts that will help support the conclusions in your report. So if you generate a report, you need to be able to pull out the facts and be able to articulate those facts based off of the report. Generate a list of evidence to be submitted in your report, and then, of course, organize your findings to ensure that your report is clear and accurate. I don't want to read a report about, 400 pictures of a hippo when you were supposed to find evidence on elephants. Writing the report. So, crucial for the outcome of the investigation is the report writing. And then the report should be accurate and clearly written for the appropriate audience. The idea is if I'm writing for people that are not computer savvy, I don't want to write a lot of info. Not that I don't want to write a lot of information, but you don't want, big leading or huge words that the people have a hard time with trying to figure out what it is that they mean. You want to be able to make sure that it's clear, concise, and to the point. And then, of course, you want to include the following: the purpose of the report. This is where you're going to clearly explain the report's objectives and why it was created. The author of the report. So list all contributors to that report, including their positions and responsibilities during the investigation. So that way, when that defense attorney is ready to talk, he's going to say, hey, I want to bring so and so to the stand, and this is why. Incident summary, explain what and how the incident happened and then the impact of the incident on the business. Your evidence, describe the evidence that was acquired during the investigation. This is where you're going to say, I took one 500 gig hard drive, Seagate label with serial number, blah, 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 blah. And it also had this other number on it, whether it was disk 1 of 2, things like that. Details. Include a detailed description of the evidence analyzed and the analysis method used. Explain the analysis of the findings. Provide the details of the procedures followed and analysis techniques used in the investigation. And then, of course, a proof of your findings, including utility reports and log entries. Then you want a conclusion. Summarize the outcome of the investigation. Include specific evidence to support this conclusion, and then make sure it's clear and concise. And then your supporting documents. So overview of the technologies included in the investigation, whether it's some type of a document that shows, hey, here's the tools we used, here's the equipment that we used, and here's the documents that govern why we did this. And then in order for the report reader to understand the incident as much as possible, the supporting documents need to provide detailed information, not to confuse them. An expert witness. This is a person who, by virtue of education, training, skill, experience, is believed to have expertise and specialized knowledge in a particular subject. I was never really an expert witness. However, we always had to prepare like we were going to be an expert witness. So my role, again, was to investigate the crime, evaluate the evidence, and then I needed to educate the public and the court about it. And that's by doing that, I would testify in court to do it. Our role when bringing the evidence to the court: assist the court with understanding the complex evidence, assist the court to understand the truth, and then without regard to any views or influences, the expert witness is to truthfully and objectively express his or her expert opinion, right? So you can't sit there and say that, hey, the computer did this. You can say something like the individual, based off of observing these specific areas, could have conducted this specific incident. And then closing out the case. Everything that was completed and their results should be included in your final report from the investigator. It's also an accurate or successful, in an accurate or successful investigation, the steps can be repeated and the same results should be obtained every time. The reason that this is there is because if you're on the prosecutor side and the defense needs to get that specific forensic image, what they're going to do is they're going to go step by step through whether it's your logs or your day to day of what you did when you received that specific evidence. So that way, what they would do is they will go through the steps exactly like you did, and they should be able to find the information exactly like you did. The network processes and inner workings of the system should be explained in the report. The explanation of various processes and components should be provided by the investigator. And then, of course, don't forget the who, what, when, where, why, and how. Or who, what, when, where, and why, and how. Yeah. All right, this concludes the investigative process, module number 3. Hello, and welcome to module 4, OS disk storage concepts. In this lesson, you'll learn about the different types of operating systems and the various disk storage methodologies. We're going to learn to identify an OS and its file structure, identify the various types of disk storage methodologies, the OS procedures involved in creating files, directories, and storage files, or storing files to disk-based media. We're going to identify the concepts of slack space as it pertains to the recovery of digital evidence, and we're going to recognize the concepts of file management and file formats. And what we're going to do is we're going to talk about DOS, we're going to talk about the early IBM PCs, the Microsoft version of DOS, PC DOS, other companies and alternates that are out there, obviously, and then we get into the FAT file systems, the components of DOS since the beginning, and DOS uses various versions of FAT for managing files. The first disk operating system was built by Bill Gates and Paul Allen from the Microsoft company or corporation. And what it actually was a rework of QDOS, which stood for Quick and Dirty Operating System. And QDOS was originally created by Tom Patterson of a Seattle company products in Washington State. Patterson sold his rights of QDOS to Microsoft for $50,000. So quick buck turned into millions of dollars. And when we talk about our operating systems, we've got 1X and 2X, and that supports the FAT12 file system used primarily for floppy disks. And then now we're at 3X all the way to 6X. And most of the common operating systems are versions of DOS for older PCs, or straight DOS, or the Windows 3X. And then DOS 3X through 6X also supports FAT12 and FAT16. Its hard disks grew in size. 5 12-byte clusters were not enough, and larger file sizes were needed. Therefore, the sufficient clusters for 400 megabytes, which were common when 95 was released. However, one of the user's experience goals that the designers of 95 wanted to achieve was the long file name systems in the new operating system. The new versions of the file systems became VFAT or Virtual FAT. Windows 95, the device drivers used by this operating system were used to work with it, and VFAT supported Windows 95 and above, and Windows NT 4 and above. When we talk about MS-DOS, we talk about 622, which was the last standalone version of DOS sold by Microsoft. After DOS 6.2, Microsoft sold DOS only as the underpinnings of other operating systems like Windows 95, 98, Windows ME. From there, we moved to DOS 7.0, and then now we're at DOS 7.1 and later, which falls under different file systems and operating systems. Right now, the way that it's set up is that MS-DOS is actually built into the operating system. It's no longer considered a standalone version. So every version of Windows comes with a version of MS-DOS, or being able to get into the command prompt and do things like that. In the early 1990s, Microsoft set out to create a high-performance, reliable, and secure OS. And in doing that, they had to create a different file system. So we moved from the FAT file system to the new technology file system, or NTFS. FAT provided a few features needed for data storage and management in the high-end networked corporate environment. And then, of course, to avoid crippling NT, Microsoft had to create the new file system that was not based on FAT. NTFS file system borrows many of the features used from the Unix file system family. As we talk about the operating systems, NTFS 6.0 was introduced as part of Windows 2000 and XP. Similar in most respects, the NTFS used in Windows NT 3.5 and 4.0. Microsoft corrected these problems with NTFS, helping it to become more respected as a serious file system. And today, NTFS has become one of the most popular file systems for new high-end PCs and workstations in server administration. What NTFS does is it shares the stage with various Unix and Linux file systems in the world of small to moderate business sizes and has become more popular with individual power users as well. Now, for most purposes, the NTFS file system that was developed for NT line is superior to FAT from the points of view of efficiency, performance, and reliability. However, FAT is likely to stay around for a long time, both as a file system for the lower end versions of Windows, but as an ideal file system for smaller drives like your floppy disks, zip drives, things like that. Now let's talk about OS file concepts. FAT and NTFS operating systems file their data on disks or solid state media. And of course, the process of storing it on disk or media is performed by the disk operating system. There's usually two ways that you organize these structures. We call them files and directories. Basically, a file system is a hierarchy representing a tree structure. The tree is anchored at a place called the root, designated by slash, and every item within the file system is either a file, a directory, and then of course a directory is like a folder. A directory can contain files and other directories, and a directory contained within another directory is called the child of the other, and the directory in the file system tree may have many children, but it can only have one parent. The file that holds the information but cannot contain other files or directories. So let's talk about files a little bit. Basic organizational unit of the logical file structure. A file is a named collection of information, and then of course files contain any kind of information such as an application, word processing document, a waveform, a photo. If you create a photo or take a picture and then save it onto your computer, that's considered a file. Think of files as containing one of two things of information: your code or data, or your program files. Your program files are going to relate to tools that are used on the system in order to operate some type of an application or to interact with the operating system to create information. So when we talk about program files, we're talking about files that are executable. So a .exe, a .bat, a .com, something that provides or holds on to computer code and uses that computer code to execute some type of a program on the system. So if you wanted to use something like explorer.exe, that's considered an application. It's also considered a program file. If you had calc.exe, which is the calculator, you have what's another one? Any type of executable. Program files contain standalone applications or supplemental code that adds functionality to an application or to the OS. Explorer, Word, Notepad, these are all examples of independent applications. If you were to open up Internet Explorer, you would be able to get to the web. If you were to open up Microsoft Word, right, it has its own executable, Word.exe, you got Outlook.exe, Notepad. If you wanted to open up a command prompt's considered that as well. And with today's automated forensic software, many of the normal program files found in common operating systems can eliminate or be eliminated as digital artifacts or suspect files by a process known as known file filtering. Right. So what we do is with the known file filtering, we take signatures or hashes and we say, hey, look, these are commonly known files. And so explorer.exe has some type of a hash or some type of a signature. We compare that signature. Well, if there's another explorer.exe on the system and we see that the signatures do not match, there's potential that is a dirty explorer.exe. And that's something that as a computer forensic examiner, you would want to look at. When we talk about data files, we're talking about those that do not contain executable instructions for the computer, but these are files that were created by the user. So word processing documents, spreadsheet documents, multimedia presentations. They also include files containing support information used. So when we talk about that, we're talking about dynamic link libraries within Windows. And a dynamic link library is a collection of small programs, any of which can be called when needed by a larger program that's running the computer. So if you call an executable, and based off of the way the executable is called, you may actually have to um, call a dynamic link library to provide that additional support or that additional code that is needed to run it. Now, the advantage of a DLL file is that because they do not get loaded into RAM, together with the main program, space is saved in RAM. So when and if a DLL is needed, then it is loaded and run. For example, as long as Microsoft Word is editing a document, the printer DLL does not need to be loaded into RAM. If the user decides to print the document, then the Word application would call that printer DLL, load it, and run it. Okay, let's talk about directories. Now, directories are a special kind of file that contains a list of file names. The OS establishes an empty root directory, normally referred to as C:/, during the initialization process, right? So when we first install the computer system, ideally when you go and look at your computer, it usually defaults to the C drive. A drive is floppy disk, D drive is your CD-ROM. So the directories can be created in the root directory and then of course nested inside of other directories to form the file structure. So if you look at C:/program files, that's already one directory. Within that program files, depending on the files that you have installed, you're going to see other directories like Outlook, Word, or you're going to see Microsoft Office, you're going to see Mozilla Firefox, you're going to see whatever software is installed on the system, you would see those directories. And then, of course, directories can be placed within a directory other than root, which are commonly referred to as subdirectories. Okay, when you save a word processing document, the OS copies the contents of the document from RAM and places it onto the disk in a file. And then once it does that, it creates an entry within the appropriate directory to say, hey, anytime you click on this, this is where you need to go within the hard disk drive to find that specific file or that content. And depending on the OS, the directory entry contains several pieces of information, whether it's the file name, date and time, the identification of the application used to create it, and the file format. And the reason why you want to have that information is if you save a file, you want to know what you save it as. So you've got your file name. Date and time is going to be covered with the last time you create or when you created it, the last time that you modified it, or even accessed it. And then, of course, the identification of the application. If you don't have the proper application to open the system, then you're not going to be able to open up that document. However, if you see what application is associated with it, then you can always install that application to be able to see or view that. And then, of course, that also refers to the file format. It's usually going to be the .exe, .bat, .com, whatever that .doc for a Word doc. And then on Windows operating systems, you can examine this information by clicking on the Properties tab. So we look at a FAT32 Properties tab. You can kind of see the type of the file that it is, what it opens with, the location on the hard drive, what the size is, and then the created modified access time. You can also see the attributes of whether it's read-only, hidden, or if it's archived. And if you look at the NTFS properties, you can kind of see how it breaks out the same information. It just has it in a different view. It also adds like a security tab. So with the security tab, you can actually say this person has access to it, or this file can only be accessed by this specific person. So there's some extra features between NTFS and FAT32. Now, when we are looking at disk storage in specific, right? So the first task a drive must do is to format any disk for it to be used. Now, once it's done this, it basically writes ones and zeros and puts it into tracks. And then the pattern divides the disk into sectors. And then as you read and write, the head moves back and forth over the spinning disk. It reads and writes the ones and zeros to determine where it is in relation to the date on the disk surface. Right. So DOS continues the process begun by laying tracks and sectors on a disk as it sets up the necessary structures to the index. It indexes the contents of the disk. And this is accomplished by placing a series of tables and data structures on the very first few sectors of the disk. And it includes the boot record, two copies of the file allocation table, one for root and one for system files. And then everything else is designated as the file area. And then this part of the formatting process is known as high level formatting. And when you format a floppy disk, DOS will perform low level and high level by default. On the other hand, when you format a hard drive, DOS only performs the high level formatting. Tracks are numbered starting from 0 on the outside platter and increasing as you head in. Modern hard disk has thousands of tracks on each platter. And then, of course, each track can hold as many as 1,000 or thousands of bytes of data. Now, once you break it down into smaller units, you start breaking them down into sectors, and those sectors can hold specific amounts of data. Now, what does the low level formatting on the drive mean? So, actually, the term low level formatting is somewhat of a misnomer. The low level process, first used years ago, would take hard drives and it would bear little resemblance to what we now call low level format for today's SATA or serial ATA devices or IDE devices. And the only safe method is initializing all the data a modern hard drive has, do a zero fill, or wipe the actual disk. So as we move through the data storage, we have a combination of two or more sectors on a single track is considered a cluster or a block. And then the number of bytes in a cluster may vary, the version of the operating system used to format the disk, or the size of the disk. And then a cluster is the minimum unit the OS uses to store the information. Even if a file has a size of 1 byte, an entire 4060K byte cluster may be used to hold that specific file. Upon installing the operating system, the OS creates a special file located at the initial disk sector called the master boot record. Now, our master boot record, or the master bootstrap loader, code is 446 bytes. Four subsequent identical structured partition records, and then, of course, a hexadecimal symbol of 55AA completes a valid master boot record. When you're looking at the master boot record in hex, one of the things that you can search for is that 55AA in hex, and you'll be able to see, hey, this is the end of the master boot record. The very first sector, the very first track of the partition is where the master boot record is going to go. It's called the boot record. Um, this record is one sector, 512 bytes long, and contains information designating this as a bootable disk or not, and then where to find the boot programs if it needs to move forward. So once that happens, the OS creates the file allocation table, or FAT in DOS, the master file table, or $MFT in NTFS. The FAT and master file table, this is where we store our information about the disk directory structure and then what clusters are used and stored. So in this instance, your master file table or your file allocation table is going to say, okay, if you're looking for this specific file, this is where you need to go on the hard drive to find that information. And once the computer finds that information, say you double click on a Word document, it's going to find it, it's going to follow the trail, and then it's going to open that document on the screen for you. Now, the master file table or the master file indexes are called file allocation table. We're talking about DOS, Windows 95, all the way up to ME, and then the master file table for Windows NT, all the way up to Windows 7, Windows Server 2008, different things like that. When you save a file, the name and location are saved in the file index, and the contents are saved in a cluster. When the file is deleted, the OS marks the file as deleted in the file index, but none of the contents of the file are removed. Ideally, what happens is we just remove the pointer to the information, and until that pointer is overwritten with a new pointer to new data, then the physical location on the drive has not actually been overwritten. And this is essential because individuals may think that if they reformat or if they delete a file, that they're actually going to circumvent the forensic examiner from being able to find that information, which is not true. As long as it hasn't been overwritten again, then they would actually be able to find the information. So this is where slack space comes into play. When you tell your software, the OS, to delete a file, the data that makes up that file is not actually erased, right? This is what happens is once the OS rewrites information to that file index about a file's cluster to indicate those clusters, then it reuses it. If we just delete it, we delete the pointer. Unless we actually erase the space to it, um, then it doesn't get deleted or removed. Examples basically for the entry, picture number one shows it as active, and that's emerson.txt, and then picture number two shows it as deleted. And what it's done is instead of it being emerson.txt, it actually takes and puts a character in the as the first piece to show that it's been deleted or the pointer has been deleted, and then it gives the rest of the name. So it just changes that first bit from an E to some other type of a symbol to show that it's been deleted. Another instance is a slack space is so the forensic practitioner is responsible to understand the basic mechanics of how a cluster manages that file space. Looking at this diagram, we see that the file takes up 12 kilobytes of space within the cluster. However, there's 20 kilobytes of slack space left over. It is in this slack space where many deleted files may reside and can be recovered. So what happens is when we look at the slack space, we see that part of the file is taken up. We give 32 kilobytes to the cluster. 12 is taken up. That's the file. We see the end of file marker. And then, of course, if for some reason something was deleted, or another instance is, let's say, like we were talking about earlier with the Windows 2000, the CFO. In a previous module, he had reinstalled the software onto his computer, but like I said, you got 140 gigs worth of data. You only reinstall 8 gigs. There's 132 gigs of slack space that you could probably play around with and find deleted information. And there's potential that that's exactly how they found that information in that previous case. File management, most important concept that you need to understand and grasp when we are talking about digital devices. Virtually every personal computer in use today has at least one fixed hard drive, and so that deals with the startup, the boot disk. It contains all of the operating system files, the application files, and then other digital artifacts that we're going to cover throughout this course. So what you do is the combined capacity of the drive is given in units of millions of bytes or megabytes or billions of bytes, which is gigabytes. And within the network access, the system can easily have access to hundreds of remote drives containing trillions of bytes of data. So you have to know as a forensic examiner, where is the data stored and what accesses did the individual have to other file locations or other areas that data was stored. So once you know the file management process or where the information is actually stored, you're going to have to go and obtain copies of each one of those locations that the individual had access to, because there's a chance that he might have been storing it somewhere else. Fundamental unit of information is that yes/no option. This can be easily expressed with the Boolean two-value binary algebra, 0 and 1, right? 1 means on, so the switch is closed and the power is on. 0 means off, the switch is open and the power is off. Under these circumstances, ones and zeros are binary digits, and that's a phrase that can be shortened to bits. Thus, the basic unit of binary information is a bit, right? We do ones and zeros. All computers employ this logical system using microchips that contain thousands of tiny electronic switches arranged into logical gates, and that produces predictable and reliable conclusions, right? So we have circuits, and basically the circuit's either open or closed, and based off of being open or closed, it's either on or off. And these switches have to happen in order to create different things, right? For me to change this slide, or to be able to show this slide to you, certain ones have to be on, certain zeros have to be off. So now File management, we talk about the word size, right? So the number of bits the CPU can process at a time. The word size on the machine is measured by the number of bits. So for CPUs, they can do 8-bit, 16, 32, and 64-bit word sizes, right? So when we talk about memory, we're talking about the basic unit of memory, which is a byte, which contains 8 bits. Each byte in memory of the computer has an address that indicates its location within memory. So we have logical memory addresses and we have physical memory addresses. And those two basically point to each other. So what you have to do is find out where the location was in memory and where that location points to on the physical hard disk. Size of memory is measured in bytes, kilobytes, megabytes, gigabytes, terabytes. My first computer that I bought had 256 megabytes of RAM, and now the computer that I'm doing the slideshow presentation off of has 4 gigabytes of RAM. I have another computer that I'm using for work-related stuff that has been signed over to me that has 16 gigabytes of RAM. You know, my first computer was, like I said, 256 megs of RAM and a 10 gig hard drive to store data. I now have 16 gigs of RAM and a 500 gig hard drive. So you can see how things have progressed. And this is, over 12 years where the changes for it. And you see the breakdown, 1 byte equals 8 bits, kilobyte equals 1024 bytes, 1 megabyte equals 1,000 kilobytes, gigabyte equals 1,000 megabytes, and so forth and so on. 5 megabytes usually can hold up to the entire works of Shakespeare in text format. 10 terabytes can hold the text of the entire Library of Congress. 2 petabytes would contain the text of every academic research library in the US, right? 5 exabytes would store all of the words ever spoken by human beings on the planet. And then a zettabyte, right? A zettabyte is 1,000 exabytes, right? So we say an exabyte is 1,000 petabytes, a petabyte is 1,000 terabytes. So you can see how much data can be stored in a certain area. So you start getting higher in that data storage, you're going to lose the ability to review this information or to be able to see it. And a zettabyte is basically 2 to the 70th power, which is approximately 10 to the 21st power, basically. So there's a lot of zeros hanging out in that zettabyte. File formats. Concept associated with data files. When you're saving documents, what you want to do is be able to store these documents or arrange the documents to where the applications are able to open the document based off of the way that you saved it. And then also what you're able to do is point out a set of rules of how you're going to interact with this, right? So there's 1,000 different types of file formats, and when we talk about them, we have .txt. You can open that with either Notepad or WordPad. You have a .rtf that can be opened up with WordPad or Microsoft Word. You have a JPEG. JPEG is going to be a picture format. You have a GIF, which is also a picture format. You have a .mov, which is a movie. .avi, also a movie format. So there are a lot of them. And what you have to understand with the file format was the reason they were established was to make sure that certain applications would be able to open up specific documents, right? So we're talking about 7,500 different file formats. There's .xfdl. I use that to work on documents at work in order to turn in specific reports, right, as I'm doing all of my Army duties. Another thing that we talk about with file formats is really doesn't matter how long, really doesn't matter as long as a file is open with the version of the application that it was created with. So if I were to create a document on PowerPoint at this point, and I just used it as a PowerPoint document, it would have the .pptx, and I would not be able to open that up with a version of Microsoft below 2007. So 2007, 2010 will be able to open it up. I'm obviously looking at mine on Office Mac 2011. So you just have to make sure that if you know what the file format is, you can take that file format
and be able to explain that information, be able to open up that specific document. And then, of course, as a computer forensic practitioner, you're going to have to be able to view these documents. And if you can't view them, then you can't say, oh, well, based off of this, I used this evidence and that's how I was able to find it, right? So you could use file viewers depending on the way that they're set up. And again, as long as you know the file formats, you should be able to get the type of um, applications to do it. So looking at file formats, we see that this specific file is on the system and we want to be able to use it. It's a Word doc. So we open it up within the system and there's a viewer that's built into Access Data to be able to view this specific file without having to export it out. Some of the investigations that I had dealt with, we actually had to remove them from FTK, and then open them up with a separate file viewer. So just be aware as a forensic examiner that you may run into some of these avenues. This concludes Module 4. Welcome to Module 5, Digital Acquisition and Analysis Tools. In this lesson, we're going to learn about the different methods of digital acquisition and the different types of the tools that we would use. We're going to learn to identify digital acquisition process. We're going to identify the procedures involved in digital duplication, identify the various types of digital authentication, and when they should be employed. And then we're going to go over the various tools, hardware and software available to the digital forensic practitioner for conducting this acquisition and potential analysis of the digital evidence. So digital acquisition, this is where we're talking about taking the specific digital evidence, making a copy of it, and then either putting it into an evidence locker or providing it back to the specific entity that requires it. So there are some times where you will seize the actual evidence, you'll take it back, you'll make a forensic acquisition of it, and then you will, put the evidence back into your storage locker. The other piece is um, that you may have to go do somewhat of a black bag job. And basically, what that means is that you're going to go into somebody's office, you're going to hook up the hard drive, and then when you're done taking the image, you're going to put it all back exactly how you found it. So, digital evidence, by its very nature, is fragile and can be altered, damaged, destroyed if it's improperly handled, and during the examination process. For this reason, special precautions should be taken to preserve this type of evidence, and failure to do so may make it inadmissible in court, or it may draw an inaccurate conclusion in court. So, U.S. court has ruled that under any circumstances, a copy of digital evidence is as admissible as original evidence, as long as someone knowledgeable can talk about it and they can authenticate the fact that it was. And this is all under Gates Rubber Company versus Bondo Chemical Industry. Ideally, what it is that you need to have that expert witness or that forensic practitioner who is the expert witness to take a forensic image of the disk, and then they're able to prove by a simple hash value that nothing has changed between the evidence and the forensic image, that it is a complete, exact duplicate copy of the evidence. So our goal of the digital evidence acquisition is to protect it and preserve the actual evidence during the duplication process. We don't want to destroy the original evidence, and we don't obviously want to destroy the copy either. So now what we want to do is we want to prevent it from destruction, damage, and alteration. So this is all prior to analysis. If you hook up the drive and you don't have it write protected and you run an antivirus protection against it, it's going to update all the timestamps. If you have it write protected, it's not going to update all the timestamps. So that's something to think about when you're trying to prove whether or not there was malware, what time the malware was actually created, and the acquisition. So you need to be mindful and careful of that. Okay, acquisition. This is the process of obtaining or extracting digital evidence from a digital device or media with specific forensic tools. Copy. An accurate reproduction of information contained on an original physical item independent of the electronic storage device, i.e., logical file copy, and maintains the contents, but the attributes might change during the reproduction, and slack space is not transferred in this process. So that's the difference between taking a bit for bit copy or using the copy command to copy something over. It's not going to bring over that additional information. Electronic file copies are not normally considered to be forensically sound for the purposes of gathering digital evidence. However, there may be situations in which you need to do that, and then you can do the things necessary to say, hey, as a forensic practitioner, this is what I had to do. This is the technique that I had to use to gain the potential evidence, which is why it's in the state that it is in. Authentication. Authentication of the acquired digital evidence is essential by using cryptographic checksums to prove the integrity of the original contents. We basically create digital fingerprints. A digital fingerprint is using something like a CRC check, which is 32-bit, MD5 hash, which is 128-bit, SHA-1 hash, which is 160-bit. Right. So if we're able to prove that when we take the hash value of it, the hash value of the original evidence and the evidence that we copied or that we took a bit for bit copy of is the exact same hash, then we show that no evidence has changed or been tampered with. Digital acquisition procedures. After responding to the incident, you must decide when and where to conduct the acquisition. So, the thing that you want to remember when you're dealing with the acquisition is time and location, and the ability to control the environment. So if you're at a crime scene and they have it all taped off and nobody's going to come in, nobody's going to walk around, nobody's going to bother you, then you would have the time to actually plug in the devices and try to acquire that image. However, the issue that you're running into is that you don't have it in what would be considered a forensic laboratory or anything like that. So my recommendation would be to seize all the evidence, and then once you've seized the evidence, to to take the evidence back to your laboratory, turn it into the evidence custodian. Make sure that at your laboratory you set up all the tools that you need that are required. You bring it into the lab, you hook it up to your write blockers, and you take the acquisition at that time. Um, Ideally, if you can control, like I said, control the circumstances, bring it back to your lab. If they're beyond yours, take it at the scene. Do it quick. Hopefully, you have right blockers in your Go kit, which everybody should have set up that way. So that way, when you're going out, just in case you have to take the acquisition there. The following procedures will outline both on scene and laboratory acquisitions for your standard acquisitions. So if we receive any removable media, CD-ROMs, flash memory, floppy disks, that you can duplicate those in the lab prior to analysis. But here's the checklist that you should use for all acquisitions. Document everything in your case log and prepare sufficiently sized media to send digital evidence to. This means sterilize a drive. So what you want to do is whatever drive that you're going to duplicate the information on, make sure that you've wiped it to DoD standard or to industry standard, so 7 times, 35 times, whatever it has to be to make sure that that is a sterilized drive. And then check to see that all the jumper settings are correctly attached, because if they're not, then there's potential that you're not going to bring over the data in the manner that it was. You're not going to see all of the data. Improper jumper settings will interfere or prohibit a proper acquisition. Setting a jumper setting to a master setting will allow for proper acquisition. Jumpers allow the computer to close an electrical circuit, allowing the electricity to flow throughout certain sections of the circuit board. Generally, the jumpers consist of a set of small pins, which can be covered with a small plastic box. This box contains the two pins together, allowing the electricity to flow frequently between the two pins. So if you set it to master, you should be able to get everything on the actual device. On-scene acquisitions. Uh, Remember to record all of your actions in a log file. So bring something with you so that way you can write it down. Remove the drive from its case. If it's a laptop, if it's a desktop computer, then open up the case and remove the hard drive that way. Um, Take digital photos to include macro photos of the serial numbers. So if you can zoom in on the serial number specifically, take the photo so that way you can say, hey, this is this specific hard drive. Utilize a handheld device or a handheld drive duplicator if you can. So you want to have a go bag that's a little bit smaller. You could use a laptop. We'll go over a couple of the other tools that you could use. And then, of course, replace the original drive back into its case. Because you're doing it on scene, you want to take the drive out long enough for acquisition. Once you're done with the acquisition phase, then you want to go ahead and put that back into the case so that way it goes with the correct evidence as it's being logged into the evidence cage or logged in with the evidence custodian. So your handheld drive duplicators, these are things like Image Master, a USB write blocker, any type of acquisition tool like that. So we would use it to duplicate items, right? In most cases, the devices will include that authentication procedure. So what'll happen is once you're done taking the image, it will show the hashes of each image, the original evidence and the image. Laboratory acquisitions. These are your digital media acquisitions, and it's one of the most critical stages within the forensic examination process. So you have to pay attention to make sure that when you hook up your evidence, that you hook it up to the correct switch or you hook it up to the correct connector, right? So there's program or not a program, I'm sorry. There's a company out there that provides a forensic platform. As part of that forensic platform, they have a drive that's hot swappable. That drive has a little shelf on it where you can set your evidence, and it's write blocked or it's write protect. Okay, when you're executing the initial steps of media acquisition, ensure that you document all aspects of the hardware. Right here, we have it taped as evidence. But what we can identify with the markings on this are that we have a power supply, we have a power cord. When you go down to the actual PCI bus or the extra cards, you can actually see how it's configured. So there's maybe a dual display, maybe it's dual NIC. So it has the network card, so where you can plug in two devices. Maybe there is a printer functionality that comes out of it, different graphics cards or wireless, different things like that. You want to annotate what all is in the box because what's going to happen is the individual that owns that evidence is going to say, "Oh, well, when I had it, it had these items, but when you gave it back to me, it didn't." Plus, you need to know that if for some reason you need to pull any of those out for acquisition purposes, that you know where to place them back in. The inside of the computer. So now when you're looking at the inside of the computer, we got nothing but wires going from the motherboard to the PCI cards to hard drives to CD drives to the power supply. So you have to be able to document and potentially even draw out this picture of the inside of the computer. So when you take it all apart, you know where you're plugging everything back into. I was going through a course with DC3 that literally over a 2 week span, I think I removed and put together my computer about 5 or 6 times, but each time that I did it, you had to make a drawing to see what was going on. And then we would take breaks, and on the breaks, they would pull out like half of the RAM, part of the RAM. They would disconnect the hard drive, something to that effect. So when we came back in, we'd turn it on, a little beep would go off. We'd have to figure out what the specific issue was. All right, so looking at this, carefully remove the hard drive media from the case and prepare the document. So what we see here is the hard drive, and what we need to do is we need to disconnect the power and the cable that sends the data to the motherboard. So once we do that, you're going to have to unscrew it on both sides in order to slide that hard drive out. But you want to annotate where that hard drive was, how it was plugged in, So that way you can document that specific hard drive, just in case you have to put the hard drive back in. So that way the computer goes back to the individual's desk, depending on how it's set up. Once you remove the hard drive, now we're going to get serial numbers. We're going to take photographs. We're going to try and show the size of it, compared to a ruler. Hey, this is a 3.5 inch floppy, or yeah, 3.5 inch floppy, or this is a 3.5 inch laptop hard drive, or this is a desktop hard drive. Next thing that you want to do is place the media, like I said, on a read-only drive bay. You can place it in there, you plug it up, you slide that drive bay in there. Make sure you change the jumper settings so that way everything's good with the jumpers for you to be able to acquire that specific image. So a hard drive write block tool or a read-only drive bay operates by monitoring drive input output commands sent from the PC through a given access interface. Any commands that could modify a hard drive are intercepted, blocked, and not passed onto the hard drive controller. The most common access interfaces currently found are hard drive device drivers, Interrupt 13 BIOS, ASPI, the Advanced SCSI Programming Interface, IEEE using FireWire, and then, of course, each interface has its own command set and access protocol. There's actually there's a way to go into the registry and write block a specific port, well, USB ports. But a lot of times I wouldn't try to mess with that. I would just get a read-only drive bay or have a forensic platform that provides a read-only drive bay and do it that way. And one way to test it is to actually plug up a non evidentiary or non forensic image to the drive bay and then try to copy information into it. 99% of the time it's going to say that it can't write to the specific drive. Place the removal media bay into the read-only slot for the forensic computer or external examination system. So FireWire will automatically auto-recognize the insertion of the media. We consider this hot swappable, so you can plug it in there, it'll go, and then you can take it back out. If the OS recognizes the media, you should see the drive obviously pop up in Windows Explorer. However, you will not be able to write to the drive or delete items from the drive. So you should get some type of an error that says, hey, deleting a file or folder, but cannot delete it because the drive is write protected. So that's another way to prove you can take that screenshot and put it into your notes. Now, after conducting a manual logical review of the media, consider which tool to use for acquiring the information on the drive. Prior to the acquisition, ensure that you have prepared and sufficiently sized forensic stereo media, right? This is where I was talking about if you have a 500 gig hard drive, you probably want a 750 gig drive to not only put your image on it, but that's where your casework is going to be. So you can show that you use the same drive and that nothing was contaminated. The other piece is you want to make sure that you're only acquiring the information that you are supposed to. Ideally, if it's a hard drive, you might as well use Encase or FTK Imager to be able to acquire it because you're not looking for specifics. But because we're dealing with law enforcement agencies here, let's say you write up a search warrant, and your search warrant is to go after any data that is related to, let's just say, Bill whatever. We'll go with that. So he has a username of B whatever, and there's also another username on there, maybe Bill's wife or something like that. Her username's on there. Well, when you go to acquire the image, you can't do a full bit for bit copy because you're going to end up getting all of that data for her hard drive as well. So what you're going to have to do is go in within Access Data and select a folder and then be able to take a copy of the folder. And it'll still do the hashing and different things like that. But you have to make sure that when you read that warrant, that if it says this is what you're specifically looking for, you can't take the whole copy. Now, initiating the acquisition procedure with the use of forensically sound acquisition tools. Within Windows environment, you got things like WinHex, FTK, and Incase. And then kind of looking through them, WinHex, this allows for a complete raw binary dump with no segmentation or compression, and it gives an MD5, right? So you're able to run an acquisition against it, clone the sectors. FTK Imager, this allows for a complete raw binary dump with segmentation but no compression via DD command and gives an MD5. Now you also have the ability to save it as an EO1, and once you save that information, you can bring it into different platforms, whether it's FTK or you can even bring it into Access Data based off of how it's saved. Incase, this allows for a complete raw binary dump with segmentation, compression, and MD5. Um, what it allows is you could do the no compression, you could do good compression, you can do best compression, and it will save it. You can also break it up into chunks. There's one that basically you could set it into 640 megabytes. And why do you think you would want to set it into 642? Or 640 megabytes, because that's roughly what you could drop onto a CD, right? So we have CDs, we have DVDs, we now have thumb drives, different things like that. So when you're trying to bring that evidence in, it also brings it in a little bit faster because it has to just deal with smaller chunks. Um, Upon image file completion, mount the image with your analysis program and then begin the analysis, right? So when we look at this specific folder, evidence X colon, we're basically looking at our image software, which it's a EO1 file, so it's an in-case captured file. We can take that and bring it into either in-case or FTK. They'll both review them. They'll create your case folders that you need to, and you can start saving the data out to those specific folders. When you're beginning your analysis phase of the investigation, it's important to first realize what the focus is, right? This is where I was talking about when you look at that warrant, the warrant's going to say, this is what we're looking for. So then when you talk to that law enforcement agent or you talk to that law enforcement agency, they're going to tell you, okay, this is what he was suspected of hacking. So now you need to focus on hacking, or he was suspected of insider trading. Well, maybe you need to focus on emails, or they were suspected potentially of child pornography. So now you're looking for images. So these are things that you have to know to focus your investigation and to focus your forensic practitioner. And the reason is because, like I said in previous presentations, there is no find evidence button. Access data within Registry Viewer has made it a little bit easier by clicking a lock, and that lock is going to show you specific locations, but that does not mean that that is the exact evidence that needs to be found for your case. So you have to be wary of using tools like that, being able to use that unlock. If you're looking for something specific, you might as well dig through the registry to find it. This is a view of FTK Imager or FTK. You can see where they kind of have an explore tab, they have an overview, email, graphics, so they kind of break it out for you. So you can go, if you're looking for images, you probably just want to go to the graphics, and then from the graphics you can actually look through the different image files and locations. Here's a picture of Incase. Incase kind of gives you that tree structure. You can kind of select on one side. So if you click a folder, we look over on the right side and it has all these pictures in the folder. When you click on that, depending on which view, the table, the report, the timeline, or the gallery, you're going to be able to view that in a certain way. If you click on picture, it's going to show you the picture. If you click on text, it's going to show you the text behind it. And we can see the name, disable thumb drives.db, or disable thumbs. It's a JPEG file, and it looks like the last time it was written was 2009. So there are ways to be able to look at the evidence within there. We also have iLook Investigator, and iLook Investigator is a product that is provided to law enforcement only, and they use it with it's iLook-forensics, and you can kind of see some of the information. You can see the pictures, and you open up the pictures, you can see what they look like. If you wanted to, you can see that it's an NTFS, and you can see the different recycling bin, the Windows directory, and then the folders that fall underneath it. And then, of course, ProDiscover DFT. This is a product that is created by Tech Pathways. Again, everything on the left-hand side is your tree structure. You can see your project that they're working on. Everything on the right-hand side are the files that fall within that specific spot. Like they've clicked on the C drive, you can see a lot of the executables and information on the side on the C drive. When you click on something, the very bottom pane, it provides the information there. This concludes Module 5. Welcome to Module 6, Forensic Examination Protocols. In this lesson, you will learn about the different protocols involved in conducting a forensic examination of digital media. We're going to learn how to apply the scientific method dealing with digital evidence, identify the 3 major categories of digital evidence, the 4 cardinal rules. We're going to recognize the Alpha 5 system, and then identify 20 steps in completing a digital forensic examination. So, forensic science involves the application of science to law. And basically, what this means is forensic science has been a part of the American criminal justice system since the early part of the 20th century. One of the first situations involving application of forensics to a criminal court case involved the demonstration of ballistics by a court appointed expert witness. So ideally, if you are deemed a court-appointed expert witness, you are actually able to show how something happens and how it's involved with the process. Specifically, any scientific principle or technique that can be applied to identifying, recovering, reconstructing, and analyzing. This evidence can be presented during a criminal or civil investigation, or can be found during that. Digital evidence involves the gathering and analysis of digital information in an authentic, accurate, and complete form for presentation as evidence in a civil proceeding or a court of law. And what the forensic diverges from the more traditional areas of forensic investigation, there's still one main reason. It's the rate of technology change. And the thing is that we can't keep up with technology. And so the longer it takes to catch up to technology, the harder it is to be able to stay in the game when it comes to forensic investigations or digital forensics. So a key component of digital forensic is the examination of the media. That is definite. If you don't examine it properly, you might as well just give up on actually taking it to court. Your primary methods of data storage are now changing every 6 to 8 months, depending on how you are supposed to save it or how big the actual device is getting. You know, we're getting a thumb drive that now is all the way up to 64 gigs, and I bought it for $5. You can actually run operating systems off of it. So now you have to be able to deal with that method of having a bootable thumb drive. I boot the thumb drive. Maybe I make it right block, so that way I can't save anything out to it. I boot the thumb drive. I do what I need to do. I save it somewhere else and walk away. So now I've split the two. You get my thumb drive, and all you get is a blank operating system. But the secondary thumb drive is the one that has all the data and evidence on it. The types of information stored on digital media has expanded greatly over time, and then therefore digital media methods do not have the same time to establish themselves, unlike traditional chemistry and physics-based forensic science, right? Once those go into play, you have the ability to establish them. The problem is that it's so fluid with digital forensics that you can't maintain consistency. It's always changing. So when we apply the scientific method, what we're doing is analyzing available evidence. We're going to create a hypothesis about what occurred to create the evidence, and then we're going to perform tests to confirm or contradict that hypothesis. So this process, the digital forensic practitioner can generate strong possibilities of what occurred. If I'm looking at your hard drive and I'm able to follow the fact that you had used, say, something like TCP dump or you use something like Wireshark, and I look at all the traffic that you captured, and it shows that you had captured somebody's connection to their bank. And it just so happened to be the same time frame that they had lost access to their bank because their password was changed, and they said that somebody had logged in to do it. Then I'm able to point out, based off of the tools and the information that you have on your computer, that hey, there's a strong possibility that this was the way the events occurred. The four cardinal rules of digital forensics: never mishandle the evidence, never work on original evidence, never trust the subject's operating system, and document everything. And when we say never mishandle the evidence, don't drop the hard drive, don't hook it up to something when it's not write blocked. Never work on the original evidence. Take an image as soon as possible and then use that image. If for some reason something happens to that image, you are able to take another copy of that image, but do not work with the original evidence. And then, of course, don't trust the subject's operating system. Operating system may tell you that it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You check the system time and it says it's 5 o'clock. They may have actually changed that to show, oh, well, I wasn't on the computer at 4 in the morning when you told me I was. I was on it at 6 in the morning, or I was on it at 8 in the morning. And then document everything. Keep a log. Make sure that you write down everything that you have. Document everything that you've done in the case, so that way it holds up in a court of law. The Alpha 5. So, since digital forensics is a relatively new field of scientific endeavor and is consistently changing, specific approved protocols for the recovery and examination of digital evidence may vary from organization to organization. The investigation or analyst has the flexibility to choose among the acceptable tools and techniques as long as they are forensically sound. And then we need to recognize that no hard and fast methodology for forensic examinations can be established. No two cases are exactly the same. Digital evidence is always going to be different. It's even to the effect that if I were to create a Word document, take a hash of it, we had the same hash as another Word document. Even if I change a space, if I just go in and add one more space, and then I do the same thing, the hash is going to be different. So no evidence is the same. No two cases are the same. I mean, not evidence. No two cases are the same. Um, the alpha, still following the Alpha 5. Essentially, a forensically sound examination is one conducted under such controlled conditions that is completely documented. It is repeatable, and its results are verifiable. So what happens is I conduct my forensic examination. I pass off my notes and my forensic image over to the defense attorney. They call up their expert witness. Their expert witness follows step by step everything that I did. They should be able to see the exact same answers or receive the exact same answers that I did. Forensically sound methodologies also change no data to the original evidence, and it preserves the conditions. And then, of course, regardless of who completes the examination of the media, and as long as they use the same tools, they follow the same steps, they're going to get the same results. Forensic examiners create methods to properly conduct forensic investigations, and one method is called the Alpha 5. The steps are assessment, acquisition, authentication, analysis and reporting, and archive. So when we talk about assessment, what we're talking about is being able to identify the media. We need to make sure that we contain the evidence, we document the evidence, and that we make sure that the evidence is placed somewhere where it cannot be damaged. For the acquisition process, we make sure we hook it up to a write blocker. We follow the steps that we need to actually acquire that stuff, and then we make the copy of the original evidence. During the authentication phase, this is where we throw in our CRC 32-bit, our MD5, whatever it is that we want to say, hey, the reason that this image is exactly the same as the original evidence is because I have an MD5 hash that shows absolutely no change between the two devices. This is a digital fingerprint. You might as well take it, stamp it on the little piece of paper, and add it into the FBI system because it's not going to change. Archive. Well, when you're done with the investigation, you want to make sure that you archive the information. So we want to do digital analysis in the art of digital forensics as a forensic practitioner, you're limited to time, tools, and your imagination, and then writing the complete report. So we want to make sure that we write out the report based off of the analysis of the information that we found. Archiving as well is the proper storage of all evidence, files, and investigative efforts. And we want to make sure that the case does not go to trial for 7 years. We want to select the media that's going to work in order to hold this information and not lose its abilities to maintain the data. Or it's not going to go away. Say trial goes for 4 years. 4 years from now, is the hard drive going to be in the same condition it was? So you got to make sure that you store it properly, that you archive it properly. So, over the past 10 years, digital forensic experts have developed a variety of techniques. Following information really was gathered from experts, has become known as the 20 basic steps, and it offers best practices. Now, ultimately, you're going to have to take, and if you want, you can take these 20 steps and say, okay, based off of these steps, this is what I need to do in my lab. Or out of the 20 steps, these are really the only steps that we hit on, so we just need to make sure that we focus on that. But you're going to need to create that policy that says, okay, based off of these 20 steps, or based off of this policy, this is how you conduct a forensic examination. 1. Prepare the forensic lab environment. This is a necessity. This is why when we do the labs in the class here, we had you create or prepare the forensic lab environment first, because that is going to be the baseline of everything that you do, right? You're going to get your forensic systems or your forensic platform. You're going to make sure that you have valid systems with valid time, the lab environment secure. Ideally, what would be perfect is that you had a lab to be able to conduct each of your investigations, or you had a lab that had minimal access. So the only people that should have access are the ones that can actually conduct the investigation. Your log files have been prepared. The chain of custody documents are in order, and then the workspace is clear of all other evidence. If you're working on a case, let's say you have four workspaces, so you can actually work on 4 cases at a time. What you want to do is make sure that you remove all other evidence from that workspace, and the only thing that should be at that workspace is what you are working on currently, the investigation. So if a previous investigation had been worked on there and it was done, then you want to make sure that you remove it and then move into the next environment. Establish the sterile examination media, right? This is where I was talking about. You want to be able to hook it up. You want to wipe it 7 times based off of DoD standards or whatever your agency requirements are, your law enforcement requirements are. Wipe the drive 6 times and that's good. Wipe it 1 time and it's good. 5 times, 7. Whatever that requirement is, you want to make sure that you have that taken care of. And when you actually wipe the drive, so when I was doing computer forensics, what we used to do was if we had a down day, no cases, no investigations to work on, that's what we would do. We just hook up drives and wipe them. And then once you got done wiping them, you place a sticky on it that says, "Hey, this is when it was wiped. This day, that day, this time, that time." So that way you have everything covered. If a new case comes in, you can just grab one of those off the shelf. You don't have to waste the time to wipe drives. Forensic software must be licensed. It's either licensed to the practitioner if you're working by yourself, or licensed to the organization, depending on how you have it set up. Ideally, if you're going to use FTK, you want to make sure that you have FTK licensed to your company. Number 4, physically examine the computer or digital devices, right? We're going to note any type of hardware, software, serial numbers that are in there, anything that's unusual. Maybe there's some type of a dent, or the fact that they colored something on there, or you think that there's some piece or some device that is broken. You want to make sure you annotate that before you even take it with you. And the reason you do that is to make sure that you can say, hey, in our possession, it already looked like that. Take photos, record a log, remove the hard drive or media in order to prepare it for the acquisition. Okay, initialize the BIOS and capture the CMOS information. Take the hard drive out, boot the system up, and then press the hotkey to get into the BIOS. Record the important data to include system date, boot sequence, hard drive settings. Your boot sequence is going to tell you what they were booting off of. If for some reason it has CD-ROM or USB drive first and then hard drive last, there's potential that they didn't even use that hard drive. They could have used some type of a live CD or live USB and got into it that way. You also want the system date. This is where I said, hey, system date may say something, data on the computer may say something different. The one that you are capable of changing is the one on the computer. You can't change the system date information. So you want to have that to say, look, hey, this is what the actual time was. So for you to say that you weren't on this computer during this time frame, you actually were. Create duplicate of the original evidence. That's right. This is where we use a write blocking device and then we create a duplicate of it. Don't access any of the files or run any of the programs on the original evidence, and acquire the image and then put everything in some type of an evidence locker or a safe. 7, logically examine evidence duplicates. Keyword searches. These are going to help out tremendously. If for some reason there's something specific you're looking for, you should be able to find it a lot easier if you use the keyword functionality. Where I worked at, we were generally looking for classified information. So we were looking for secret, top secret, different types of caveats to the actual system. So we would use that to be able to conduct our searches. Step number 8, examine boot record information. Use some type of a tool to look at the boot sector so that way you can look at all the records, all the partition data and information, and then look for any other unusual configurations. Depending on the way that it's set up, it may actually point to another location. Remember what I told you, the signature 55AA, that means, hey, we're at the end of the master boot record. All right, steps 9 through 12. 9, we want to conduct data recovery operations. And what I mean by data recovery operations is that we are trying to find the data within the slack space, or the fact that they may have actually reformatted a drive, but they never put anything on it. You can actually recover that. Or they deleted a partition that was a formatted drive. You can actually recover that stuff. Audit all recovered files. Audit and create a listing of files subject to examination, and then examine unallocated file slack space for digital evidence. These are critical steps in order to find things that were probably hidden or things that were required for the specific investigation. 13, examine all user-created files and digital artifacts. And then again, conduct a keyword search as it is apparent for the digital evidence. If you are looking for a specific user or you're looking for a specific file, you can conduct that keyword search to be able to find that file. Steps 15 through 17, pursue any keyword hits, document the same. Audit, create printouts of any apparent digital evidence, and then examine executable files, run suspicious applications in a standalone environment. So the thing that's key here is if you think that you have stumbled upon any type of malicious code or any type of malware tools or devices, you want to make sure that you have some type of a standalone machine, not connected to the internet, not do anything like that. If you wanted, you could actually connect it within the little file structure or within a little VMware cluster, and then you can have TCP dump or Wireshark listening. So when you double click on it, if it starts to call out, then you can say, okay, why is this thing calling out? So you're able to do something like that, but put it in that standalone environment and find out what it is that it's doing. Okay, 18, unlock and examine any password protected files. A lot of times people have the ability to password protect their files. You try to open it up in Word and it says, okay, what's the password? Try to crack that password so that way you're able to determine what evidence, if any, is provided within that document. Create archives of all investigative materials to read-only media. Throw it onto a CD so that way it can't be changed. But you can also use that within your case report to point out, hey, here's some of the devices, here's some of the information that we found. We want to be able to put this in as evidence, and if it's on read-only media, then no one can change it or alter it. And then, of course, the last step, write your final investigative report. include all of the paragraphs, all of the information that you're going to need to be able to, that shows that you conducted this investigation and what information you found. And we'll go over the forensic reporting a little later. This concludes Module 6.
This is the instructional video for Lab 1 of Module 2's Certified Digital Forensic Examiner's course. In Lab 1, we will prepare a forensic workstation by installing some commonly used forensic tools. To begin, double-click the Module 2 Tools folder that is on the desktop. Access the Access Data directory, and you'll find the tools that we're going to install. The first tool we'll install is FTK Imager. Double-click to begin installation. When the user account control window pops up, select Yes. When the Access Data FTK Imager Install Shield wizard opens, go ahead and select Next. On the License Agreement window, choose I accept and click Next. Do not make any changes to the destination folder and click Next. At the Ready to Install the Program portion, select Install. Once the installation is complete, uncheck Launch Access Data FTK Imager and select Finish. Next, we'll install the Access Data FTK. When the user account control window pops up, select Yes. When the Access Data FTK Install Shield wizard opens, select Next. When the License Agreement window opens, select I accept and Next. Do not make any changes to the destination folder and select Next. Once the installation is complete, uncheck Launch Access Data FTK and select Finish. Next, we'll install the KFF Library Database. Double-click the icon to begin installation. When the user account control window pops up, select Yes. When the KFF database setup opens, select Next. At the License Agreement window, select I accept and then Next. Do not make any changes to the destination folder and select Next. When the KFF database setup window pops up, select OK. Once the installation is complete, select Finish. The next tool that we'll install is Access Data Registry Viewer. Double-click the Access Data Registry Viewer application to begin installation. When the Access Data Registry Viewer Install Shield wizard opens, select Next. When the License Agreement window opens, select I accept and Next. Do not make any changes to the destination folder and select Next. At the Ready to Install the Program portion, select Install. When the user account control window pops up, select Yes. Once the installation is complete, select Finish. The last tool is the Password Recovery Toolkit, which is this icon. Double-click to begin installation. When the user account control window pops up, select Yes. When the WinRAR self-extracting archive opens, select Install. When the Access Data Password Recovery Toolkit Install Shield Wizard opens, select Next. When the license agreement window opens, select Yes. Do not make any changes to the destination folder and select Next. Once the installation is complete, uncheck Launch Run the PRTK and select Finish. And this concludes Lab 1.
Welcome to Module 7, Digital Evidence Protocols. In this lesson, you're going to learn about the different types of digital evidence that may reside on digital media as its relative importance to an inquiry. So we're going to identify the concepts and protocols associated with digital evidence and the levels of proof. We're going to identify the various categories of digital evidence and where digital evidence may be acquired. And then we're going to recognize how digital evidence is properly gathered, can be presented as admissible in court. So digital evidence concepts, what we're talking about is we're looking for tools, techniques, a systematic approach that can be used to produce and analyze digital evidence. Now the evidence can be used to reconstruct what occurred during the perpetration of an offense with the ultimate purpose of linking, right? So we're talking about the offender, we're talking about the victim, and then we're talking about the specific crime or incident. Target describes the object of a crime or incident. This is often an individual victim or group of victims, but can also relate to a type of business, type of property, which could be, for example, stolen or damaged as the objective of a crime or incident. Now, digital-based evidence exists in many forms and locations with any digital system or device. The key to finding and using the information is understanding the kinds of information that may exist and where within the system to look for this type of information. In order to find the specific media that you need or the find the specific evidence to put somebody away for a long time based off of a crime, you have to know where to look. If they are hacking another system, then maybe you want to check to see if there's any programs installed that would show how they did it. If they're trying to capture user information over a network, say sitting at a Starbucks, then you want to look for things like TCP dump, Wireshark, Cain and Abel, Kismet, Kismac, things like that. If they're looking to do some more driving, you're going to look for stuff like the Kismet, the Kismac, the Cain and Abel. They're going to try and break passwords or brute force passwords. The digital forensic practitioner needs to conduct the digital forensic analysis to gather the digital evidence based on levels of proof as follows, right? Criminal, beyond a reasonable doubt. Civil, a preponderance of the evidence. So proof is confirmation of a fact by evidence. In a trial, proof is what the tier of the fact, jury or judge without a jury, needs to become satisfied that there is a preponderance of the evidence in civil cases and the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in criminal prosecution, right? When we have to prove reasonable doubt, we have to show that what took place was specifically conducted by the defendant. So one, we're looking for data files. We're looking for active data. Now this is information readily available and accessible to the end user. We're talking about word processing documents, spreadsheets, database, photographs, web pages, electronic calendars, content managers. If there's something that they can save to a specific file, then that's what they're going to do. So you want to be able to look for that information. If you know that, hey, they hacked in, they got some passwords, and they were distributing these passwords via email. You want to look at the email, or you want to look at whatever documents that they had used to put together for the specific passwords. We're talking about archival data, so information that is no longer in active use but stored separately to free space on a hard drive or media, right? So potentially they may create a file that or a folder on their system that says backup of this, right? So whenever I try to back up my computer system, I create some type of a file, call it a backup, and then I put it on another drive, or I put it in another location within my actual hard drive to show that it's a backup of information that I already have. Also, think of it as files that have been sent to storage, right? So they're files that are no longer needed, or they have reached their capacity or their use, and they're just kind of there for future use if they ever had to go back and reference them. Next, we're going to talk about backup data. So backup data is information that has been copied to a safe area, usually portable media, in order to provide the end user with access to that data in the event of a system failure. So now what happens is, if I'm the attacker, maybe one of the things that I could do is I could create a backup of my hard drive as like a clean image. And then as I start to carry out my attacks, if I know that the cops are getting closer and closer, I could always re-image my box with that backup data. Now, one of the problems with that is that if the backup is not larger than the regular system, there's a chance that there is information still available on that disk, unless of course you wipe it first and then push the backup to it, right? But if we re-image it and the information is shorter, there's a chance that they could find something, i.e., in the case of our CFO that tried to re-image his box, right? So what we've done is we've put down the new operating system, but we forgot to take care of everything else. And then backup data is gonna include information relating to the end user preference and system settings. Again, continuing with backup data, so the following files must be analyzed carefully. Within 95, 98, we're looking at C Windows, sys backup, and then we're looking for one of those .cab files. This is going to contain the user.dat, system.dat, the win.ini, the system.ini. We move further on to like NT 2000 and XP. You see documents and settings, the actual username, and then an NT user.dat. That information is going to store things that he has done on the system. There are things that are backed up to there. Also, for Vista and Windows, you just see C user, username, and then NT user.dat. Residual data. Okay, so residual data is information that appears to be gone or not visible to the end user, however, is still recoverable. This is where I'm talking about when we delete something, it deletes the pointer to it, but unless you actually overwrite that information or you wipe that information clear, there's still a chance that the forensic practitioner can find that information. May no longer exist, i.e., in front of you. So if you go to the C drive and you had just deleted a file there, you might not see it there. However, if you forensically looked at the C drive, you may see off in the distance in slack space, or you may see off in the distance in recoverable areas where you can actually recover that specific file. And then sometimes even deleting a formatted partition, you may be able to recover that whole partition. Because a lot of times people will say, oh, well, okay, instead of trying to delete all these files or overwrite it, let me just delete the partition. So then when you as the forensic practitioner bring that file back up or bring that partition back up, you see it exactly like they did before they deleted it. Okay, so to continue on with the residual data, we talk about free space. Evidence eliminator, that's one thing that you could use, right? So the file's been deleted, the data in that file is not erased, rather the file system just marks it as free space. Now, once it is deleted, if you erase it, then you're not actually going to be able to pull stuff up like that. But you can use different things like wipe drive, eraser, evidence eliminator. Those things will go in and delete out or overwrite that free space. File slack. So file slack space is sometimes created because the OS will store data from one file into a series of clusters. Now, the unused portion of the clusters is referred to as file slack. Also, if a new file overriding a deleted file contains less data, you also have that fragment or that slack space, that file slack on the end of it. So you could still find parts of the information even though part of it was overwritten. Now we're going to move on to RAM slack. So when data is written to the disk or media, it's written in a 512 byte block. And this means that if the end user saves 12 bytes to the file, the OS would actually save 12 bytes and potentially 500 bytes of what happened to be in RAM at the time. Thus, RAM slack could possibly contain sensitive information, such as a password, someone's name, credit card information, depending on how they interacted with it, right? So if I have Safari web browser up and I type up a couple of things and then I close it out and you're able to get a hold of that memory, you may actually still be able to see that. And it could have my password, it could have credit card information. If there's a document I was working on. The other thing is like the swap file, right? So when we talk about the swap file, most things that happen are you have 2 gigs, let's say 2 gigs of RAM, and then your swap file could be 2 gigs up to 4 gigs because sometimes you want to double the size. But when the RAM is trying to use or maneuver around moving stuff and you have like 6 things open and it just can't process it fast enough, then there are some times that it will throw temporarily out to virtual memory. So I always enjoy to look at things like the page file because the page file is basically your memory or your disk space memory as far as the swap file. So it'll push it out to that. And you can actually find like half of documents in there. One of the things when I was conducting forensics is that we would, like I said, we would search for classified material and you wouldn't be able to find the complete file. However, you could find tidbits of like paragraphs out of the file that had the portion markings of secret no foreign, top secret with SCI or something like that. System swap file is a hidden system file that contains file information, printer queue, and even data that was never saved. And these files are usually time and date stamped. So you can actually see maybe the last time it was written to, but you would have to look through the file to figure out what information was saved and what time. Here's your swap files. So for 3.1 to 3.11, it was 386 spart.par. Windows 95 and 98, it was win386.swap. And then Windows NT and higher has been C pagefile.sys. Okay, more on residual data. We talk about temp files. Many programs create temp files or spool files on a drive while running. Often these temp files contain large copies of data, and when deleted, they become part of the drive free space. Also, temp files are sometimes not deleted by the app and are saved to Windows with a time and date stamp. So there's a chance that if you're using a specific app or a specific program that you think that it deletes the temp files, but it doesn't. What it actually does is it stores it off into a folder, maybe underneath that program file / temp, whatever it is, and you can actually use those to review it. Okay, unallocated space. So we need to be very aware of unallocated space. As its name implies, this is the disk space which is available to the operating system but not yet allocated. The clusters which was occupied by a file is merely made available to the operating system. Any data that previously occupied this space is still available for recovery and examination until overwritten. Again, this is where we're talking about a file gets deleted. Maybe the file doesn't get deleted and somehow some stuff gets written to it, and then you disk defrag and it moves it around and sets it all up. So you would have to change that specific spot, but you're able to go into the unallocated space and carve out the data that you see as far as the way that it's saved on the operating system or on the hard drive. Okay, again, data files. Now we're moving into electronic mail or email, right? This has several characteristics that make it an excellent source of digital evidence. First is the informal and candid nature in which most people use email, right? So ideally, we're talking about your airline tickets round trip. It's going to so and so at hotmail.com and it's coming from an airline ticket office. And it says, hey, today is this day. What would you consider a good deal? How about 2 airline tickets to this destination of your choice? This would be considered a phishing attack, I feel, because once you click on that, you're going to go off to some other random location and you're going to try and type in the information, and they're going to ask you for a username and password or be able to steal that information from you. The other thing is that these might be emails that you're looking for when you're looking through the evidence, because you might be able to prove that if your client clicked on whatever evidence it was, that's how he got hacked in the first place. Second, most people think that email messages are impermanent and therefore are more likely to express frank thoughts and opinions that they would put in a formal memorandum or letter, right? So ideally, you may say something in there that you wouldn't say to your boss, thinking that no one else is going to see it. That could come back to haunt you in the fact that if you're in a real high level position, or if you say something that would cause them to become angry, or different things like that, you could lose your job for it. Third, email is more difficult to get rid of than most users think, and email is easily copied and forwarded, thus making distribution nearly impossible, right? To control it. Ideally, what happens is you send out, let's see, what was it, Jerry Maguire? You send out an agency all memo and you say, hey, this needs to change, this needs to change, this needs to change. He couldn't take it back. By the time he wrote it and put it into everybody's box, he couldn't go take it back. So people were reading it, and he potentially got fired for it, and he had to start his own company. Background data. While data files and email will usually be the primary sources of digital evidence, there are by no means the only information that can be recovered from digital media. So the operating system also provides a wealth of background data or information which itself may be valuable evidence or which can be used to further develop facts in a case, right? So if we know how to interact with the system, then we would be able to use that to say, okay, here's the information, and based off of this information, my client or your client did or did not do whatever they were being accused of, right? So audit trails, system logs. This is going to contain information where it says, look, hey, this is when this happened. It was successful. It was a failure. This is how this happened. It was successful. It was a failure. But it records it in a location that you can go and look at it and say, okay, this right here shows that at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you successfully logged into the server. And then from 3 to 5, you downloaded all of this information. And then at 5 o'clock, you successfully logged off. So we're showing all of that, and we're showing that the information was downloaded. So for that specific user, you have a chance to prove that innocence or prove whether they're guilty or not, obviously beyond a reasonable doubt. Access control records also provide useful information. Most networks use access control lists to limit different users' rights to access, view, and edit files. Ideally, you could say, hey, for the administrator, you get to do everything. You can install programs and hardware, you can make system wide changes. But under the limited account, you're allowed to change your own picture, and then you can create and change your password, right? Because the user's not going to tell you that you need to change your or the system administrator is not going to tell you need to change your password. You're going to be able to do that on your own. Okay, one other spot is talking about metadata. So valuable information such as time, date, author of the documentation may be embedded into the electronic form. This information is called metadata. If I write out a Word document, I type it out and I save it, and then just before I send it to you, I change it to a .exe. Well, when you go to look at this information in some type of forensic tool, whether it's FTK, Encase, whatever it is, the metadata is going to show you who created it, at what time. Well, what program created it, who that program was registered to, at what time that file was created, and what the proper extension for that file is, right? If I have a .exe and I change it to a .doc, that's a lie. It's a .exe, and it's going to show that information in the metadata. All right, so when we talk about admissibility in court, so the courts and rules of evidence, right? There's no question that information stored on computers or digital devices is discoverable. And then when you talk about the federal rules of procedure, this includes the definition: data compilation from which information can be attained, and permits parties to copy, test, or sample anything tangible, basically. Courts facing the issue have uniformly ruled that digital evidence or digital information is discoverable. And then courts have further held that deleted files on a party's hard drive are discoverable, and that an expert must be allowed to retrieve all recovered files. Once you retrieve those recovered files, you have to be able to identify what it is that was deleted, how it was deleted, why it was deleted, and well, you might not be able to say the why, but based off of reading the actual document or looking at it, if it's a Word document, you might be able to see why. Maybe it's bank statements that they didn't want anybody else to see because they were skimming money or doing anything like that. Another thing to think of, courts have also ruled that under any circumstances, a copy, duplicate, of digital evidence is admissible as long as the original stays the same and you have a way to authenticate it, right? This is where we were talking about MD5, SHA-1, the CRC check. As long as I can show that this is the hash for MD5 on the original evidence and this is a hash for the forensic evidence, that is the difference, right? We can show that, and that would make it admissible in court as well. This concludes Module 7. Hello, and welcome to Computer Investigative Theory, Module number 8. In this lesson, you will cover the various aspects of computer forensic investigative theory. We're going to identify the types of digital evidence, attacks, and reconstruction techniques. We're going to identify how digital evidence can be classified and compared. We're going to identify the various types of digital evidence clues available to the investigator, and then the various aspects of the digital forensic behavioral analysis. Digital evidence is a type of physical evidence, right? We've been talking about this the whole time. We would consider a computer digital evidence. Well, that's also a physical piece of evidence. Although digital evidence is less tangible than other forms of physical evidence, i.e. fingerprints, DNA, weapons, still considered physical evidence. And then, of course, digital evidence is made up of magnetic fields and electronic pulses that can be collected and analyzed using special tools and techniques. We have to use specific software in order to view this type of digital evidence. We can use a write blocker, and then we take the image, and then based off of that image, we're able to look at it with FTK, EnCase, registry viewer, different things like that to find that specific digital evidence. A fundamental principle in forensic science that is useful for crime, incident, scene reconstruction, and linking an offender to a crime is Locard's exchange principle, also known as the theory of transference. Forensic scientists have almost universally accepted the Locard exchange principle. This doctrine was enunciated early in the 20th century by Dr. Edmond Locard, the director of the first crime laboratory in France. Locard's exchange principle shows or states that with contact between two items, there will be an exchange. So if an individual sits down at a computer and uses it to do something, then they're exchanging information or they're exchanging data. So according to this principle, anyone or anything entering a crime or slash incident scene takes something with them and leaves something of themselves behind when they depart, right? If I have a computer, I'm using the computer to hack into a network. When I connect to that specific device, however it is, whether it's I use some type of login and password, or I use some type of known vulnerability and connect to it, there's potential that when I log into the system, I may find that I have also logged in specific files on the system. And if I can't clean those out, then when I leave, it's just going to stay there. There's some type of a track there to be able to follow. Here is our setup. So we've got the incident scene, the suspect, and the victim. So in many cases, physical evidence and forensic science will help the digital forensic practitioner to build the relationship between the incident scene, the victim, and the suspect, right? So we have to identify who we think did it, and based off of how they did it, and how they tie to the victim. And once they're tied to the victim, how does it tie to the location that the actual incident happened? Three main aspects to the digital reconstruction: recovery of active, backup, hidden, encrypted, deleted, or damaged artifacts, the classification of the digital evidence, and then the actual reconstruction of the events. So what we need to do is build some type of a timeline that shows this is exactly what happened, this is how it happened, and this is where it happened. And as long as we can show that with the digital evidence that we've been given, we are able to put somebody away for a really long time. The recovery of active, backup, hidden, encrypted, deleted, or damaged artifacts, usually the first step of recreating the digital incident scene. The forensic practitioner needs to have access to the tools and the time necessary to be able to fully develop this information or to fully recover the digital artifacts and use that to rebuild that timeline of the events that happened, how they happened. And then it's only then that the investigator will be able to piece together that specific timeline and be able to articulate or determine what the actual incident was so that way that they can explain it in a court of law. Our second step in recreating the incident scene, we've got to classify the digital artifacts. This is a process of finding characteristics that can be used to describe it in general terms, distinguish it from similar specimens. Also, once we do the classification process, it has to be carried out in two processes: a comparison and individualization. So what we need to be able to do is say, hey, this is compared to this, and this is why it happened, or this is done by itself, and this is why it happened, right? So the comparison, crucial when examining digital evidence. Comparing a piece of digital evidence with a control specimen can highlight the unique aspect of the artifact. So if we're able to say this was used and this was used, or this was used and this is what it's generally used for, and this is what he used it for, and we compare that, we can say, hey, it's not supposed to be used for that. Individualizing characteristics are sometimes created at random. You take a case of a scratch on the scanner bed, and a scanner is used to create a photo. The other is characteristics may have been produced intentionally or by mistakes for later identification. Now, when we talk about specific things, in 1999, the Melissa virus hit the internet via Microsoft Word. This was attached to an email. Excuse me. The virus propagated so quickly that it forced many organizations to shut down their email. Now, once they carefully examined it and went through the metadata, and this is where I was talking about, if you create that file, when you go in and look at the metadata, you're able to identify maybe a specific username that created it, maybe a host name that created, even potentially a computer name, and you should be able to track that back. What investigators were able to do was they were able to tie the group UID to a specific MAC address and then subsequently find and arrest the individual that had created the virus. Now, digital evidence can therefore be classified, compared, and individualized in several forms. So we talk about content. This is where the investigator can use the contents of an email message or artifact to classify and determine the origin. So if we see, hey, it came from this person, it went to this person, this is the time that it happened, and this is the email address that was used. The function piece, they can basically examine how a program functions to classify whether it's individualized, and then also in the case of like a Trojan horse program. Depending on what individuals use or how they set up the network and what they expect the Trojan horse to do. And then characteristics, we start talking about file names, MD5 hashes, timestamps. These all can be helpful in trying to individualize digital evidence. We can basically say, hey, this is a file name. This is a known file name that is created by this individual, and it's not the first time that he has done it. Now, the process continues on, and it's also a very time consuming process, right? So, for the investigator, he has to be able to articulate and itemize the specific artifacts that he wants to use to say, hey, based off of this artifact, this individual did this, this was the timeline that he did it. And they have to be able to look at the smallest detail, which provides those clues and can prove or disprove the overall hypothesis. So if you have to take that extra step to get very, very granular, it is going to be hard to continue through the process, or it's going to take a very long time to continue through the process. And depending on the investigation, you may not have that time. Now, our third step in this event is reconstruction. The concept of reconstructing an incident is fairly simple, right? The investigator has to be able to say, hey, this is the digital evidence, and we have to be able to provide the understanding of who did it, what was done, when it was done, where it was done, why we believe it was done, and then, of course, how they did the incident or how the incident was carried out. During reconstruction, we're talking about sequence of events, the location, time and or duration of the specific incident, right? So if we're able to explain that they went into Starbucks, they sat there for 15 minutes, they started running Wireshark, they captured somebody's username and password, turned around and used that username and password to log into their bank account information and transferred money over to their bank account. How long did this happen? The duration of the events were about 15 to 20 minutes, and they were able to just leave with no other issues. Now, some of the clues that are used to recreate the incident, clues are relational. So, where an object is in relation to other objects, the individual sitting in Starbucks and everybody's connected to the internet, he's looking at the traffic. Functional. Functional, the way something works or how it is used during the incident, and then temporal, how an object fits into the analysis based upon the passage of time, right? So, depending on how long this individual has been messing with this equipment or how long they've been using the equipment, determines what it is that happened, the timeline. We have to be able to show that specific information. Now, temporal aspects of digital evidence are especially important when reconstructing the incident. We have to establish the when of the event. This is very crucial because if the defense attorney is saying, oh, my client was nowhere near his computer from this time to this time, yet you're showing on a timeline that somebody logged in with the client's username and password during that specific time. And according to maybe the company that they work for, being able to log in with a username and password means that you shouldn't be sharing it with anybody else. So if you're not sharing it with anybody else, then how is it that somebody logged in during the time that he said he was nowhere to be around? So you have to watch out for things like that. Things that show that as well as like the system time on a computer. So Microsoft tells you it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The system tells you it's only 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's a 2-hour discrepancy, but that discrepancy might be what distinguishes whether the individual used the computer or not. Behavioral evidence analysis. This is a tool in which the investigator can use to condense digital evidence into a form that helps. So we focus on the investigation. We narrow the suspect pool. We understand the offender's choices, and we interview suspects. With the analysis, we can accomplish this in 3 steps: equivocal forensic analysis, victimology, and incident scene characteristics. So when we talk about EFA, this is the process of familiarizing oneself with the digital evidence without leaping to conclusions, right? Our conclusions regarding the physical and digital evidence are still open to interpretation, and what we need to do is make sure that we include interviews with the victims, the witnesses to the incident, whenever possible. We need to make sure that we're finding the specific information that we need to know to make that conclusion, but we're not going to make that conclusion without going through the steps that we need to. Also, we want to look at potential patterns of behavior. This may begin to appear, and then there may be gaps in the evidence that may begin to emerge. Many of the digital investigative situations, there's just simply not enough digital evidence to generate leads, and it's necessary to look for more evidence. So ideally what happens, you get a computer that says, oh, it belonged to this person. You ask that person, hey, what about this? He doesn't give you really much information. You don't really have a lead that you can follow. You're going to have to continue to look into that type of information. So it's very hard to do with digital evidence. It's not like you talk to somebody and they say, oh yeah, so and so and so and so, and then you're like, oh, I got a lead because they told us about this person. Computer's not going to do that unless you see it in an email or some type of other correspondence. Now, this is the point in the investigation where investigators should closely follow the steps for digital evidence examination. We talk about recognition, we talk about collection, we talk about preservation, documentation, classification, comparison, individualization, and reconstruction, right? These are our steps to go through as we talk about the analysis and the timeline and trying to create those links throughout the investigation to pinpoint what the individual did, how they did it, were they collaborating with anybody during this specific incident. Then we talk about victimology. So this is the process of learning about the victims of the crime. What you want to do is be able to talk to the individuals that were the victims in the crime. They were the ones that the offense was done against them. You go into Starbucks, 4 people lost their username and password. You're going to talk to those 4 people and say, what happened? Kind of walk me through it. Why is it that this individual wanted to target you? That's the things that you're going to be thinking about. If an investigator can understand how and why an offender has selected a particular victim, this is going to help the link. So if we're able to prove some type of a modem, maybe we find out that this individual took the username and passwords of 4 individuals because they were all in some type of a study group, and the 4 individuals kicked this one individual out, and they still met at Starbucks. And since he knew that they met at Starbucks, as a rule, victimology should include a thorough search for cyber trails. Cyber trail is both an extension of an incident scene in the real world and the digital incident scene in itself. Um, if an incident occurs in the physical world and there's a computer with the network access involved, the investigator should attempt to establish that cyber trail. What we used to do is when I was in Illinois conducting the SIDA investigations, I would go and I would talk to somebody and they would say, hey, listen, so and so had a computer, and I believe it was an unclassified computer. It looked like he had classified material on it. Well, now that that's like that, I have to take that computer and send it back to our guys within the intelligence community to have them review that data to make sure there's no classified material on it. Now, once I got done working there, my next assignment was in the computer forensics department where I was actually able to see that side of it. So now I actually started investigations and sent the computer over, and then 3 years later, I was on the side where I was actually investigating the computers that were related to specific intelligence investigations. When developing the cyber trail, you should ask the following questions. What did the victim do on the internet? Were they going out to their bank account and somebody took their banking information? What did the victim get from the internet that was not accessible otherwise? Obviously, in this incident, it's because he had to go out and get to the banking information. But what if the victim was downloading some type of software program? He got redirected to another page that looked like it had the same software program download. He downloaded it, and now he has a virus on his computer, right? How did the victim access the internet? Was it their own account at home? Because that adds a whole lot more to it. If you're sitting inside your house and somebody happens to drive by and see that you have wireless available, they may log into your wireless and then pull that information, right? The other piece is your parents' account, a friend's account. Was this at Starbucks? From where did the victim access the internet, right? This is where we talk about, were they at home, were they at work, were they at mom's house, were they at a cafe? And then why did the victim pick the location to access the internet? Privacy, was it a business, or was it there to meet people? Like I said, the example I gave, you're going to Starbucks for a study group, so you guys all log onto the internet to be able to do a little bit of research to kind of answer the questions of what you're talking about within that study group. What internet services did the victim use and why? Hey, if it's Starbucks, it's because that's the only thing that was available. And were they trying to make money on the internet? In this instance, probably not. They were trying to do research to be able to answer questions within their study group. Did the victim exhibit any behavior that might shed light on the victim's mental state, sexuality, lifestyle, intelligence, or self image? Was this something that the individual was targeted based on their lifestyle or the way that they do things? You have to be able to articulate this information and find out maybe if there's more to the specific crime than just they were hacking into something or they got a hold of their bank accounts. And are there any discernible patterns in the victim's internet activities that suggest a routine, habits, a schedule? In our instance, right, hey, for 6 weeks or something, you guys were going twice a week to Starbucks to be able to study for whatever exams that you had for the class. So based off of that, the attacker was able to sit on the other side of Starbucks because he had basically been removed from this specific study group, and he was able to sit across the way and collect the information. So you have to be able to figure out, is this a habit? Are you continuously doing the same thing every single day? So somebody's going to figure that out. You become a vulnerable target, and then they attack you. Closely examining incident scenes and determining the significance of incident scene characteristics is key in the development to complete the behavioral analysis. And then, of course, your incident scene characteristics are the distinguishing features of an incident scene as evidenced by offenders' behavioral decisions regarding the victims and the incident location. Again, why are they here? Why are they doing this? Well, they're doing this here because it was easier to get a hold of the victim to be able to make them pay for whatever problems that they were having. Networks, they add complexity to the incident scene analysis, right? So being able to allow an offender into a different location than their victims, being able to use another location, the offender can use the internet or a network as a virtual location, thus adding new characteristics and dimensions to the scene. As an attacker, if I use the internet, I can sit anywhere as long as I have access to the internet and I can get to that specific location, right? So we look at chat rooms and news groups. These are equivalent to town squares on the internet. This is providing a venue for meetings and exchanges in the digital form. Criminals can use these areas to acquire victims and coordinate with their accomplices. So, what they're able to do is say, hey, this is what we're going to do, this is how we're going to do it. And if they can do it sometimes, they can get their victims to take whatever it is that they want them to take before they even get out of that specific chat room. Hey, oh man, I just need somebody to look at this, review my resume, blah, blah, blah. They say, hey, I'll review it for you. You pass that information over to them, they pass it to you, and then all of a sudden you have a virus. Okay, so continuing with the analysis, this can lead to a very useful understanding of the choices made by the offender, right? It's difficult to imagine that an investigation would not benefit from a clear headed review of existing evidence, a search for additional sources of evidence to fill in the gaps, and a summary of what is known about the offender, right? If we can put all three of these together, that's going to help us in our investigation big time. So the clear headed review. Maybe you've been working on it all day. You kind of just need to break away, just break out, go home, get some sleep, come back the next day, and hit back into the evidence to see if you can figure it. Looking for additional sources. Find out, hey, is Starbucks the only place that he went? Did he go somewhere else? Has anybody seen him anywhere else? And then if you know about the offender, you can use that information to articulate what his behavior actually is. Where does he like to go? What does he like to do? By using all these steps, basically, if we use the forensic analysis, the victimology piece, and the incident scene analysis, you as the computer forensic practitioner will have a better chance at solving the incidents involving digital evidence. If you are able to articulate the location, how it happened, why it happened, basically the 5 W's, then you're able to explain in a court of law what it is that happened and why you believe it happened or why it happened in that instance. This concludes Module 8. Welcome to Module 9, Digital Evidence Presentation. In this lesson, we're going to cover the how to identify the concepts of best evidence, identify the concept of hearsay, authenticity, and alterations of computer records, and then layman's analogies available to the digital forensic practitioner. So ideally, this is the way to present digital evidence to higher authorities or in a courtroom. Please note that the information in this lesson is provided as a guideline to your investigative process. As always, remember, like we talked about in the very first module, that you need to make sure that you check with local authorities to find out if this is the way that it's supposed to happen. As far as conducting any digital related seizures and presenting that evidence in a court of law. So, evidence to be considered. Every type of proof legally presented at a trial, which is allowed by a judge, which is intended to convince the judge and or jury of alleged facts material to the case. And then it can include oral testimony, witnesses, experts on technical matters, documents, public records, objects, photographs, and disposition. You need to make sure that if you have specific types of evidence, that you need to be able to present that evidence in court. One of the goals of the investigator is to include gathering as much admissible digital evidence as possible. The evidence can be evaluated by the trier of fact during his or her fact finding process. Ideally, the goal is to put together as much evidence as possible. If you walk into somebody's house, you're not just looking for the laptop computer. You're looking for the laptop, the desktop, a thumb drive, an external hard drive, a network drive, Wi-Fi device, printer, a scanner, copier if they have one. You're looking for any type of device that would hold media or be able to store media so that way you can find what it is that the individual was doing wrong as part of the investigation. Three major categories of digital evidence: inculpatory evidence, and this is that which supports a given theory; exculpatory evidence, which contradicts a given theory; and then evidence of tampering, which can be related to any theory but shows that the system was tampered with to avoid identification. Ideally, what this entails is if for some reason an individual is caught and they're trying to hide their tracks, what they may end up doing is trying to destroy the hard drive or the computer that holds the hard drive in order to make sure that you, as the forensic examiner, cannot find that information. It should be noted that the rules of evidence are no different for electronically filed records than they are for paper records. However, because electronic files are particularly susceptible to purposeful or accidental alteration, layering a foundation for their admission must be done with particular care. And then, of course, proper control over creation and maintenance of these files can be crucial, because what happens is you, as the attorney, says, oh yeah, so the offender looked at these files at this specific time, and we can prove that because the last access time was this, and this is when the individual was logged onto the computer. Defense attorney gets up and says, hey, I understand that you say that that might have happened. However, when my forensic examiner looked at it, it showed that the access time was actually this date, which was a day that my client was not anywhere near the computer or accessing those files. So you have to make sure that you write protect things, that you don't mess with the original evidence. Although creation and maintenance of electronic files inherently imposes strict procedure controls, inadequate documentation or the inability to explain these controls in layman's terms can have dire consequences as well. Getting such evidence admitted, or the weight it is according to the terms of the probative value, right? So, what we're trying to figure out is if the information is admissible in court. And if we're going to say, hey, I would like to admit this as evidence item A, evidence item D, whatever evidence item it is, we have to make sure that we can explain why it's being admitted into court. Digital evidence is basically computer processed information on storage media. This is where we're looking at hard drives, we're looking at tape, magnetic discs, floppies, thumb drives, whatever it is. The storage media is represented in the form of machine readable code and patterns. Although the information is filed electronically in this media, the files themselves are in readable magnetic files. And then, of course, in any case, such files are considered writings or recordings in federal courts and in most state courts. The best evidence rule: magnetic files are called machine readable because they can be copied into a computer for processing and interpreted for printing out into human readable form on paper or microfilm. Before the courts, an original of a record is the record itself, which can pose a problem regarding computer printouts in the face of the best evidence rule. And this rule, when rigidly applied, precludes admissibility of anything but the original document to prove its content. So if you sit there and say that, hey, this is the original copy, I printed out exactly what was on the computer, the individuals might be able to say this is just a scanned copy, whereas the actual original paper copy. Recognizing the impracticality of the rule when applied to magnetic files, many states and U.S. federal governments have adopted rules that define computer printouts as original. So now what's happening is when I print out that scanned copy, it's actually holding up in court to say, hey, this is an original. And then, absent such a rule, at least one court has taken the view that printouts of records stored in magnetic medium are admissible because they are unavailable and useless except by means of the printed out sheet, right? So we can't provide a computer to show this information. The only way we can do it is to print it out. So even though it's not the original that was scanned, we can still use it as an original. Now, in the case of CD-ROMs, optical discs, in most instances, etched on the surface of the special coated disc with a laser beam. Now, although this information is stored on that optical disc, image optically scan literal, graphical, or pictorial information as opposed to the binary coded characters. It is nonetheless machine readable. In the absence of statutory or case law, to the contrary, optical disc files should be treated no differently than information that's stored on a magnetic disc, right? So we're going to say, hey, if we print out from the optical disc, it's the same as if we print it out from a computer. Federal Rules of Evidence, Rule 101 states, writings and recordings consist of letters, words, or numbers, or their equivalent, set down by magnetic impulse, mechanical or electronical reading, or other form of data compilation. Rule 1002 states, to prove the content of a recording, writing, or photograph, the original writing, recording, or photograph is required, except as otherwise provided in the rules or by act of Congress. Right? So if we're able to articulate that a specific piece of evidence is the content of the writing, the original writing, then it depends on the court to decide whether or not it's admissible. The federal rules do indeed provide otherwise with regards to duplicates and public records or official records. The rules state that the pertinent part as follows. A duplicate is a counterpart produced by the same impression as the original, or by a mechanical or electronic re-recording, or by other equivalent techniques which accurately reproduces the original. So what we're saying here is that in order to get that duplicate, you have to have some version of the original, right? So if that means that we have a scanned copy saved on our desktop as a PDF and we print it out, that's just like having the original. The duplicate is admissible to the same extent as the original unless a genuine question is raised as to the authenticity of the original. And in the circumstances, it would be unfair to admit a duplicate in lieu of the original evidence. So it's not like you can go and print out a copy or make a copy of the original if you have the original to admit into court. Digital evidence as far as it relates to hearsay. So federal courts have often assumed that all computer records contain hearsay. More critical views suggest that, in fact, only portions of computer records contain hearsay. So when a computer record contains the assertions of a person, whether or not processed by a computer, and they are offered to prove the truth of a master asserted, the record can contain hearsay. Definition for hearsay: hearsay in English law and hearsay in the United States law. A legal principle concerning the admission of evidence through repetition of out-of-court statements. So ideally, it just depends on how it relates to the individual. If somebody else is saying it and you're saying that somebody else said it, then it's hearsay. In such cases, the government must fit the record within a hearsay exception, such as the business record exception. When a computer record contains only computer-generated data untouched by human hands, however, the record cannot contain hearsay. In such cases, the government must establish the authenticity of the record, but it does not need to establish that a hearsay exception applies for the records to be admissible in court. So in this instance, what we're saying is, hey, if no one touched it and it was created by the specific computer, that's not really hearsay because the computer created it. They just need to be able to make it admissible in court. From a practical perspective, being able to admit the computer stored records pursuant to the business record exception is the same as admitting any other business records. So consider an email harassment case. To help establish that the defendant was the sender or the harassing message, the prosecution may seek the introduction of records from the sender's ISP, showing that the defendant was the registered owner of the account from which the emails were sent. Ordinarily, this would require testimony from an employee of the ISP, the custodian or other qualified witnesses that ISP regularly maintains customer account records for billing and other purposes, and that the records to be offered for admission are such records that were made at or near the time of the events they described in the regular course of the ISP's business. Now, again, we have to be able to establish that the computer system from which the record was obtained is maintained in the ordinary course of business, and that is, it is a regular practice of the business to rely upon these records for their accuracy. So, authenticity and alteration. We talk about digital records can be altered easily. So, opposing parties can often allege that the computer records lack authenticity because they have been tampered with or changed after they were created. For example, when we look at U.S. versus Whitaker, the government retrieved computer files from the computer of a narcotics dealer named Frost. The files from Frost's computer included detailed records of narcotic sales by 3 aliases: me, Frost himself, presumably Gator, the nickname of Frost's co-defendant Whitaker, and Cruz, the name of another dealer. Similar cases when we talk about authenticity is United States versus Bonello. The fact that it is possible to alter data contained in a computer is plainly insufficient to establish untrustworthiness. And then U.S. versus Glasser, the existence of all airtight security systems to prevent tampering is not, however, a prerequisite to the admissibility of computer printouts. If such prerequisite did exist, it would become virtually impossible to admit computer-generated records, and the party opposing admission would have to show only that a better security system was feasible. So when you're talking about the authenticity of it or the alterations, one simple change could cause the data to be altered. After getting back to the Frost case, after the government permitted Frost to help retrieve the evidence from his computer and declined to establish a formal chain of custody at trial, Whitaker argued that the files implicating him through his alias were not properly authenticated. So Whitaker argued a few rapid keystrokes. Frost could have easily added Whitaker's alias Gator to the printouts in order to finger Whitaker and to appear more helpful to the government. The courts have responded with considerable skepticism to such unsupported claims that computer records have been altered. Absent specific evidence that shows tampering, kept the fact that they were not, or the mere possibility of it did not affect the authenticity of the computer record. Authenticity of computer-generated records sometimes indicates the reliability of the computer programs that create the records. For example, if a computer-generated record might not be authentic if the computer that creates the record contains serious programming errors. So depending on the way the program is set up or the information that is within the program could actually show that even though this specific program had created the individual's incident, that it was actually created due to a technicality or a programming error. So had there not been an error, this program would have never created the specific incident or the information that had happened that created the specific incident. Defendants in criminal trials often attempt to challenge the authenticity of the computer-generated records by challenging their reliability. And the courts have indicated that the government can overcome this challenge so long as the government provides sufficient facts to warrant a finding that the records are trustworthy and the opposing party is afforded an opportunity to inquire into the accuracy thereof. So ideally what happens is if I say, hey, you did this, and you say, no, I didn't, I have to be able to prove that you did. You have to be able to prove that you didn't. Layman's analogies. So a variety of layman's analogies exist to explain very technical information and procedures to attorneys, judge, and jury. It is the digital forensic practitioner's responsibility to be able to provide this information. So they have to convert a complex forensic data and procedures into something that is understood by the attorney. If the attorney is going to try the case, they have to be able to explain in detail what is going on with the case. They have to be able to say, hey, this information was found, and that's why this individual is guilty. Or this information was found, and that's why the individual is innocent. And then the summary. The introduction of digital evidence can be difficult because of the avenues open for challenging its relevance and reliability. Common assaults on the integrity of digital storage or generated files include questioning. So, the source of the input data or information and the process for transcribing it to the machine readable form. The computer programs that create, edit, and update files, the programs that produce the output and stored files, and then the reliability of that hardware or vendor based off of them off the shelf. If you had to rely on Microsoft, a lot of people would argue that Microsoft is buggy, it crashes too much. So that's why we weren't able to do anything with this specific software. That's why it created all these timestamps and caused all these files to be messed up. Okay, this concludes Module 9.
This is the instructional video for Lab 3. In Lab 3, we'll image some case evidence using FTK Imager. To begin, let's open up FTK Imager by double-clicking on its icon on the desktop. When the user account control window pops up, go ahead and click Yes. Once the program is open, you'll click File, and then Create Disk Image. You'll want to make sure you select Physical Drive, and click Next. Use the drop-down menu to select the drive that you want to take an image of. If your screen is kind of small, you may need to hover over it, and it'll show you which one you're selecting. Make sure you select the 4 GB drive. Click Finish. On the Create Image screen, click Add, and choose E01 as your destination image type. Now we'll add some evidence item information. Our case number is mile2-100-01. Our evidence number is mile2-01. The unique description will be mile2 lab 3 evidence image. For examiner, go ahead and place your name. For notes, we'll add the date and time that the image was taken. Click Next. On the image destination folder, click Browse. Browse to the folder you want, in this case, mile2 image destination. Highlight it and click OK. In the image file name, type mile2_01. Now go ahead and hit Finish. Once you return to this screen, click Start. Once the image has been created, FTK will verify that the data it created matches exactly with what the source data was. Once verification is complete, you'll be shown the MD5 and SHA-1 hashes of the drive image that FTK just created. It may be helpful to write these down or take a screenshot for future reference. Click Close. On the Creating Image screen, click Image Summary. The image summary displays information related to the image you just created. Select OK to close the image summary. On the Creating Image screen, select Close to close FTK Imager, and then select File, Exit. And that concludes Lab 3.
Welcome to Module 10, Computer Forensic Laboratory Protocols. In this lesson, we're going to learn about the procedures and protocols for the administrator of a computer forensic laboratory. We're going to learn the importance of quality and documentation in the lab setting. We're going to talk about various aspects of peer review process, various types of annual review procedures, the differences for forensic deviation, the various types of long-term storage, and the various lab items subject to legal discovery. So an organization or agency which has established or will establish a computer forensic laboratory, a variety of procedures and protocols should be implemented to ensure a smooth running operation. The following information was developed from some of the larger computer forensic labs across the United States and should be used as guidelines. Your organizational policies may vary depending upon your location. So digital evidence equals latent evidence. It's visible, it's easily altered and destroyed, requires precautions to prevent alterations, requires specific tools, requires specialized training, expert testimony. So we talk about quality assurance. This refers to the measures that are taken by a laboratory to monitor, verify, and document its performance. Regular proficiency and regular auditing of the laboratory will help within the quality assurance process, and then to demonstrate that a laboratory is meeting its quality control. So here we see quality assurance. We got people, we got equipment, we got products. We need them all in the circle. We need them all working together. Standard operating procedures. So unlike its physical or chemical counterpart, digital forensic science is rapidly changing. And we need to make sure that we annotate inside a baseline standard operating procedure that allows your computer forensic lab operations to run more smoothly. So reports, a report of examination or a report of investigation, as appropriate, should be submitted at the completion of each examination. The report will describe all items and evidence, and the facts will be presented in a concise but sufficiently detailed manner. Peer review. You need to make sure that the peer review process is designed to provide insight to the computer forensic practitioner. The process should focus on the key points: your reports, your interpretations, your opinions, your findings, your deliverables, testing the methodology, any type of emails or letters, anything discoverable, and then, of course, evidence collection methodology. So who should review it? Team members. Anybody who's familiar with the case, anybody who has an objective view or a different point of view for the case, industry peers, someone from another team, another agency, another company, depending on how you're able to share it or what you're able to do. Message boards, if you can actually provide that information like that. Was the documentation submitted in the proper format? Look at grammar, spelling, punctuation, sentence structure. You need to make sure that all this stuff is clear and concise, and then it maintains professionalism. Next, we'll talk about consistency on the content. Is the message the same throughout the report? Throughout the case as a whole, does the report or other work product abide by acceptable standards? Were there any internal policies to follow? Are there any industry standards to rely on? Is there something that you need to be able to articulate so that way the individual understands that, hey, you followed these steps and that's why the information came out like this? Accuracy. Do the statements match the evidence? If you're pointing to the facts, are the facts exactly what you're pointing to? Verifying the facts. Verify facts are what appear in evidence and stand alone. Are the contents presented and interpretation of facts? Show the required explanation as to how the interpretation was made. So if you were to give some type of a theory, you should explain why that theory was given, why you believe, based off of the information you found in the investigation, that the outcome or your interpretation resulted in that specific outcome. Research. is externally researched information properly presented? Is the source information properly referenced? You know, if you say, hey, figure A is this and figure A was not that, or if you go to appendix A, it's this. If there were any type of forensic books that you referenced to say, this is why I did it in this step, or this is why we do this way, you need to make sure that you reference it properly. Validation. Did the author perform any tests? Do they have the documented test procedures? If not, can they explain the test quickly and easily enough for you to understand? Remember how we said you got to put it into layman's terms? So you have to be able to explain it in such a way that the average individual would be able to understand the information. And can you reverse the process and come up with the same conclusion? Relevance. Is the information being presented even relevant to the case? Does it add anything to the case? If you follow the analysis trail backwards, are you able to see how it is relevant? Are all keyword hits on a specific term relevant? If so, why? If you're looking for secret and you give us 150 documents, are all 150 documents relevant to the fact that you were looking for secret information? What about the name of the file? Does that make it relevant? You know, if somebody was like, this is a bomb making file, and you open it and look at it and it talks about bomb making stuff, and you're trying to put this guy away from making bombs, is that relevant? It sounds like it would be. Again, applied procedures resulted in an impartial and objective analysis. When you looked at the media, you actually identified with the media and said, hey, look, this is exactly what happened. I'm not interjecting my personal feelings into this. It has to be impartial and objective. Were all avenues exhausted? The electronic media and hard copies provided in the case, were they appropriate? Do they describe the original evidence? Examined, and do they explain the findings? And finally, all laboratory original digital evidence was properly archived and returned to the evidence custodian unit or facility. Right, so you were able to check out the equipment, take an image, and turn the equipment back in. Annual review. On an annual basis, all established procedures should be scrutinized to ensure that we are compliant. Concurrent industry standards, best practices, changes in technology. We need state and federal and current judicial opinions. And then, of course, the goals and objectives of the organization and the computer forensic laboratory. Deviation. What we need to do is make sure that computer forensic practitioners are responsible for applying the principles within their standard operating procedures. However, investigators may have an occasion to deviate from the SOP as necessary in order to accomplish the forensic mission. We need to make sure that those deviation guidelines are provided. So if for some reason the practitioner does manage to deviate, that's why, right? So a minor deviation. When an established procedure is varied slightly. A major deviation is when the examiner is unable to apply the established procedures. These may include the following circumstances: when an established procedure fails to work, or a new or non-standard hardware software technology is encountered. Right? So if you don't have it documented in your SOP because it's the first time you've ever seen it, then you're going to be able to document it later or add it in as some type of an amendment. Discontinued or outdated computer or storage media. I can remember we were going over a specific investigation. We had a type of hardware that we had never encountered before. We did not have the power strip for it or the power cord for it, so we had to go online and purchase it because this computer was almost 15 years old or 10 years old at the time. No procedure exists for a task which needs to be accomplished, or the circumstances where no procedures have been established, the examiner has to use non-approved procedures or may improvise a procedure to establish that goal. In the event that deviation from established procedure is required, best practices, the cardinal rules of computer forensics, best practices, and the experiences of other forensic lab practitioners. Validate. When possible, all workaround procedures must be validated prior to being used or applied to original evidence. Consultation required for minor deviations. You should require consultation with and concurrence of at least one other individual. Major deviations, this should be a concurrence with at least a peer and approval from a supervisor. And then document. You need to make sure that you document all the deviations from the SOP and provide that within your forensic report. Lab intake. So lab intake or request for services to your computer forensic lab should include the following documentation: a copy of all property records and ECDs related to the evidence, and a formal request for laboratory examination and a chain of custody to show the specific device that you're using. So evidence, custodian document, and the formal request for use. First responders should size any computer components, peripherals, and other digital evidence. However, the forensic laboratory should only accept the computer removable media and any other devices that are expected to contain the digital evidence, right? You shouldn't be taking in a whole bunch of documents. You should have specific computers and the systems. Detailed summary written by the case investigator describing the type of information. We want to make sure that we include names, personal data, nicknames, contacts, email addresses, screen names, targets, websites. The information should be provided for both the suspect and any victims. In addition, a list of unique keywords could be relevant to include when you're going over the information. Tracking. The following numbering scheme is recommended as a guide for keeping track, right? So what you should do is you should assign an individual forensic case number. The case number should be made up from a lab case number followed by a letter of the alphabet. So it could be 2001A. The computer believed to be the most significant in the investigation should be assigned the first letter. Successive letters would be assigned to each additional component. All other computers are lettered. Any other digital devices can be assigned the letters: cameras, PDAs, cell phones. When we talk about storage, you have to think about long-term storage. So you need to understand what it is that the device you have, and you have to project that you're going to have it for a really long time. So with computers, remove the battery after noting the clock and CMOS settings. If storage is required for more than 2 years, wrap it in a plastic bag to keep dust out. You want to store in the cardboard, in a cardboard box, and with informational tags on it, so that way you know, hey, this was relevant to case such and such dash 5A. Long-term storage, mag tape, 55 degrees, less than 50% humidity, flip 90 degrees every 50 to 60 days. Hard drives, 55 degrees, less than 50% humidity, use VCR clear plastic cases for storage. Floppy disk, 55 degrees, less than 50% humidity, store horizontally, not vertically. Discovery. Remember the majority of your SOP manuals, protocols, notes, procedural logs, and discoverable. Keep in mind that following checklist is provided as a review process for the laboratory. So you want to make sure that if you're going to do something, you need to have a SOP that is airtight, because they're going to come and look at your SOP and be like, oh, well, you took this step, and if you took this step, then it should have gone this way and not this way, but you said it went this way. So they might be able to attack your standard operating procedures. So laboratory specific materials, quality control manuals, quality assurance manuals, protocol manuals, protocols for each test performed, sometimes the same as their procedures and protocol, and then lab proficiency test results. So you need to be able to show that your lab can withstand whatever investigation, that there's nothing that's out of the ordinary. Technician specific manuals. So the technician's curriculum vitae, this is information provided about the technician because they're going to try and use that against them. When I went through a forensic course at DC3, we had to get on the stand and basically ask questions to the lawyers, like a mock court. And when I got on the stand, the lawyer had looked at my curriculum vitae and he started to go through it. And the only questions he was asking me were, have you read this book? No. 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 I moved to strike him as an expert witness because I hadn't read like 4 or 5 of the forensic books, However, I had specific forensic training written down on my curriculum vitae. So you need to make sure that when you actually put that out there, that the lawyer is going to look at that and try to scrutinize you to get you off the stand as an expert witness. Case-specific material: technician's bench notes, sketches, diagrams, photographs, case contact logs. Make sure that when you're working on it, that you annotate everything in your forensic log, because what's going to happen is when you pass it over to the defense attorney, he's going to go step by step through your logs, and based off of what you have written, if he can't recreate it specifically the way that you did, or come up with the same conclusion that you did, even though he followed every single step, they're going to use that to scrutinize you on the stand and be able to throw you out basically as an expert witness. Some other materials: membership requirements within associations and organizations, testing protocols for certifying associations and organizations, and code of ethics. So these are things that you want to make sure that your practitioner possesses if they need to, that they're not in any type of an organization that could be construed as a negative organization, that you don't possess any felony convictions, and 9 times out of 10 you're going to have a security clearance, so you're not going to possess any of those. All right, this concludes this module.
This is the instructional video for Lab 4. In Lab 4, we'll be reviewing some evidence using FTK, Registry Viewer, and the FTK Imager. To begin, first open Access Data FTK by double-clicking the desktop icon. Hit No to run FTK in demo mode. When the FTK evaluation window opens, hit OK. Now we'll want to select Start a New Case and click OK. When the Analysis Tool Wizard opens, input the following information. The investigator name will be your name. The case number is MILE2-111-01. The case name is CPI-Dell-Computer. And our case path will be C users CDFE desktop cases shard case. Case description: input Dell computer used for potential hacking case. Now click Next. When the Forensic Examiner information window opens, input the following information. The agency is Mile 2, Tampa office. The examiner's name will be your name. The address is 11928 Sheldon Road, Tampa, Florida 33626. The phone number is 800-816-4532. There's no fax, so put NA. The email address will be mile2tampa team@mile2.com. For comments, none. Click Next. On the Case Log Options screen, uncheck everything and then click Next. On the Processes to Perform screen, make sure everything is checked and click Next. On the Refine Case default screen, there is no change, so select Next. On the Refine Index default screen, there is also no change, so select Next. On the Add Evidence screen, select Add Evidence. When the Add Evidence to Case window opens, select Acquired Image of Drive and select Continue. Navigate to C, Users, CDFE, Desktop, MIL2 case files, case 1, and highlight 4 Dell Latitude CPI E01 and select Open. On the Evidence Information screen, accept the defaults and hit OK. On the Add Evidence screen, select Next. On the New Case Setup, select Finish. The FTK Case Processing File screen will appear. When the FTK demo version Add File Item screen pops up, select OK. When the FTK demo version Do Carving screen pops up, also select OK. At this point, you know how to start a new case. We will be using FTK Imager, FTK, and Registry Viewer to answer some questions. Questions 1, 14, and 15 through 19 are answered in this section of the lab. Now, minimize Access Data FTK. Open Access Data FTK Imager by double-clicking on the desktop icon. When the User Account Control window pops up, select Yes. Select File, Add Evidence Item, select Image File, and click Next. On the Select File screen, click Browse, and you're going to navigate to Desktop, MIL2 Case Files, Case 1, and select the 4 Dell Latitude CPI E01 file. Click Finish. Once your evidence appears in the evidence tree, right-click on Dell Latitude CPI E01 and select Verify Drive/Image. It will take approximately 1 minute to verify that everything is correct. Once the image is verified, copy and paste the MD5 hash. You'll find the MD5 hash right here. Click Close. In FTK Imager, browse using the evidence tree to Partition 1, No Name, Root, and then Program Files. Look for the following programs: 123WASP, which is used for password cracking; Anonymizer, which hides IP trackers when you're browsing; Kane, which is a network sniffer and password cracker; Ethereal, which is used for packet sniffing; LookAtLAN, which is a network discovery tool; Network Stumbler, which is a wireless access point discovery tool; and WinPCAP, which is capture and transmit network packets that bypasses the protocol stack. Now navigate to the MIRC file. Click on mirc.ini. You may have to make your window a bit bigger. In the bottom right window, you'll want to scroll down until you can find some information on the user. Here we see the user's name is Minime. His email is none@of.ya. His nickname is Mr., and his ANIC is Mr. Evil Rules. His host is Undernet, and he's located from Los Angeles. Now we're going to look for some MIRC logs. So open up the logs directory. Look at the following channels that the user has gone to. If needed, expand the columns so that you can fully see the names. Here we see such nefarious channel names as Elite Hackers, Evil Fork, ISOwares, and the Dark Tower. Now let's see if we can find an ethereal capture file. To do so, let's go ahead and close down this tree so that we can better see his documents and settings. Open up the Documents and Settings folder, go to Mr. Evil, click on Mr. Evil's directory, and you'll see this interception file. Let's click that. This file contains information on a capture of Windows CE or Pocket PC. In the lower right window pane, we're going to look for information on Windows CE or mobile.msn.com. Here we can see some HTML. After scrolling through for a bit, you will indeed see Windows CE Pocket PC version 4.20. You'll also see that he accessed mobile.msn.com. Now let's look at questions 2 through 4, 11, and 13. We're going to open Access Data Registry Viewer. To do so, minimize the imager and reopen FTK. Select File, and then choose Registry Viewer. In the registry file list, we're going to look for Dell latitude CPI /part1 /no name -ntfs /windows /system32 /config /software. Once you locate that, click View File. You will receive an error that you don't have a security device, but click No to run it in demo mode anyways. When it warns you about there being no dongle, go ahead and click OK. First, let's find the operating system that this user was using. To do so, we're going to click on the Microsoft folder, expand that, scroll down until you find Windows NT, expand that, and click on the current version folder. In the window pane on the right, you should see the product name value, and in it, Microsoft Windows XP. While you have this registry key highlighted, look in the lower left window pane to see when the operating system was installed. Next, let's look for the registered owner. We can see here that the registered owner of this computer was Greg Shart. Now let's verify that it was this user who was using some of these hacking tools. Click on the Look at LAN folder. You can see that it is registered again to Greg Shart. Now that we've verified that the same user is using these hacking tools, let's see if we can find some of the files that he was using. To do so, we will return to FTK Imager. In FTK Imager, let's expand Program Files, and then go into the Look at LAN directory. Look at the configuration of Look at LAN. It is the irunin.ini file. Within this file, we're going to look for LAN user. We can see it right here that is registered to Mr. Evil. Scrolling down, we can find the registered owner and ensure that it matches up. Indeed, the registered owner is Greg Shart. Also looking in this file, we can find the Internet Protocol address and the network interface card address that belong to the computer when this user ran this program. We see these right here. It's important to know who made the network interface card. To check it, let's look it up on the internet. Open Internet Explorer and go to www.coffer.com/mac_find. To look up a MAC address, we need the Organizational Unique Identifier, which is the first 3 hexadecimal numbers of the network interface card's address. In this case, we are looking for 0010A4. Enter that and click Find. Here we see that this OUI belongs to Zircom. Now let's focus on questions 5 through 7 and number 12. You can close Internet Explorer. Let's go back to the registry viewer. This time, we'll want to look at the system key. Click View File. When the error window pops up, hit No to run in demo mode. Click OK that there's no dongle. The first thing we'll need to do is determine which control set the user was using when he last used this computer. To do so, we just click on this Select key, and you'll see that our current is 1. Knowing that, let's expand Control Set 1. Expand Control, and then select Time Zone Information. Here we'll see that the user was operating under Central Standard Time. Scroll up in the left pane, and find the computer name. Expand computer name, and then select the computer name folder. Here you see the name that was assigned to the computer. Back in the left pane, scroll down to the Windows folder. Select that. Here we can see the last shutdown time. Although the shutdown time is currently indicated in hexadecimal, you can see in the bottom left pane that the last write time was at 1546 UTC. We can go ahead and convert that to Central Standard Time by subtracting 5. By doing that, we'll know that the user last shut down this computer on August 27, 2004 at 1046. In the upper left-hand pane, let's scroll up to Network. Expand Network, and you'll see a list of the network interface cards that were attached to this computer. Our goal will be to find which one belongs to the Zircon card that we identified earlier. To do so, expand one of the interface keys. Select the Descriptions folder, and in the upper right pane, you'll see various keys. Here we see that there is a Zircon card bus Ethernet. We also see a compact wireless card. Now let's focus on questions 8 through 10. Close this registry viewer. Now we'll want to select the SAM key. Click View File. Again, when the error window pops up, select No, and then hit OK. First, expand the SAM key, then Domains, then Account, followed by Users. We see that we have 5 users on this computer, as indicated by these 5 unique keys. By clicking each key, you can see the username associated with that ID. 1F4 corresponds to Administrator, 1F5 corresponds to Guest, 3E8 is Help Assistant, 3EA is Support, and 3EB is Mr. Evil. If we scroll down in the bottom left-hand pane, we'll see that the last time Mr. Evil logged on was August 27th, 2004. If you do the same for each of the other users, you will see that Mr. Evil is the only account that is logged on. This concludes Lab 4.
Hello and welcome to Module 11, Computer Forensic Processing Techniques. We're going to talk about pre-exam analysis, various types of digital forensic duplication, methods used in modern computer forensic practitioners to produce digital evidence or to process it, and then various techniques that may be employed to extract the digital data from non-traditional areas. Now, the goal of digital evidence processing is to gain access to the data and to examine the data. The procedures that should be conducted for duplicating this is under the accepted forensic procedures. And then, of course, whenever possible, that's all we talk about is do not use the original evidence. The processes are intended to be all-inclusive, and since the majority of digital evidence involves computer-related storage media, the process discussed will concentrate on that types of media. Use read-only technology as an investigator to be able to preview any type of GUI environment so that way you don't make any changes to the evidence. You can use things like Access Data Forensic Toolkit, Encase, and then Mount Image Pro. Your pre-exam analysis should include a logical review of the file structure, do an image scan if you can, do a keyword search, and then of course specific artifact search and locate. Duplicating the drive, an accurate digital reproduction, exact copy basically of all data contained on the electronic storage device. You can see in the picture basically we're taking data from one drive and we're putting it on another drive and we're doing an exact bit for bit copy. So when I look at that, my image is going to say, hey, this is a hash of this is a hash of this, they're both the same, so it's exactly like the original evidence. And then duplication may take place either at an incident scene or in the laboratory. The best place to do it is back in your laboratory, and that's because you're able to actually control the specific environment. Document the condition of the suspect system, and all electronic media. If there's a crack in it, document there's a crack in it, because chances are that when you sign the media back over to the individual who's responsible for it or the suspect, they're going to say, this was not cracked like this when I turned it in or when you guys took it. So that means you broke it. And of course, the government, rather than worrying about it, will actually pay for the repairs. Identify the subject storage devices that need to be copied or duplicate. And then, remember internal, external, and both if necessary. What you're going to have to do is disassemble the specific device. So if it's a laptop, you're going to have to take apart the laptop in order to get to the hard drive. If it's a desktop, you're going to have to open it up to get to the physical media or the storage devices. But you need to make sure that you take care of everything as you're opening it up. Also, make sure that you have the anti-static wraps and things like that, so that way you don't provide a surge or a shock to the system that could potentially damage it. Document the storage devices and the configurations. So wherever the wires are plugged into, make sure that you document where they're plugged into, right? So when we look at something like this, the motherboard, we could see that they could have specific PCI slots and RAM slots and power adapters and connectors to it. So you want to make sure that before you take all of this apart, that you're actually drawing out a picture of the motherboard or the inside of the computer to say, okay, I've taken this, I've taken this, I've taken this. This is how we're going to connect it back together when we actually try to connect it back together. And you want to boot the system to capture the CMOS and BIOS information if you can, and test the functionality of the system. But that's as far as you want to go. You want to make sure that you don't actually go any further than the BIOS. Now we need to document the boot sequence. This is where I talked about, hey, is it a CD-ROM that boots first? Is it the hard drive? Is it the floppy disk? Put down the time and date. If there's a power on password, you need to identify that. The drive configuration, and then the power system down. If it's turned on, then you want to be able to gather all of this data as you're moving forward. Now, remove the subject storage device and then duplicate the drive. This is a image master. Basically, what you can do is you have two slots for the storage media. One side has the drive that you're going to duplicate to. The other side is the right block side where you're going to connect the drive up to. So you'll attach the subject's drive and then you'll duplicate it onto the media. Maybe the only thing you have the ability to do is make a duplication and move on because you're doing some type of a black bag job. So you have to put everything back the way that it was. So that way the subject isn't aware of the fact that you checked his computer. A lot of times with forensic examinations against military individuals, all we really need is the authorization of their company commander to be able to look at their computer system at work. Exceptional circumstances include the following may result in a decision not to remove the storage device. So if it's a raid, if some laptop systems, the drive's very difficult to remove. Hardware dependency, depending on if it needs additional hardware to actually function properly. And then, of course, equipment availability, and then network storage devices. In these cases, you want to reattach the subject's drive and then attach the examiner's evidence to storage on the media, and then try to make the copy that way. Now, when duplicating or copying the evidence, ensure that the examiner's storage device is forensically sterile. You want to write protect the device, right? Because we don't want to make any changes to the original evidence. And at this point, this is where the examiner should consider hashing the subject's evidence prior to duplicating or copying, right? So we want to make a hash of it. We want to say, hey, this was the hash. We take the copy, and this is another hash. Now, most of the forensic programs that allow for imaging will actually include that in the process. So you're able to hash the specific device within the process. Now, if it's write protected, this will be performed via hardware. So install the media into the write protected device, boot the system with the examiner's controlled operating system. If write protected will be performed via software, you need to boot the system with the examiner's controlled operating system and then activate the write protection. There is software write protection that you can do if you go into the registry, but again, it's up to you whether you're going to utilize that or not. You need to investigate the geometry of any storage device or media to ensure that all space is accounted for. Ideally, if you're looking at it and it says use space of 6 gigs, free space of 8 gigs, it's a 16 gig hard drive. You want to make sure that you're gathering a 16 gig hard drive. The host protected area, this is defined as a reserved area for data storage outside the normal operating system or file system. This area is also known as the protected area runtime interface, extension services or parties, and is hidden from the operating system file system. And it's normally used for specialized applications. Now, the system may wish to store configuration data to save memory to the hard disk drive in a location that the operating system cannot change. If a host protected or HBA exists on a storage device, you might want to identify this and account for it, right? So, where's Area 51 on the disk? Next thing, when we talk about duplicating or copying the electronic evidence to the examiner storage device, we need to use the appropriate software. Standalone duplication includes things like SafeBack or WinHex. Forensic, like I said, we can use Incase or Access Data. Dedicated hardware devices are the Solo Master, Fire Chief, and then you need to make sure that you verify the successful duplication. Here is some hardware equipment. Basically, if you want to lug this around, on the bottom right, that's a cell deck. So you're able to copy images from phones. In the middle, you have a couple of the hard drive operating systems or the hard drive hardware that you can actually run through the acquisition process. So, in case for Windows acquisition, once you select acquire, what it's going to do is ask you which device do you want to acquire. And of course, in this instance, we want to acquire the Windows XP device, which is 4 gigs in size. We would select it and hit next. If you look at Forensic Toolkit Imager, we want to be able to export the disk. So we want to do a logical or a physical disk. You can select next. Tell it that you want to do a physical disk and then give it physical drive 0, physical drive 1, whichever one relates to your specific media. The WinHex acquisition tool, so you want to be able to use the source disk. You select drive H, and then we say that we want to copy the entire source disk. You can also start at a certain sector and then end at a certain sector if you wanted to. So upon successful duplication, prepare for media digital evidence examination. What we want to do is we want to prepare a working log. This log file is going to be the basis of our investigative report. So we want to say, hey, we used FTK version 1.32, the new case by investigator trainee or by investigator and your name, and then you give it the case number, the case name, what you decided to include, what you decided not to include. When you're preparing your forensic analysis system to include the time sync of all system clocks, prepare the working directory and directories on separate media to which evidentiary files and data can be copied. And then before the examination starts, all media should be virus scanned. And the reason you want to scan for viruses is to say, hey, when I started this, there was absolutely no viruses. There was nothing on my computer system that hindered me to be able to conduct this investigation. You want to record the logical drive structure, so you want to examine and record the information contained in the master boot record or master file table. You want to compare this, the number of sectors there with the number of sectors on the original drive. Check and record physical drive geometry of the original device and partition, and then compare it to the original so that way you can say, hey, I have an exact copy of the original evidence. So using Sandra and WinHex, you're able to follow that information. We can see that the BIOS says this boot sector is 512, there's 16 clusters, number of file allocation tables are 2. It shows the sectors, the amount of sectors on there, whether it's FAT32, what type of a Windows system it is. This looks like MS Win 4.1. Within Sandra, you can see where it says that the total space is 2.0 gigs. There's free space of 1.8, so it's a very small file. After examining the MBR and master file table, any boot sectors of each partition, examine the file allocation table for data of evidentiary interest, right? So here we see the page file. When was it created? When was the last time that it was accessed or updated? And then what's the size of the file? Looking at the legal processes, you want to examine directory and file listings, including available information. You want to undelete all recoverable deleted files, right? So if the individual thought they were getting lucky by going through and deleting the files, you actually want to go back through and undelete those. So that way you can show, hey, this was deleted on this time, this was deleted on this time. Especially another thing is if they think they can get away with it by reformatting a partition, then what you want to do is you want to bring that partition back in. Encase does a really good job of being able to find a partition, identifying what it is, and then bringing that back in. Next thing you want to do is identify and eliminate known files from the investigative process. Within FTK, you can actually identify known processes based off of MD5 and KFF lookup. And what this allows you to do is that when you actually bring the evidence in, you can say, hey, listen, based off of this file signature or this specific hash, we know that this file is going to exist on every Windows platform. So this is not anything that the individual has messed with. However, if we have another file that is named that same file, but it does not match on the hash, then we can identify that as a bad file, and that might be something that they're using, i.e. netstat or a psexec or a process kill or a process list or a task list. They may be using that. The NSRL is designed to collect software from various sources and incorporate file profiles committed or computed from this software into a reference data sheet of information. The RDS can be used by law enforcement, government, and industry organizations to review files on a computer. So what you're able to do is use the NIST to bring in specific hash matches so that way it can find files on the computer and then identify those matches, and based off of those matches, you can say, hey, this is a known bad file, and this individual has a copy of that. Verifying the file headers match. Ideally, if it's a GIF file and it's supposed to be a JPEG, or if it's a text file and it was actually a JPEG, then depending on the way that the individual saved it, they save it as a .txt. Well, what FTK is going to report to you is that it's a GIF file. So you need to make sure that you review that information and you can prove why the extension was a bad file extension. Examine system files. You want to look at swap files, registry files, backups, printer spools, log files, user profiles. We talked about info 2, temp files, recycling bin. These are areas that you want to look for files that have been potentially deleted. You want to perform keyword searches. So you want to search the full physical media and be able to use those keywords to look for specific items. Here we see that a keyword search was done on the word secret. It had 81 hits, and based off of that, you're able to look into the information deeper to find out if that file was performed, if this was some type of a secret document, right? Another thing that you can do is regular expressions. grep uses them a lot, but for example, if you were attempting to find social security numbers, let's say somebody had stole a whole bunch of social security numbers and saved it into a file, then you would be able to write it all out like this. Okay, so you would do the /d/d and all of that information, right? So when we look at that closer, ideally what we're doing with this is the first slash is to say, hey, look for the beginning of a word, and then the next three, the D's, are saying we're looking for 3 consecutive digits, and then what we're looking at is 3 consecutive digits followed by a dash, followed by 2 consecutive digits, followed by another dash, followed by 4 consecutive digits, and then the very last greater than sign tells us that, hey, this is the end of the marker or the end of the space. So ideally, we would use that to hit on social security numbers if we knew that social security numbers were within the system there. So what you want to do is extract the system logs, any type of graphic files, text files, or documents that are related to the examination or to the investigation. Examine the file software for modification to the operating system, and then examine the file system for any type of backdoor sniffer programs. Ideally, somebody could have set up some type of Trojan horse that's basically runs every day at a certain time to open up a backdoor, just in case the computer reboots or they believe the computer is going to reboot at a specific time every day. So another thing is you want to correlate any explicit images to internet history files. You want to extract those images from the logical and unallocated spaces, but you want to make sure that all the pertinent information is put together and is presented in a specific fashion. You want to examine file slack and unallocated space, record any data of interest. You need to be aware that the data could be present even though the logical structure does not appear, right? This is where I was talking about you believe there's some type of a file system there. What you could do is you could use Encase to actually recreate that, or you could use FTK to carve that data out of the file slack. And what it's going to do is it's going to look for that file signature, and it's going to carve those images out and recover those images from the file slack. So a file signature is a unique identifying pattern found within a file, which indicates the data type of the file in question. File signatures are usually found at the very beginning, and based off of the information, you're able to recover that data, right? So in this, we know that this right here is probably this is a JPEG file because it has the attribute of JFIF within the system. So if you were to recover that, it would recover it as a GIF or a JPEG file. So looking at the above standard JPEG image file showing the first 48 bits, in this case, the file signature is found at the first 2 bytes of the sector, which is the hex of FF, and the D8, which together represent the standard JPEG start of an image marker. It can be reasonably assumed that any file that starts with those 2 values is a JPEG, and that all valid JPEG images definitely start with these 2 values. So typical JPEG signatures, JFIF or FFD8. GIF, you're searching for GIF, GIF 89A, GIF 87A. Bitmap, you can do BM or 424D. A TIFF is a M, a TIFF2 is a I. QuickTime, you can look for MO and V, and then AVI, you can look for RIVF, AVI, or 59494646. Those are different file signatures that FTK is going to look for in order to determine the specific file. Okay, so now when we identify, decode, and examine the data that has been binary encoded, encrypted, password protected, or compressed, what we want to do is we want to take those files in the formats and then defeat the normal search process until they're decoded. If they need a password, we want to be able to crack that password to find out what data that is. Now, what we want to do is examine the executable files not identified in the known file identification. What you want to do is build a standalone system, so that way that standalone system, you can run that and see exactly what that file is doing. You do not want to put it on any type of network. You don't want to run it in an environment that could damage the rest of your environments, but ideally what you want to do is see what it's doing. So what you might want to do is start up like a network traffic thing, or network sniffer, and then you double click on the item, and then once you double click on the item, you can actually open that and see what it's doing on the network. So finally, you want to compose your investigative report, and this report will detail all actions and discoveries made by the computer forensic practitioner. The computer forensic practitioner or the exam process, it's going to show, right? The report of investigation is going to detail all the information that you find within your case report. This concludes the computer forensic processing techniques module. Welcome to Module 12, Digital Forensics Reporting. In this lesson, we're going to talk about going over how to report any type of digital forensics. We're going to learn about forensics. and learn about the different sections of a digital forensic report. Why is a forensic analysis report important? Well, what this does is this allows you to explain to, let's say, the jury that based off of your findings, this is what you were able to format into what specifically happened, right? So it's not you that's explaining, I believe this happened, I believe that happened. What you're doing is you're taking the specific evidence within that digital media and you are putting in, hey, this is what happened at this time based off of this file. I read this timestamp, which showed that this file was accessed at this time, and that's able to provide information to either the jury, the judge, or depending on if it's an incident where it's somebody at work, being able to provide the information to their boss, right? All this information, you're able to introduce it in a concise, non-biased format. Uh, it memorizes the analysis and results of the body of evidence, and then it's written record of future potential testimony, right? So we're able to look at that report and say, hey, I am saying that this is what happened. Now, what is forensics? Forensics is the application of a broad spectrum of sciences to answer questions of interest to the legal system. So in this instance, it would be digital forensics. So anything related to a computer that can answer questions scientifically to a legal system. When we talk about computer sciences, so writing style for technical reports, you've got the academic, so we're going with IEEE on that one. You've got industry, so Microsoft, manual of style for technical papers. Apple has the Apple publication style guide. Sun Microsystems, Read Me First, the style guide for the computer industry. And then common terms and phrases, Microsoft's Computer Dictionary, the Sedona Conference Glossary, e-discovery, and digital information management. So these are some of the areas that you may want to look to depending on the type of report that you need to write based off of your forensic examination. 10 laws of good report writing. The reader is the most important person. You have to be able to provide the information in a way that the reader is going to understand it. So you sitting in the office talking with a coworker, you understand the digital technology, the methodologies, the information as it relates to a terabyte, a gigabyte, a petabyte. You know all these technical terms. Well, the individuals that are going to be reading these reports might not be so tech savvy. So you kind of have to write it to the lowest common denominator, to the individual that's going to be reading it, and make sure that they understand it. Keep the report as short as possible. Just identify the facts. Don't go into detailed information unless it is a requirement to explain a specific situation. Let's say you find a file, that file points to another file. You want to be able to articulate that information, but you don't have to write it out word for word. Um, Organize for the convenience of the report user. So you want to make sure that you put it in an order that the individual who's reading the report would be able to understand the information, see how it's all laid out, and be able to understand what exactly happened during the investigation, what information you found, and why you reported it that way. All references should be correct in all details. If you're going to reference something within your report, you need to make sure that you're referencing it in the manner that it needs to be referenced, as well as that you're pointing to the correct piece of evidence. So if you're saying, hey, this hard drive was examined, this is the serial number, this is how many gigs it is, and then we go look up that specific hard drive and that evidence, and it's completely wrong, right? That leads us into the next. The writing should be accurate, concise, and unobtrusive. So you need to make sure that you're providing the information in a detailed manner that they understand it. You make sure that it's accurate. So if you found a file, make sure that those timestamps are exactly what you're writing them down to be. The right diagram with the right labels should be in the right place for the reader. If you're trying to say, hey, see figure 1.1, and they go to figure 1.1 and it's a table about the different file sizes, and your figure 1.1 is pointing to a picture of the specific media. So you need to make sure that this stuff matches up. Summaries give the whole picture. So in the very beginning, you want to give like a summary of the situation. You could even consider doing like an executive summary. Hey, this is what we found: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items, and then break it out into more detail as you get into the chapters. Reports should be checked for technical errors, typing errors, and inconsistencies. You don't want to turn over a report that identifies a specific file size and it's completely wrong. You also want to make sure that you are error free. Most reports are typed up in Word, so spell check will become your friend. The report should look as good as it is. Ideally, as the person's reading through this, they shouldn't be reading through a pile of junk. They should be reading a report that is concise, it identifies the details, it's very easy to read, it flows, and they understand what it is that happened during this investigation. And then again, the reader is the most important person. You need to make sure that you have the reader understanding that information. Okay, now getting into the report, you've got your cover page. On your cover page, you want to fully identify your agency. That means you need to say, hey, this specific company, here's my address, my location, and a phone number to reach me. The unique report identifier. Ideally, each report you should get a case number, so you might as well use that case number as your report identifier. The document title. So in this instance, we're calling it an examination report. You could say digital forensic report, forensic analysis report, whichever you want to call it, but just make sure that you're consistent when you do that. The preparer's name and position, so you want to say, hey, this report was prepared by, my name, Johnny Justice, computer forensic specialist. They all know that we're under said forensic company. The date that it was prepared. So you want to be able to put the day that you created that report so they know, okay, it was created at this time. This is how long the investigation potentially happened or went on. And then, of course, the last thing you want to do is notices and caveats. For me, I was dealing a lot with security clearance information. I was dealing a lot with classified information, so our reports could potentially be classified with specific caveats as to who it could be released to. You just need to make sure that you annotate this information at the very beginning so people understand what the overall classification of the report is or any type of notices as it relates to the report. Now, when we move into the table of contents, we want to make sure that there's a clear outline, that we're able to review the table of contents and say, hey, if I go to this section, this is the information I should be finding. Make sure that it's up to date. If you have Microsoft Word, you also have the ability to create a table of contents and then create specific headers within the body of documents. And then what you want to do is update that specific data so that way it flows properly in the table of contents. Minimum of 2 levels of detail. So ideally, what you want to do is you can give an overarching um, title for the specific section, and then just have subsections. But you don't have to worry about going any further. So you could have like section 1 executive summary, section 2 forensic examination report or tools used, and then section 1.1 is tools, section 1.2 is emails or anything to that nature, but you don't want to go any further than that. You don't have to do section 1.1.a and say this is FTK, 1.1.b, this is in case. And try not to exceed 1 page with your table of contents. Getting into the examination report, remember you need to think of them having a zero knowledge and you want to get them to an understanding. So you want to make sure that, hey, here's the introduction, here's the background, and then based off of the background, this was the request. Based off of the request, we were able to do X, Y, and Z, and that provided the following findings. Okay? What most will read and then stop. And then the first impression of actual work done, and you should, like I said, flow logically from start to finish. We start off with the background, we move to the request, we move to the summary of findings, we talk about the findings, we give ourselves a conclusion or a recommendation, and then we move on to the end of the document. Now, when we're talking about the background, what we want to offer is a concise history. We want to be able to say that this is what happened as part of the incident, and that incident is what is causing this type of investigation. We want to fully ID the authorizing entity, so the individuals that are authorizing the fact that this investigation is going on, or the ones that authorize you to be able to do your work. Include any type of legal captions, all involved parties. You want to have date and times. You want to fully ID the examiner, and then you want to account for the examiner's qualifications. So you want to be able to say, "Hey, this is me, Johnny Justice. My qualifications are that I am DoD certified within the cybercrimes facility. DC3 has certified me as a DoD computer crime investigator, so that's how I'm able to do my work. I have gone to Access Data and I have received their training, so I'm able to use their tool. I've gone to Incase and I've received their training. I am able to use their tool." When we talk about the request, we need to detail as specific as possible what was requested to be done. Because what's going to happen is if we don't say, well, this is what they asked us to do, then they're going to come back and say, well, what did they ask you to do? And once they review that, if they go into the document and they start to read it, and they say, okay, well, based off of what they ask you to do, you actually found a little more information than you were supposed to. But if you have that request saying, hey, this is what we need done, then you're able to formulate your summary of findings and your findings to show that this is what we found. We found everything that was asked in the request. What's really good is if the request asks questions, because if they ask, say, point blank 10 questions and you answered those 10 questions, then you're able to say, hey, here were the questions, here are the answers. And if something spawned off of that, then you can actually put that into your report to say, based off of this question being asked, we found out this information, which led to finding this information. Bulletized list of the request items, shortened to the point, and then they should match the agreements or the statement of work. Summary of the findings. So these must answer the items that were requested. 2 items requested, 2 summary of findings. Short to the point and make sure that it's a summary. Okay, we're not here to write 7-page papers about summaries. The summaries need to be short to the point, because if for some reason they're reading through it, they start to read the summary and they're like, okay, this doesn't relate. Okay, this doesn't relate. Oh, this does relate. I need to find this within the report so I can see what the detailed information was. The forensic examination part of the report. So this is going to be the bulk of your report. Remember, we talked about the summary. The summary is going to lead into the forensic examination. This is where we're going to focus on the opposing experts. This is where we're going to balance the tech talk with readability, and the flow should go in chronological and descriptive order. We're going to talk about tools. So straightforward to the point. We're going to talk about software, versions, ownership, licensing, where it's installed, what it's installed on, hardware. We're going to talk about serial numbers, model numbers, ownership, and where that is installed. So this is where you're going to detail, hey, we have a forensic lab within our facility. Inside the forensic lab, we have computer A. This is the serial number. This is the model number. This is who owns it. On this computer, we have this type of software. This is the version of the software. This is who owns it. This is how it's licensed, and this is where it's installed. It's installed on my device only because I needed it for this specific examination. We talk about evidence. We need to give a listing of all the evidence that was given to you, and then whatever evidence was used or found after you went through this evidence. We need serial numbers, model numbers. Each item should be clearly marked with a unique identification. So if we use the serial number and then maybe we use evidence number 001 or 01100, whatever it is, we need to identify that in the evidence section. It's really easy. You can actually make a table if you want to and say, hey, item number 1, here's the serial number, this is what the evidence was, this is how many copies we have, and these are the times on it, something to that effect. The items of evidence, right? So the narrative account of the handling of the evidence while in your custody, how you got it, what you did with it, and where it is now. Ideally, the best way to do it is to say, hey, we received this evidence based off of a search and seizure. It went to the evidence locker. I checked it out of the evidence locker. I took an image of it. I turned it into the evidence locker. I used the image to conduct the investigation. And then once that piece was done of conducting the investigation, each day I would lock the evidence, the image file up, and I would put that image file into a storage locker. Okay, so you need to make sure that you're only interacting with it during the day, and when you're not interacting with it, you have locked it up. This should also include and note your chain of custody documentation. That way you can show that you signed it in and out of evidence, and that you maintained a chain of custody. Analysis. So this is where you're going to document each specific procedure taken. Um, what is it? What does it do? And what were the results that were returned? Each procedure is directly tied to the request for the examination made. So what you need to do is be able to say, hey, I conducted this procedure against this specific machine. Now, one of the procedures could be, I conducted a keyword search for classified keywords, i.e. top secret, secret, confidential, any type of keyword caveats, that you were able to do that, and then based off of that, it provided hits about certain items. So it provided hits to say that, these 5 documents have the secret no foreign or secret release 2 on their slideshows. Findings. This is the factual interpretation of the results from the various procedures applied to the evidence. This is where we're going to put everything that clearly points to the specific analysis, and there's still, again, no opinions should be listed in this. What you need to do is be able to say, I found these 5 Word documents. These 5 Word documents had classified information. They have this timestamp, and the last time they were accessed was by this individual. And as long as that answers the question, what that's going to do is it's going to allow whatever governing agency came to you to ask you for help to be able to make that decision, whether it's going to a court of law or whether it's trying to bring any type of adverse action against the individual that conducted the incident. The conclusion, if requested, the place for expert opinions. Opinions are your deduction based off of the factual findings, and then there's more work to do, whether there's more work to do, whether you should request for further actions, and then of course you can also provide the final disposition of the evidence or materials. But the conclusion is not analysis. You need to be able to take the analysis and then provide that conclusion based off of everything that has happened underneath the actual examination report. I would recommend that this happened. Whether you're an expert or not, ideally they'll probably ask for it if you have become or you are some type of an expert witness, or you are hired to be an expert witness. They may ask for your expert opinion based off of A, B, and C. This is what I believe happened. Okay, they do it all the time with forensic science specialists. They do it all the time with the individuals that conduct the autopsies. Based off of the fact that there was a, looked like blunt force trauma to the head. I would say that this person was hit by, an object that was hard enough to cause this damage. So they're able to make that analysis, and you're actually able to do the same thing based off of the information that I found. They were able to find that. Okay, when we talk about exhibits, all of the exhibits should be clearly marked and attached. If you're going to identify it within your examination report, you need to make sure that it's attached where it needs to be. You need to clearly mark it. They need to be on their separate page. So if it's a picture or anything like that, and then also you need to make sure that if you can, mark them with a corresponding letter. And if it's too voluminous, then then burn the media and list it inside your forensic examination report. The signatures. At this instance, it needs to be the individual that prepared the document. The reviewer must sign the document. It must go through peer review, and then have your friend look it over. Make sure that once they look it over, they say, hey, look, I don't see any problems. I don't see any errors. This report looks great. Let's submit it forward with all of the exhibits, and then we can go forward in that aspect. And this concludes this module. Welcome to Module 13, Specialized Artifact Recovery. In this module, we're going to learn about MAC times and image metadata. We're going to learn about the various aspects of the Windows registry, the types of system identifiers, the sources of unique identification within the operating system, various aspects of the operating system data files, including the index.dat file, and then learn about file recovery from the recycle folder. Now, the goal of digital evidence processing is to gain access to and examine the data. The procedures that we have should be conducted on the data that has been duplicated using forensic procedures, forensic software. And then wherever possible, the procedure should not be conducted on the original evidence. Remember, I said that, even though you have the ability to write block it, and even though you have the ability to use the original evidence, there's potential that something could go wrong. I'm not saying that it does, and potentially when you're dealing with the image of the actual digital evidence, a lot of times you do not run into any issues. But if for some reason an issue did arise, then the problem there is that if it's on the original evidence, then you might not have the ability to get another copy of that evidence, right? It's the original. The special artifact recovery, we're going to focus on some of the more significant file structures which are found within the Windows operating environment. And then digital artifact is a digital file produced or shaped by human craft which retains investigative or historical interest. When you're dealing with digital evidence, we need to make sure that we follow the principles of the general principles of forensics. Different types of cases may require different methods of processing. If you see a caution sign during this lesson, extra care is advised to prevent undesirable results during the procedure. And then persons conducting the examination of the digital evidence should be trained for this purpose. If you're going to conduct computer forensics, you need to be trained in computer forensics. You need to have tool training, access data, FDK, or access data, in case, Parabin, iLook. You need to make sure that if you're going to conduct the investigation that you're trained on that specific tool. And if it comes with a certification, do everything you can to get certified as well. One of the problems are that you may not have the money or the funding to be able to do that. So try to see if you can bring it in-house in like a bulk setup. So maybe you're not sending one person, but you're sending everybody. You could send one person and then do a train the trainer type session. So it depends on how you want to set it up. There are literally hundreds of software operating systems on the market today. We know this. Majority of PC users today utilize some version of Microsoft Windows. Based on or released November 10th, 1983, the Microsoft Windows GUI OS had become the de facto standard for personal computers. For this reason, that's what our lesson is going to concentrate on, is the operating system software components. When conducting computer forensic examinations of Windows-based systems, it may be necessary to examine areas of artifacts, the file system not commonly viewed or known by the average computer user, right? This is where we talk about specific areas within the file system. We're going to talk about index.dat, ntuser.dat, the page file. These are areas that the individual user or regular computer user is not going to look at. And then upon review by the examiner, these areas and artifacts may or may not reveal data of significant investigative, inculpatory, or exculpatory value, right? Remember we talked about incriminating or exonerating the individual. System preparation stage. What we want to do in this stage is we want to disable any antivirus software running in the background, as it may interfere with disk operations. You guys can see my little caution sign. That's basically saying, hey, if you're going to do this, you need to make sure that you know what you're doing when you do it. Synchronize your system clocks to time.gov. Disable all power management features. Disable all screensavers. There's potential that you might be working on something, and about halfway through it, the screensaver could come on. Well, once the screensaver comes on, the initiation to go into hibernation or sleep mode could potentially start. And if that hard drive starts to power down or move into hibernation mode, there's potential that you're not getting that back. And if you were either reviewing some type of software or it was going through some type of a process where you were doing a keyword search, there's potential that you might have to restart that keyword search, and depending on how long it took, um, determines how long it's going to take for your case to come back together. Disable any auto run features. Head into the system registry. Go to current control set, services, CD-ROM, and then change that binary value of auto run from 1 to 0 and reboot the system. Continuing into the preparation phase, some other areas that you may want to think about: unnecessary services, error reporting services, indexing services, turn off Messenger. You don't need it. You're not going to be talking to anybody on your forensic platform. A remote registry, routing and remote access, security center. System restore. You might want to turn this off, because what's going to happen is if it tries to do a backup, then while you're working on something, this backup may grab some time from the operating system, and based off of that time, or CPU usage, you might not be able to run a specific command. And then, of course, Telnet, you don't want that services on there. Anyways, terminal services, fast user switching, universal plug and play, Windows Media Player, and then wireless zero configuration. You'll need to turn that off and not use wireless network, right? You don't want to use this in your forensic lab. So still prepping the system, my computers and property. Here, verifying system restores off, automatic updates are off, download updates. Hey, let me choose when to install them. Go to the performance settings, adjust for the best performance, 32-bit, 64-bit, depending on what it is. Error reporting, disable or uncheck, notify on critical errors, and then you may need to re-enable for system troubleshooting. So now when we're looking at this, we want to prepare the working directory or directories on separate media to which the evidence files and data can be copied. So before the examination begins, digital media should be scanned for viruses as well. So what you want to do is you want to be able to run antivirus against a specific directory. Also understand that when you're preparing your directories, you need to make sure that you're using it on a different set of media, right? So this media should be for that specific evidence only. Windows file date timestamps. If it's known that the system clock was in fast accurate, Windows will create accurate file date and timestamps. Factors such as downloading, traversing a network, power failures can significantly alter the file's true modified access and creation times and date. Before committing yourself to building a case which depends upon the presentation of date and timestamps as evidence of the offense, consider the following. Under the Windows OS, files have 3 dates attached to them. Modified date. When the file was last changed includes created. Does not change when a file is moved or copied, and is reset when a file is downloaded. The access time. When the file is last accessed, and then the creation time. When the file was created at the current location. And then, if at all possible, to have the file creation date time chronologically later than the file's access and modified time. Usually this indicates that the file has been moved or saved to a physical volume. Talk about file signatures. As most of the common image file formats found on the internet, .jpeg, many of them have images that may have been created by a digital camera. So there are certain things that you can look for in the metadata to determine if it's a JPEG or what type of image format it is. And so when you look at the file in hex for a JPEG, you should be looking for JFIF as the first set of hex letters. Now, many digital camera manufacturers adhere to the image format specifications known as the extended image format. And if they're using the extended, the letters EXIF will be displayed after the normal JPEG file signature. And this extended standard can store a variety of information or metadata about the image to include the camera's make, model, date, time of exposure, focal length, and the f-stop. A GUI software tool called EXIF Reader can extract and read the information embedded within the JPEG image. So when you look over on the right-hand side, you can see that you have the main information, the image description, the make, the model, the software type, date and time that it was taken. Gives other information like the sub information, the exposure time. So there's tools out there that you can look at to be able to find this specific information. Most modern automated computer forensic programs, they look for images in the same fashion. When a program is told to examine extracted free space from a disk image, or a disk hard drive, it examines each entity in sector-sized chunks to see if it contains a valid file signature. Now, once it finds that file signature, it'll then match it against the file extension and will start to write out a new file based upon the data that it has read. So depending on the way that the file is actually set up will determine what the new file is. Now the problem with this method is computer forensic examiners are depending on one program to examine your media. And you may in fact be missing recoverable images. A good protocol to develop would include the use of several image signature scanning programs against your target media. In one recent example, an Australian computer forensic examiner discovered over 3,000 KP images missed by a popular automated forensic program. Image file databases. If folder options are set to let you view files, you may see a new file called thumbs.db. This is the folder's thumbnails database. Each folder with a thumbnail view will have its own thumbsdb file, and the more files a folder contains, the larger that thumbdb gets. So it depends on how much information is actually in there. If the thumbs DB is recovered during this process and captured from file slack, it may reveal the history of the images. Also note that Windows creates a thumbdb file to be an alternate data stream. So when we look inside this thumbsdb, we can see my pictures /FBI cart.jpg, and then we see my documents, my pictures, connections.jpg, and we see my document, picture, my pictures, computer connection JPEG. So you can see the different files that were actually within this directory and covered by the thumbsdb. So let's talk about the Windows OS. The component object model, or COM, is a software architecture created by Microsoft that allows applications to be built from binary software components. COM is the underlying architecture that forms the foundation for higher level software services like those provided by object linking and embedding. So starting all the way back in the days of Windows 3.1, Microsoft introduced an old idea under a new name, object linking and embedding. Complex in its details, OLE is simple in concept. So OLE allows the inclusion of data from one type of file or document within another. It allows multiple applications on the same desktop to share information. And Microsoft Word, for instance, will open Excel in the background so that a spreadsheet object still embedded in the Word document can be directly manipulated. So what happens is if you have Excel and you copy out some stuff and you put it into a Word document, if you were to double click on that and start to mess with the Excel spreadsheet, it would open Excel in the background first, and then you had the ability to manipulate any of the information that was in that Excel spreadsheet. Now, when we talk about the registry, why are we concerned about OLE and COM? Well, COM and its components, objects class, uses the registry in order to tell which DLL, OCX, or EXE files are related to which component. Now, the Windows registry is a hierarchical database used in all versions of Windows to store information necessary to configure the system for one or more users, applications, and/or hardware devices. The registry contains information that continually references during operations such as profile information on the users, programs that are installed on the computer, types of documents that each program can create, proprietary or property sheet settings for folders and program icons, the hardware that's installed on the device, and the ports that are being used. So the registry replaces most of the text-based files that were used on MS-DOS and Microsoft 3.1, such as your autoexec.bat and your config.sys. Now, although the Windows registry is common to several Windows platforms, remember that certain differences exist between them. So you're going to have to understand the way that the registry is set up and then be able to use that in a manner of your investigation. Now, when we're talking about Windows registry hives, the supporting files for all hives except HKey current user are in C WinNT System32 config directory or C Windows System32 config for XP and Vista. The supporting files for HKey local machine or HKey current user are in C WinNT profiles username directory or documents and settings username or user's username for Vista. Now the file name extensions of the files in these directories and in some cases a lack of an extension indicates the type that is contained or the type of data that is contained. A hive is considered a group of keys, subkeys, and values in the registry that has a set of supporting files containing backups of the data in the hive. The setup phase of the Windows boot process automatically retrieves data from the supporting files. Now, user profile hive. This is each time a new user logs onto a computer, a new hive is created for the user with a separate file for the user's profile. A user's hive contains specific registry information pertaining to that user's application settings, their desktop, their environment, their network connections, and printers. User profile hives are located under the HKey user's key. Now, if we look at NT and Windows 2000, we're in, like I said, CWinNT System32 config. You can see the SAM, the security log, the software log, all of those logs and files we're able to view within the registry to be able to look at this information. Once we look at those, it stores all the extra information like the current control list, the programs that are installed, and then how much information is actually recoverable. In Vista, we talked about this. See Windows System32 config. And then Windows NT 2000 XP and Vista. The supporting files for the user profile hive is located in C Documents and Settings, account name, root, and is named ntuser.dat. Remember, we said for Vista, it's actually C users and then the account name. Windows alternate data streams. When creating NTFS, Microsoft allowed for the introduction of metadata within the file system itself. Now, this function is known as alternate data streams or multiple data streams. ADS allows the user to hide text or even an executable file without being detected by Windows Explorer or even DOS directory command line, right? The way to do it is to basically find that file and attach that alternate data stream behind the specific file. So 9 times out of 10, 9 times out of 10, you're adding a colon and then the file name. So anytime I open up the txt, I actually gain access to the other file as well that's in the alternate data stream. Now, this is a demonstration of how to create it. Basically, we're going to use Notepad to create a file called test.exe in C:/ or the root directory. Enter some of the text and save it. In Windows Explorer, check to see the file size. At the start run command, type the following: notepad test.txt : alternate.txt. Notepad asks if you want to create the file. You say yes. Enter some more text and then save the file. Now search for alternate.txt and also look for the file attributes of test.txt to include the file size. To confirm that it still exists, at the command prompt, write this: notepad test.txt alternate.txt, and you can access the file. Right, so we see that the information, it creates it. We can still create it, but we can't see it when we're looking at the other place. When you bring it into FTK, FTK is able to determine that it's an alternate data stream, and it will actually put that into another little bucket, and you can go review that bucket for that information. The Windows unique ID numbers, files produced by several popular applications include a GUID. If the computer that produced the file has an Ethernet card, its number or MAC address can be extracted, and the GUID uniquely identifies the card and thereby the computer. If the computer does not have an Ethernet card, a dummy address is used, and the GUID is not traceable. So to find the MAC address and the NIC. In Windows 95 and 98, if you had TCP/IP installed, you could run win IPCFG, click start, then run, and then type it in. One of the programs would run, look for a box mark adapter address. In Windows NT and 2000, if you had TCP/IP installed, you could do run ipconfig. Once the program runs, look for the box marked adapter address, or if you have TCP/IP installed, run IP/all from the DOS prompt. XP, you just follow desktop, start settings, network connections, local area connections, support tab, details, and then head down to the physical address. And Vista, it's almost the same thing: start, control panel, network, and sharing, view status, details, and then physical address. Possible files which may be stamped with a GUID and may include RAM and file slack. Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Word 97 will put GUIDs in documents regardless of the OS. Microsoft Visual C++, ActiveX, users of Office 2000 in certain markets where the registration has been compiled by Microsoft since 1998 are likely to be affected. Other IDs. Be aware that other software and protocols will place identifying data, aka metadata, in the background of the document. So when you use it, you need to make sure that the information that you find is correct. So here we have a metadata assistant where you can actually run through and analyze to see what type of metadata is there on a specific document, and it will give you information. And this is available at payneconsulting.com. Historical files, so assuming that your digital evidence was seized from a computer or device that had an accurate system clock setting, you may want to establish the last time the system was in use. For Windows 98, you can go to the following directory: C and then the Windows subdirectory. Inside the registry backup cabinet, files will contain the following information: user.dat, system.dat, win.ini, system.ini. These are files that are going to help you identify and articulate where the information was and the last time that the information was updated. An export and review of user.dat in hex or notepad may reveal information concerning documents last viewed. When you look at the user.dat in this instance, you can see that the files, the last thing that was reviewed was the green schedule cover 2002 or 212.01 pub. So there's a way to look at historical files that way. An export and review of the user.dat and hex may also reveal information concerning websites. So now we see anonymizer, and that's what someone would use to be anonymous. We see that they go out to different URLs looking for specific answers and information. And then an export and review of user.dat and system may be conducted with the registry data analyzer. So depending on what you have, my recommendation, if the registry is small enough, you could always use FTK registry viewer, and if you need to, you can just purchase that specific software by itself. Again, if you're going to look at registry files, you want to make sure that it's password or write protected, so that way you're not changing any of the data. Windows NT up to Vista. Areas of historical interest may include the following: swap files, the c:"page file.sys or cwinnt. Temp files, so we have C documents and settings, default user, local settings, temp, or user, default user, local settings, temp, temp. Also, the schedule lgu.txt, which provides date and time of the last system start, the WBEM logs, winmanagement.log, and then provides date and time of last system shutdown, or C Windows for XP and Vista. And then you've got your software log, your security log, the security event, the SAM log. This is where you're going to find all your system administration information. You can find that under C Windows System 32 config or C Windows System 32 config for XP and Vista. Now, using the event logs and event viewer, you can examine information about hardware, software, system problems, and review Windows NT, 2K, XP, and Vista security events. Using the event viewer program start run event vwr.exe, the examiner can view the various types of event logs. You may also use a program called dump event.exe, available from Samarasoft, to convert the event logs to text files. That would make it easier for you to be able to read it. You're looking for application, system, and security. Those are your main event logs as they relate to information and using that specific computer. Now, the application log, this contains event logs by applications or programs. For example, a database program might record a file error in the application log. System logs, this contains event logs by the Windows NT, XP, Vista system components. For example, the failure for a driver or other system component to load during startup is recorded in the system log. And then the security log, this is where you can cover things like deleting, creating, opening files, logging in and logging out, whether it was successful or unsuccessful. As administrator, system, root, any individual, you would be able to find that in the security logs. Here's an example of event viewer. Looking at the application log, we see things that happened, information, error. Depending on what it is, you can click on it and kind of see what the specific problem is. So now for Windows 2000, XP, Vista, an export or review of admin data within ntuser.dat file may be conducted with the Resplent Register tool. Use open for editing command under file. So now again, this is all going to be contingent on the fact that you know how to use this specific software. If you don't, I wouldn't open it with it. For Windows 95 up to XP, a review of the Windows protected file storage within user.dat into user.dat can be used using the Windows Secret Explorer Pro tool. Again, as long as you know what you're doing when you're interacting with it, then you're able to use these tools. If you don't know, then you're going to need to find another way to look at it. History of Explorer folder creation streams. For these can be found in the registries at StreamMRU. Most run in stream MRU, you double click on the sequence value 0, 1, 2 to review the value of the data. So when we go look at this, we're clicking on it and it tells us that this was the stream demos stream with a tilde and the number 1. For 98, 95, 98, and many folders within the Windows directory will maintain files of significant investigative value known as system shell folders. The following areas should be examined carefully. When you want to look at the history, you want to go to history.ie5. When you want to look at recent, you can go look at recent and then cookies and then favorites. And the cache is local settings, temporary internet files. Windows NT 2000 XP many folders within Documents and Settings directory will maintain files of significant value. Known system shell folders, the following values should be examined carefully. And you're looking into that specific username, so you're looking at local settings and history, recent, cookies, favorites, and then the temporary internet files. As a computer forensic practitioner, you may only have to examine media for evidence relating to network internet activity. If a web page's identification number is found, the contents of the web page are stored locally on the user's hard drive, and Internet Explorer uses the locally stored content for instant download information from the internet. And if the web page number is not found, then the content must be downloaded from the internet. This occurs if the user has not visited the web page before or the web page has changed and the identification number has expired. Internet 4 and above, index.dat file in the temporary internet folders performs this function. The index.dat file keeps growing as the user surfs the web, and the only way to shrink them is to delete them. Windows will automatically recreate smaller versions. Internet Explorer puts index.dat files in the cookies folder and or the internet content.ie5 or under the IE5 folder, and then also the user.dat or the user data. And then for a Windows XP or WinNT, it'll go into local settings, temporary internet files, content.ie5. Now, Windows also keeps these files open, so they're difficult for the user to delete. And then index.dat files can be viewed with the Internet Explorer History Viewer. You can also take it out and view it with Access Data and FTK. .lnk files, the Windows recent folder will usually contain a .lnk file known as a shortcut. The lnk file is a text file that contains the command line for the linked target along with the length of the command line. It is in the format of length : link hashtag command line. The properties for the link files known as shortcuts can be viewed by using link file extractor, and this kind of shows, hey, here's the GUID for this, here's the flags that are set, here's the created modified access time, what's the file size, the volume type, the serial number if they have it, and then the local base path, right? This is the location to find out about area1.pdf, area 51. A previous history of recent document links can be found in Recent Docs. You just double click on the sequence to review the value of the data. So when you get into Recent Docs, you click on it and it says, hey, CIS, MAST, JPEG, and then INC. Cookies. Cookies are small data records of visited websites. The main cookie folder is shown below. However, many cookies can be recovered from data recovery operations. So when you click on that text file, it says, hey, when I go to APB News, then you should load faster. You should not ask me for any type of cookies to answer or be able to see any of the information on the computer. Now, a cookie in its native form is generally meaningless. However, Kara Kenworthy's cookie viewer will allow you to view the cookie file by data component. So you're actually able to see the details of the cookie, the name of the cookie, the value of it, when it was created, and the lifetime of it. There's also a chance that individuals may use that cookie that you have created, and let's say it has a lifetime of 365 days and 13 hours. All I have to do is be able to use that, and I can steal that from you and use it in a browser and connect to the same exact target that you did. .url files, the Windows favorites folder will usually contain URL files known as internet shortcuts. URL file is a text file that contains the command line for the link to the internet target. So when you go into favorites, you're going to see like Google, New Web, Bargain.com, Blue Cross that we see over here, BOA, Cases for Less, CompTIA Home, something, Computer Forensics. You go double click on that, it's going to take you to the internet and show you um, maybe show you a file that you have created. Recently typed in URLs for Internet Explorer 5.6 can be found in the registry. HKey, current machine, user, software, Microsoft, Internet Explorer typed URLs. This is the exact same spot that you can find any of them. And then once you actually looked into there, you can see, hey, URL number 1 was opengroup.org, iso.ch, data-sniffer. Previous history of internet web, or i.e. web browser searching, can be found at software, Microsoft, Internet Explorer, search properties, en-us. And then you double click on previous searches to review the value data. And then, of course, here's a location where you can look at that specific information. We see where there's web default search, text, agreement, web something. A previous history of Windows Explorer searches can be found at the following registry location. So once we get into the Explorer bars and the CLS ID key, file names, most recent run or most recent used, you double click on that and look at the sequence. So when we look at the file name MRUs, we can see .pst, .ost, star.pst, depending on what it is that they actually used. A previous history of Windows Media Player file usage can be found at this registry key, software, Microsoft Media Player, recent file list. When you double click on the sequence of the file, it's going to show you the information. So when we look at it, clock.avi, that's one of the most recents that were looked at and used. The last time an application was used in Windows 95 to me can be found under C Windows app log. And then applog.dtc can be found there. This is going to reveal a suspect's app log. The following procedure is suggested. On the forensic computer, backup and remove all files within C Windows app log folder. Copy all files from the suspect drive to the directory on the forensic computer of the same name, and then go to the cvt applog.exe and run the same. CVT applog will create a file called optlog in the applog folder, which will list the last time each program ran and how many times it has run. Similar information can be found in C Windows System 32 config app event log. Microsoft WordPerfect and Microsoft Office files will retain the original creation date of the document in an area other than the directory structure, Internet Explorer, and are independent of the file system dates. Often computers will create system events unbeknownst to the end user. Some of the programs, check disk, may create snapshots of the current or previous hard drive and hard drive activity, operating systems, settings, or print jobs. So while reviewing the files, and especially files recovered from data recovery operations, You need to pay close attention to the files ending with the following extensions. .tmp. There could be stuff that are saved off to these .tmp files that may show some type of hacker mentality or some type of use of illegal systems. The .log. You want to look at the log files in order to make sure that the log files have not been written to, that nobody is using the system illegally. The .chk, these are files from check disk. EMF, these are principal jobs. .raw, this is non-Windows principal. .spl, this contains data concerning print jobs. SHD is a shadow file. This contains metadata on print jobs. Okay, Windows recycling bin. An active 9598 OS contains a hidden folder named recycled. In NT 2000 XP, the file name is recycler. These folders, also known as the recycling bin, contain deleted by the user, contain files deleted by the user in Windows Explorer or My Computer. So prior to the use of file recovery utilities, the examiner may want to review the status of the recycled files. And then, of course, when a file is deleted, the complete path and file name to where it is stored is in a hidden file called info or info2. Information stored in the info2 or info file include name of the file that was deleted, the date and time the file was placed in the recycler or recycling bin, and the location of where the file was previously located. Note, for Windows NT 2000 XP, a subfolder is also created with the security identifier of the account that was logged in at the time of deletion. So the artifacts are considerable interest of the examiner. The data contained in the files may prove whether an end user knowingly deleted files, when the files were deleted, and where they were located prior to deletion. And then the info2 and info files are deleted by the OS every time the recycling bin is emptied by the end user. However, may be recovered during data recovery operations. When an end user places a file in the recycling bin, the deleted file is renamed using the following syntax. D for deleted original drive letter, file index name, and the original copy of the extension. Example, so a new file named dc1.txt from the C drive was the first file deleted, and it is a text file. Note, for earlier versions of Windows, index starts with 0. Using the IE History Viewer tool, we can access we can process an info2 file from the Windows 9598 recycled folder. Info2 files are hidden from the normal OS environment. Verifying that there is a deleted file in the recycling bin, we would open up the command prompt window at C Windows. We're going to type cd/recycler, go to the directory and view the content, type attrib-h info star, then C recycler type info2, or C recycler copy info2 to C temp. So when you look at it, we type in attrib-h info, and then we do a dir, and then we can see info2 file. And then from there, we're able to copy the info2 file over and be able to view that info2 file. You can use Data Sniffer to view it. Go into C Recycled, recover the info2 info file, and Data Sniffer is a forensic tool that supports that. Now let's talk a little bit about Outlook email. As a computer forensic examiner, you may have to examine media for evidence related to email. There's a variety of email programs available. Everybody probably uses their own different one, unless, of course, you are on some type of a system that it is a requirement to have that specific email. So if you're going to use Outlook, if you're going to use Outlook Express, different things like that. Primary locations for Microsoft email systems can be found in the following areas. C Windows, Application Data, Microsoft, address book, Microsoft Outlook, application data, Microsoft Outlook under local settings, program files, Outlook Express, and the extensions to look for .pst, those fall under Outlook, .dat, .dbx, OST, MBX, and then addresses or books, the .wab and the .pab files. So looking at webmail, since many computer users utilize web-based email, a review for Hotmail, Yahoo Mail, or similar artifacts in the temp internet folder using the advanced forensic tools is essential. If you're able to open up that information and see it, when we click on Hotmail, the Hotmail file, it brings up other files that we can find, and we're looking for a specific user. Once we find that user, we should be able to look within that webmail. Since many computer users utilize web-based email, a review of Hotmail or similar artifacts in the temp internet folder is essential as well. Hello, welcome to Module 14, Electronic Discovery and Electronically Stored Information. This lesson, we're going to be talking about learning about e-discovery, discoverable ESI material, preserving the information, metadata, and then tools used in e-discovery. So what is e-discovery? This is where the entire efforts of a party to a lawsuit and his, her, or its attorneys to obtain information before trial through demands for production of documents, right? This is where we want to make sure that based off of the information that there's e-discovery. So this is electronic discovery rather than just regular discovery. So we want to make sure that all information is provided to all parties during a lawsuit. Electronically stored information is discoverable. Under Rule 34, Article A or Paragraph A, any party may secure on any other party a request to produce any designated documents or electronically stored information, including sound recordings, images, stored in any medium. So what this basically states is that if I am served with a lawsuit, then what I might be able to do is say, hey, based off of the information I know that you've obtained, I want that information as well. So that way, when we go to court, I'm able to defend whatever it is that you're prosecuting against. Traditional items, desktop, laptop, backup devices, media, file server, email with their attachments, email servers if needed, drawings, CDs, DVDs, floppy diskettes, USB mini drives. So it just depends. Tablets, PCs. Tablets, iPads, iPods, phones. They're all part of electronically stored information. Now, when we look at the ECI material, we're talking about sound recordings, photographs, we have our SD cards, voicemail servers, Blackberries, cell phones, smartphones. There's a lot of information out there that you can consider as electronically stored information or material. So when we talk about e-discovery notification, so upon notification of litigation, parties must consider their obligation to take reasonable and good faith steps to preserve potentially relevant electronically stored information. So at this point, once you're notified, hey, we want your cell phone, we want your computer, we want your USB drive, you have to maintain the ability to preserve that information. Because the thing that you need to understand is on your side of the fence, you're going to have to defend that. On their side of defense, on their side of the fence, they're going to have to be able to use that within court. So the parties must meet early and often to identify and resolve e-discovery related issues, and they have to meet to confer. So the required disclosure, party must, without awaiting a discovery request, provide to the other party a copy of or description by category and location of all documents, electronically stored information, and then disclosing party may use it in support of its claims or defenses. So ideally, if there is some type of information that is provided, they have to be able to say, okay, based off of this information, here is what we have to disclose to you, dealing with court. So, what you must discuss at the Rule 26 conference, preserving the ECI and litigation holds, asserting claims of privilege, ECI production reasonably accessible in terms of cost and burden, form of producing ECI, the metadata, the deleted materials, and then data retention architecture. Preserving the information. Computer data is hard to get rid of, but very easy to change. So you may try to delete something, we can recover it. Merely starting a computer causes changes on every drive it can reach. Just by booting up the system, it's going to access specific files on the system. It's going to update those files. So ideally, if you find it in an off state, leave it in an off state until you can take an image of it. If you find it that it's on, you either want to shut it down immediately or take whatever information you need to take, then shut it down. Viruses, adware, and malware scanners, these all can alter the dates, right? Just by altering the date, alters the data. Um, there may be utilities that can auto delete old files. So they may have some type of, on Linux, they may have a cron job that runs against whatever folder it is that they're creating information and says, hey, anything older than 2 weeks, let's delete this. Most IT shops rotate their backup media. So what ends up happening is that you may have 5 disks that are used for backup media, and you just rotate them out. So disk 1 is week 1, disk 2 is week 2, week 3, week 4, week 5, and then at the end of 5 weeks, disk 1 becomes week 6, week 7, week 8, week 9, week 10. So you're only able to go back 5 weeks. If you can't get anything, if it all happened previous than 5 weeks, they're not going to have that information stored in that type of a backup. So if you know that they only go for the 5 weeks and you're able to articulate the fact that you're 2 weeks into the investigation, you can tell them to stop and you may actually have 3 weeks worth of data. Opening and printing a document changes its internal data, and then of course email scanners may delete junk without the user's knowledge. So even though they've scanned it and emailed it, they may delete that specific file. E-discovery liaison, so inventory clients, ESI, they need to prepare a list by content and location, and then you expect to use in court. Identify the forms ESI is available in and their metadata. Plan for orderly preservation of data and continued business operations. So you need to make sure that you're able to preserve the data that you need to, but you need to make sure that they can still conduct whatever duty they have to, right? If for some reason you're looking for a specific user over a specific time frame, then that doesn't mean you have to shut the whole company down and tell them to turn off their network. It just means that you need to preserve the information about the specific individual and let the rest of the company work as normal so that way they don't spook anybody else within the organization that maybe a potential investigation is going on. Guide in producing discoverable materials, and then a guide in preparing discovery request and managing that production. So e-discovery products, how are documents maintained? Are they paper only? Are they word processing files? Are they spreadsheets? Do you keep them on the computer and also in paper copy? What accounting files are there? Where do you have them? When you scan faxes, do you maintain the cover sheets? Do you also maintain the specific faxes? Text files, where are the text files used? SD, other media, is there anything that you use that connects to a specific device? When we talk about email messages and attachments, is it saved on a server somewhere, or is this something that we've got to hunt within this individual's profile? CDs, DVDs, whenever you create media, where is it saved? Do you have to take that media and store it in some type of a locker or safe? PDA, cell phones, text messages. Are they using a company phone to do specific things? And do we have access to that company phone? Ideally, what you don't know will hurt you. If you don't have the information, When we're talking about metadata, if you don't have that information, you might try to present it in court, and then the other lawyer's going to be like, oh, well, I understand that you say that he owned the document, but when you look at the metadata, this is who actually owned the document. So, metadata, all applications have some information about their files hidden within the file itself. We call this metadata. Microsoft Word keeps more than most other word processor. So Word keeps the last 10 times the document was saved, along with the user who saved that specific document. When we talk about data retention, data retention architecture is an organization's underlying backup policy and practices. So elements included into this, we can see desktops, servers, laptops, home computers. If it's a home computer that the individual is using for work, right? So work has provided the laptop, he has to take it home to be able to use it. PDAs or cell phones that are related to work, on and off-site information, the deletion schedule. When are things getting deleted in this process? Whether it's indexed or tested based off of that retention. So the safe harbor rule, absent exceptional circumstances, a court may not impose sanctions under these rules on a party for failing to provide electronically stored information lost as a result of routine good faith operations of an electronic information system. So like I said, when you're doing the backups, if your policy is to say every week we rotate this backup out and we're only keeping back 5 weeks, then when you hit week 6, you lose that first week. So they can't make them produce that first week because it's going through their normal day-to-day operations, and by the time the investigation came down, it had already created backups for the first 2 weeks. You only have the last 3 weeks. What is spoliation or spoliation? Spoliation is the destruction or failure to preserve electronic evidence during litigation or when litigation is evident. Spoliation may carry hefty penalties that include dismissal and fines, right? Um, an investigation is going to happen, so you start shredding paperwork. You start deleting files. You start using a program called Shredder, and you start deleting your computer systems. You start re-imaging them, wiping them, doing whatever you can to make sure that when they come in and ask for specific documents, you say, well, we don't have those documents. Some of the tools that you can use for e-discovery is guided software's e-discovery suite, Clearwell, Catalyst, and Attentex. This concludes the e-discovery and electronically stored information module. Welcome to Module 15, Cell Phone Forensics. In this, we're going to learn about different methods of cell phone forensics, hardware characteristics, cell phone networks, different operating systems in the cell phones, what a criminal can do with cell phones, cell phone forensics, subscriber identity module, the forensic steps, forensic tools, challenges, and then we're going to go over some parabens information. So when we talk about cell phones, these are electronic devices used for mobile voice and data communication over a network. We're talking about voice and text messages, personal information management, SMS, MMS messages. We're talking about email, chat. My phone, I can actually use Google Talk. We're going to talk about storing images and videos, the games that people can play on them, cameras, and video recorders. So the types of cell networks, we have code division multiple access or CDMA. This is where we're talking about using Sprint. Some of Verizon has it. We have the enhanced data range for GSM. We have the IDEN or integrated digital enhanced network. GPRS, which is the general packet radio service. A lot of these are used throughout countries all across the world. Now, most of it, or some of the background for some of it, is GSM, and then based off of GSM, it further populates down into specific countries and how they use that specific cell network. Now, what does a criminal have, or what can a criminal do with cell phones? They can be harassing or threatening. They can send viruses and trojans to other users. They can distribute images and videos. They can steal data. They have the ability to store and transmit personal information, send dangerous or offensive text messages, and then, of course, clone somebody's SIM card for criminal use, right? So if I have a copy of your specific SIM card, then I can use that against you. The science of recovering digital evidence from a mobile phone under forensically sound conditions. This includes recovery and analysis of mobile devices and SIM cards. And then, of course, the purpose is to catch individuals who commit crimes. How can we do this? We have SIM card information, we have emails, we have phone books, we have CDMA serial numbers, network information, even GPS location. We're able to pinpoint where the specific individual is as they're using their cell phone. Call history, who have they called, who's called them, what kind of a missed call did they have, sound files, maybe they've recorded information or data, and then, of course, SMS and MMS text messages, any type of photos or videos they might have created, their IMEI information. This actually tells us who it is that specifically owns that, and then any type of internet settings or wireless access points they may have set up. The subscriber identity module, or the SIM, this is a removable component. Ideally, you can go to the store and you can buy a phone, especially with like AT&T, any type of GSM setup, and they give you a SIM card. And the functionality of that is to authenticate the user's cell phone to the network, and that's going to give you your accesses. It's going to allow you to talk to people. It's going to allow you to use the specific network. The integrated circuit card identification. This is basically a SIM can be used up to 20 digits long and consist of industry identifier prefix, followed by the country code, followed by an issuer's identification number, identifier number, and then the individual account identification number. This code helps to identify the country and network of the operator's name. And if this does not exist on the SIM card, then get it by using the SIM acquisition tool like Forensic SIM Toolkit. For GSM devices, the International Mobile Equipment Identifier is 15 digits, and this indicates the manufacturer, the model type, and then the country of approval. So the first 8 digits are known as the type allocation code, and this signifies the model and the origin of this specific device. Produced by the manufacturer, ESN is a unique 32-bit identifier recorded on a secure chip in the cell phone. The first 8 to 14 bits identify the manufacturer, and the remaining bits make up the product's serial number. Now, helpful hints for the investigation. Maintain physical control, such as fingerprints, handle the cell phone evidence properly, and then before arriving to secure the area, turn off any wireless devices such as Bluetooth or Wi-Fi radios. This is going to avoid unwanted interaction with the specific device, especially if you know that there's a phone on the scene. Also, a lot of times when the Iraqis and the Afghanis were setting up different IEDs, what they would do is they would hook cell phones up to it. So one small signal that was sent off to the cell phone would cause the bomb to go off. Photograph the crime scene, including the mobile phone, the cables, the cradles. If the device display is on, take a photograph of what's on there, and then, if necessary, record manually. You want to document the time, the status, the battery level, and then, without removing removing them from the device, collect other sources of evidence, i.e., the SIM card, any type of media, or other hardware for the phone. Some more helpful hints. If the phone's on the cradle or connected to the computer, you got to seize all the components. You also want to seize the specific computer too, because that's going to have the software that interacts with the phone. Remove the battery if you want, if you can, if you need to. Also, you want to make sure that you need to plug it into some type of Faraday bag, so that way it's not sending the signal out. Help to keep new traffic from overriding the existing data by isolating the phone. and then keep the new data from affecting the existing data, also by isolating the phone from being able to sync with other devices. If the device is on, do not turn it off. If the device is off, leave it off. Basically, there's a lockout feature that can be activated by turning the device off, which means that if you try to take an image of it, you're not going to be able to. Or if you try to turn the phone back on, it may ask for a password. And if you don't have the right password, after the third attempt, it could potentially wipe the phone. Evidence on the device could be altered if you turn it on and it's already off. Don't remove the battery. Doing so could cause the contents of some of the devices to be lost, right? So you may still have stuff that's kind of there because of the simple surge of the battery. So you want to be able to take an image of it then, and then you can remove the battery to get to the SIM card. SIM cards contain the important information. They're going to give you the unique identifiers for the SID. They're going to give you call information, last numbers dialed, abbreviated dialing numbers, the phone book, message information, SIM cards, SMS, EMS, multimedia messages. It's going to help you locate the area and the routing information. The SIM cards. To access the SIM card, a PIN code is necessary. Again, 3 failed attempts causes the card to be blocked, or it causes you to have to put in an 8-digit personal unlock number or a PUC. And I can tell you right now that even though the network provider has the PUC and can provide that, sometimes they won't allow you to do that because you don't have some type of a warrant or some type of a document that says that you're seizing that specific phone. Also, if you fail at the attempts for the PUC, it could disable the SIM card permanently. Cell phone memory. Cell phones use various types of volatile and non-volatile memory. Ideally, they're using it for the kernel, device drivers, any type of operating system codes, data files that include data such as the PIM, images, audio, video, text, and system libraries. And what this memory is used for is to store basically any data that you want to use to be able to access items on your phone. Um, right now on my phone, I think I have a couple of apps that I'm actually playing games on, and so it has to store that data on my phone. Also, I have an app where I can read books, so it has to be able to store that information. So you have to be aware of the information that's on the phone, so that way you can go after that specific information. Now, analyzing the information. You want to go for the big ones. We want to go for local information, subscriber information. We have to be able to identify that this is the specific individual or the offender or the accused. We have to make sure that this is their phone. If there's any electronic documents on it, we have to show that they were the ones that were in control of the electronic documents. They were the ones that used it. Date and time, language, other system settings, instant messaging and web browsing. For some reason they were sending messages, and based off of those messages, we deemed that there was some type of a computer crime. We have to be able to prove that and then prove that this is the individual's phone. Distinguish who created, modified, and accessed the file. Determine the occurrence of events. Create a timeline of the events. And then find the hidden information and record that. If you need to, use whatever tools necessary to open up the encrypted files, whether it's emails, messages, or contacts. And then to read password protected information, use some type of a password cracking tool. Now, some of the forensic tool kits are SIM Analyzer, tools that recover contents from SIM cards, last number dialed, active and deleted text messages, general files found in the TEL group. SimCon, forensic SIM card reader. This allows the user to imagine all files or image all files on the GSM or 3G SIM card to a computer file. And then, of course, SIM card data recovery. This recovers data that was accidentally deleted from a SIM card. Device seizure. This is a digital forensic tool that supports GSM cards and uses a SIM card reader. SIM card seizure recovers deleted text messages, performs comprehensive analysis. Cell phone analyzer. So a cell phone forensic tool used to recover deleted items. This is where we're looking for live video capture. Processes BlackBerry IPDs. It goes after Nokia. It does SIM card analysis, and then it creates a safety SIM to preserve the call logs and the data information. Oxygen Forensic Suite. This software that recovers data from cell phones, smartphones, and PDAs. BitPim. This allows you to view and manipulate data on several CDMA devices from LG, Samsung, Sanyo. Mobile Edit. This collects all possible data on the cell phone and provides an extensive report. Right, so we analyze the phone book, we read deleted messages, we have a direct SIM analyzer through SIM readers, and we can make backups now and report what is needed. The forensic card reader. This allows a forensic method of extracting data from a SIM card. It does not alter any data. It'll read deleted flag SIM SMS messages. And what it does is it has an integrated circuit card, internet mobile subscriber ID, fixed dialing numbers, hidden entries, MSISDN, deleted text messages or deleted SMS messages. That is some of the data that it can pull off of this specific SIM card. The forensic SIM tool, recovers the digital evidence from GSM. It allows acquisition analysis and reporting. And then what it does is it retrieves the operator identity number. It will retrieve the start and end time with timestamps, perform an MD5 checksum and acquired data, and then retrieves storage data, card serial number, production batch, and date. Forensic challenges, a regularly disposable solution for criminals. So ideally what can happen is a criminal can go buy a phone. They're normally called a go phone. He can do whatever he needs to do and then drop it into a trash can. He could also break it. He could throw it away. He could potentially destroy it. It's really only when they get caught with it. It's really only when they get caught with it that we're able to actually do anything, right? So when you investigate mobile devices, there's no single standard approach. Different forensic tools can only operate on certain handsets. Um, Cellbrite has like a certain number of handsets that they can actually use. But as you go through the process and you identify the phone, then they tell you if it's available or not. So now we're going to talk a little bit about paraben forensics. So paraben forensic hardware. This kit includes a wireless stronghold bag, or what's referred to as a Faraday bag, remote charger, and then a first responders card for handling PDAs and cell phones. The handheld first responders kit secures the device from unwanted wireless signals, and this can keep it from being contaminated or eliminate data, which provides power to the device to prevent that loss. First responders can use this bag to ensure that proper wireless procedures are kept. It's made of nickel, copper, silver, basically the unique design that prevents data cables from acting as signal conduits, and then the shielding effectiveness, right? It should be able to block all signals. Using the paraben remote charger, the battery-powered remote charger uses multiple charging tips to keep your device powered. It is perfect for the first responder to ensure that seized devices remain powered and potential evidence is preserved. This is included in the device seizure toolkit. Chargers are manufactured by Motorola, Nokia, Samsung, Siemens, Ericsson, and there's plenty more. The device seizure toolbox. So this is a collection of items that would be necessary for different scenarios. The contents of the toolbox in combination with the appropriate software allows for the acquisition of over hundreds of cell phones or PDAs. This includes a remote charger, power adapter, USB device, and the nylon carrying case. Paraben's wireless stronghold tent was designed to allow for safe acquisition of data from the wireless devices by blocking wireless signals. The tent's portable and it can fit one person using a laptop to perform the acquisition. Um, some of the features: portable, easy to set up, lightweight and compact, and it includes durable custom carrying case. So Paraben's Passport Stronghold bag protects your RFIS passport. It is a protective barrier wrapping your information for signal blocking. So the Stronghold bag allows you to put the phone into it. The phone will not be able to signal out, so no one can connect to it remotely and be able to cause the phone to potentially start wiping itself. Project-a-phone securely clamps your handheld device in place and delivers a clear video image of the screen to your computer. Now, this can show it on your monitor and displays through a projector, and then provides an easy access to the controls while stabilizing your device, so you can run live demonstrations. So the software can simultaneously display multiple screens, fits major mobile phones and handheld devices. You get live video feed, allows you to record audio and video and take screen captures, and it's lightweight and compact. So you can use this to actually create some of your classes. Now, Paraben has a SATA adapter. It adds serial ATA support for Paraben's lockdown as well as the Image Master Solo. And this can be used in combination with these products to prevent altering any of the ATA and PATA derived during forensic device seizure. Now, Paraben's Lockdown is an advanced FireWire or USB to IDE write blocker that combines the portability to allow IDE media to acquire quickly and safely. The size, it's very small. IDE ports for both desktop and laptop IDEs, and then acquires drives through Windows, which is substantially faster than most DOS-based applications. Now, Paraben SIM card reader. The SIM card reader has the ability to acquire SIM data. It's compatible with both programs, and when used by either program, acts as a forensic SIM card reader. Now, Sony Cli serial cable support, all N and S series Sony Cli PDAs for use with Paraben's PDA seizure or normal hot sync operations. The CSI Stick, Paraben's CSI Stick, is a portable cell phone forensic and data gathering tool. This acquires data that can only be read and analyzed in Paraben's Device Seizure or DS Lite. Currently, it supports Motorola and Samsung phones. One CSI Stick base unit, 2 Motorola tips, 1 Samsung tip, a remote charger, and a carrying case. The USB serial DB9 adapter. So most adapters have different drivers, making it extremely difficult to support the USB to serial adapters for PDA, cell phone, and SIM card seizure. Specifications: 230 kbs per data rate transfer. This will support remote wake up and power management. There's easy installation, and it works with cell phones, PDAs, digital cameras, modems. The Paraben P2 Commander. So this comprehensive forensic tool configured to handle large amounts of data in an efficient manner. And what it allows is the back end of Firebird database for support for massive multi-threading and task, examine logical and physical disks, and support disk images for most popular forensic imaging software. So this is going to give you access to the specific devices or drives that you have been able to take an image of. This Hello and welcome to Module 16, USB Forensics. In this lesson, we're going to learn about the different methods to conduct forensics on USB thumb drives. We're going to talk about the USB, we're going to talk about flash, we're going to talk about forensics, and we're going to talk about tools. It's a very short module, maybe 5, 10, 15 minutes. We're just going to kind of cover the basics. USB connectors, usually a male connector, the NAND flash memory chip. Then we also have the USB mass storage controller, and then the crystal oscillator. Notice that a standard USB, USB 2.0 reads up to 30 megs per second, and then can write up to 15 megs per second. And obviously, we're changing in times as we're transitioning over to USB 3.0, which is a little bit faster. USB forensics, this is the methodology and technique of recovering digital evidence from a USB flash drive. We have to be careful when extracting the data from the USB. Then we have to follow a sound pattern where evidence is not tainted, right? So digital evidence may not be the only data residing in a USB. Malicious programs, rootkits, spyware, Trojans can be hosted in a USB. Also, operating systems, being able to run an operating system on it off of a USB drive as USB flash. So if I could take that, I could plug it in, I could reboot your system, do what I needed to do, hack whatever I needed to hack, shut down your system, pull that out, and I've never changed the timestamp on the actual host operating system. So when you try to do forensics on the host operating system, you don't actually find the information that you're looking for. Why? Because it's all on my specific thumb drive that I can basically walk around, plug it in, and go. Also, always follow the chain of custody. Look under the chain of custody for the complete process. We want to evaluate, secure, and document the site. One of the things that you want to do when you're documenting the site is to be able to take photos to show the size of the USB and to show the comparison of the USB. We want to document and image the evidence in the USB, right? USB drives are a little bit smaller, so it makes it a little bit easier to cover that specific information, to be able to image the information, document it. Also, we want to analyze the data on the USB. If we believe that the USB is being used as another operating system, then we want to be able to take that image, and while we're analyzing it, figure out that yes, the image is bootable. Hey, it's this type of operating system. This is what you need to use, or this is how you need to use it. And then based off of that data that we find, we need to be able to generate a report. And that report should explain in detail, this was the summary of the findings. Here's how I found what it was that I was looking for on the specific thumb drive, and here's the tool set that I used to do it. Now, we need to be careful and make sure that you don't touch the USB drive as it may have fingerprints on it. So you want to put gloves on, put on some type of steriling equipment so that way it doesn't affect the USB drive. Now, forensically, you can discover artifacts or footprints on the disk that the USB drive was connected to. So being able to track down the USB location, you can follow it under Windows System 32 Configure System. This is what you're going to look at. You're going to use that and look at the device in the registry keys, look for the current control set, the enum, and the USB store. And what you can do with that information is that you can prove that that specific thumb drive was connected to the computer, and if the computer is the primary in the investigation, then you can say, hey, this is another item that was used within the whatever criminal incident or the incident. So we would also like to look at it forensically, and you have to make sure that when you look at it forensically that you're creating a copy like you did before, and then you're only looking at the image and not the actual original evidence, right? Some of the tools that you can use, right? We can use FTK Imager, we can use Incase, Knoppix, Data Doctor, Bad Company Pro. Once you actually get the image done, you got to make sure that it's write protected before you do it because you don't want to access anything on the thumb drive. And then you also got to make sure that you take the copy the way that it's supposed to. So I would use FTK Imager, use physical disk, take the whole thing bit for bit copy. Based off of that will allow you to review the evidence with things like Access Data's FTK. You could also use Incase and be able to look at that information. This concludes the module on USB forensics. Welcome to Module 17, Incident Handling. In this lesson, we're going to learn about incident handling. We're going to learn what an incident is, security incident, incident reporting, incident response, handling of it, what a CSIRT is, types of incidents, how CSIRT handles cases, the steps, and then the world certs. So, incident handling is the preparation, detection, management, and resolution of incidents or events that may occur in the information system. And this involves the process of managing the life cycle of an incident. What is a security event? This is any event that occurs in the organization related to security. This may be damaging or benign. However, a user login is a security event. A new user account created is a security event. So it just depends on how the system is set up and how you would actually transfer or track that information. Common security events of interest, malicious code, networks and application scans, probes, penetration attempts, right? We want to be able to see if the attacker's trying to come into the network, how are they coming into the network, why are they coming into the network? Denial of service attacks, inappropriate use of company assets, espionage, unauthorized or attempted unauthorized access, and then breach or attempted breach of sensitive information. Now, what is a security incident? This is any security event that warrants activation of an incident response team. This is unique to each organization and it is usually based on the nature of the event. Like I said, depending on what type of event it is going to determine whether it sets into motion further investigation into that type of an event. Now, what is the incident response plan? It's a document that defines basically the incidents that they're going to respond to, the levels of the incidents, the response plan for each level, the incident management team's responsibilities, the communications and reporting plans, and then the practice and or guidelines. When does the plan get initiated? This is different for every organization based off of the type of business, the assets, the responsibilities, and the risk tolerance. For example, CIA may need to enact their incident response plan immediately after the detection of any unauthorized user account, regardless of the source, while a small manufacturing facility may only need to enact their response plan if the hacker's actually broken into the system. So the organization's risk tolerance and management philosophies should be taken into account when you use or build the incident response plan. Common goals of the incident response management. We want to detect and respond to security events. We want to provide focus and resources for the documentation, planning, and training of the incident response. We want to provide a framework for detection, communication, and response and escalation, de-escalation. We want to allow for the identification of incident response or incident impact and the subsequent prioritization and planning of the response effort. We want to reduce losses incurred by the security incident. We want to reduce downtime incurred by the security incident. We want to identify an attacker, possible prosecution, and then meeting compliance and or customer requirements. These things are going to play into fact how we're going to create and manage the incident response team itself. Our steps: preparation, identification and initial response, containment, eradication, recovery, and follow up. So, phase one, we talk about preparation. So, to prepare people, processes, and technologies for the prevention and detection of security incidents and to limit damage and downtime should an incident occur. So, what we mean by this is if for some reason an incident occurs where it's like a security event let's say somebody hacks into the system, we need to determine how long we can accept the fact that the network is down, the individuals are not able to get out to a specific web page, and we need to be able to strike back as fast as we can, so that way we can be able to fix or limit the damage that has occurred over a specific amount of time. So we want to be prepared. Incident happens, not a matter of if, but a matter of when the incident happens. How are we going to do this? We don't want to be caught unprepared. You need to think through how your organization will need to respond to the variety of common incidents that you may face. We need to formalize an incident response capability. And then the incident response plan. We want to document the incident response plan and obtain plan approval from management. The incident response plan should include the following: incident handling charter, what the purpose of the incident response function and what they are authorized to do. Ensure incident response team is granted the necessary authority to execute the plan. What we want to do is define what constitutes an incident. What are the severity levels? Potential loss of revenue and/or repetition, sensitivity of the affected systems, availability of resources, and then we want to try to keep it simple. Too much complexity can bog down incident response teams, right? So if there's too much that they have to do, they might not be able to conduct the full mission. So we need to define how we would escalate and de-escalate. If for some reason the incident happens, hey, we put the incident response team on alert to await further guidance. Once we realize that there's more severe of an incident, then we would tell the incident response team that we need them to come in. If they come in and they start to review some of the material and say, hey, this is all that needs to happen, then we start to de-escalate and say, okay, all right, now maybe we only need 2 of you here instead of 4. Okay, I think the situation's under control. We can actually go ahead and cut the incident response team. And then define how others communicate suspicious activities and if you will allow anonymous reporting. Teams, what teams exist and their goals and responsibilities, and what the team is authorized to do. Who should be contacted for communications? Who should be contacted during each type of an event? Who are the primary points of contact, secondary, tertiary? When is incident management command and control notified? The type and frequencies of constituents of communication may vary based on the severity, the type of the incident. What procedures with communicating with the press and outsiders? What about off hours? When is law enforcement notified? So, one of the things to understand is that if the press finds out that some type of an incident has happened, you have to determine what it is to do in order to give some type of a press release and explain, hey, this is what happened over the course of this time, and we're going to be able to change all that information. The response plan templates. So document the steps to take for various security incidents. For example, during high severity, conference bridge is activated and the incident responding team is asked to attend. During website defacement, PR is called. During virus outbreak, users are contacted. Incident response plans may also include or refer to related documentation, system configurations and setups, evidence handling, forensic acquisition, training and awareness details, and then procedures for various activities. One of the things you got to understand are the roles of the incident response team. So this develops and provides leadership during an incident plan execution. This provides on-site response when necessary, drafts the post-mortem incident response, provides training, awareness, and periodic testing of the plan, right? So what's going to happen is, in order for a plan to go into effect, you need to be able to test it. So this allows you to test that plan. Maybe every 90 days you say, okay, here's an incident that happened. Your team's got to be ready to go. And then they're ready to go and they have to execute the actual plan. Update documentation includes specific response procedures. If there's a new incident that's identified, you want to be able to update that information. If the way that you have it documented for a specific incident response has changed, then you want to make sure that you update that information. Recommends policies and standards. So what will happen is, if a specific incident happens, you go in, you take care of what you need to. Then what you can do is go to management and say, hey, based off of this incident, this is what you should, or this is the recommended policy or the standard that you should follow or create or implement. Conducts lesson learned sessions after each incident response, right? We know that each incident is going to be different in their nature. While it may look like the same attack is happening, something is going to happen that makes it different and unique of its own. So what you need to do is make sure that you kind of have like a after action review or after action report or lessons learned, so that way you can be prepared just in case that type of incident were to ever happen again. Generates key matrix and then reports periodically to the management team, right? You have to be able to provide the information saying, hey, this is what's happened over the last 6 months. Here's where the areas that we should focus on. So the incident response team makeup. This is going to be made up of IT, non-IT staff. You're going to look at administrators, incident response handlers, tech writers, trainers, legal counsel, HR, PR, business unit representation, and then you may be required to investigate possible breaches at client's request. And then a virtual team structure is often effective when dedicated resources are not available. So challenges of building the team. Logistics. Challenges exist with large organizations and those that are spread out geographically. How do you handle sites with no technical resources on site? How do you get to a site that is out of range from a main facility, so you have to travel or drive there anytime an incident happens? How do you build that relationship within the organization? The in-house expertise. You may need to outsource areas where internal expertise is not available. Funding and priority, and then of course prioritizing and managing efforts during the simultaneous incident response efforts. Incident response training and awareness. So your IRT members should receive the technical training that they need, receive training on their responsibilities, and then understand the goals of the incident response team. The administrator receives the technical training where appropriate to grant him the skills to identify the incidents. The managers, they should have the basic understanding and appreciation of the IR plan, be informed on how to report suspicious events, and then be informed to provide support by allowing their employees to attend any type of training that is required for specific incident responses. The users, they need to know the basic identity of suspicious events and how to report them, and then be aware of any mandatory or operational or optional IR training available to them. You know, the users need to be aware of what it is that needs to be reported. So you have to train them to make them aware. They're not just going to know, oh, this is an incident. I think I should turn this in. And then the customer or clients. In some cases, customers will be included in the training similar to the users, just to make them aware. Okay, our jump kit. Incident response handlers should put together a response kit, known also as a jump kit, with the technical tools needed for the most common incidents. You should be able to, we always called it a go kit or a go bag, but you should always have like a backpack ready to go with on the road incident response kits. This includes scissors, bags. It includes a laptop, drives in order to be able to take images and record the drives to it. Um, write protection devices. So there's many tools that you need to take with you, and you need to make sure that you have them all inside the pouch. You could always use like a little go bag that has wheels, so that way you can travel with it. Right? Some of the common tools: paper notebooks, copy of the IR plan forms and templates, recording devices, camera. You definitely want a camera. Laptop, Ethernet, patch cables, crossover cables, adapters, Ziploc bags, depending on what you need to put the evidence in or what evidence that you're going to find. A power strip, just in case you don't have the ability to plug 17 things into the wall, you can plug one in and use the power strip. Write block devices, bootable software, depending on how you have to interact with the system itself. And then, of course, forensic acquisition tools. And you want to make sure that these tools can function over the network. Prepare your sites and systems. There is much that you can do to both prevent and prepare a security incident. Patch your systems out. Majority of security incidents result from systems that are not patched. I know that it takes, and I understand that it takes a long time sometimes to patch systems. Ideally, you want to make sure that the environment that you have set up as a system administrator will be able to function properly if you were to install some type of a patch. There's potential that as you update the Windows systems and you put on a specific patch, it could knock out a program that was running and working successfully. And that program could be severe to it could be crippling the specific mission. So you need to make sure that you have the information possible. Deploy warning banners. Each user who attempts to log into the system should be greeted with a login banner, and they should acknowledge or have to acknowledge that login banner. System's owned by your organization, it's subject to monitoring. Unauthorized access is prohibited. Just about every computer that I log into gives me that specific screen, and I have to click the OK button to move forward and then type in my username and password. Again, create sound ingress, egress, firewall policies. Inbound attacks are often successful due to poorly configured firewall policies. Outbound attacks can originate from within networks due to malware. Ensure that outbound policies are properly configured. And then when you set up your IDSs, you want to make sure that they're network based, especially with non-trusted networks such as intranet and extranets. You want to make sure they're host based. Tune them for false positives. You need to make sure that you set it up to where when it's dumping into the file that it's dumping in stuff that is correct. Trying to minimize the false positives. You want to ensure that you identify critical assets, applications, and servers. So during the incident, this information can help you to understand the severity of the incident, i.e., the system administrator calls and says, hey, X, Y, and Z server or application has been corrupted or there has been an incident. So you need to know, okay, that application falls under this level of severity, so we have to kick this incident response team off now. Ensure that your account policies are adequate. So passwords are the first line of defense. Remote administrative rights where possible. Ideally, one of the things that you can work on is, creating, like the government does, the 17 character upper, lower case, special characters and numbers. They can't be next to each other. They have to be split off on all the other stuff. And that's going to get rough for a while for people. You just have to make sure that you have a logical setup of policies and that they're going to be an adequate defense. And then have the acceptable use policy. Reviewed by legal and HR basically says, hey, this is how you use it. If you use it any other way, you can't be fired, terminated, prosecuted, whichever it's going to be within a court of law or fired. You know what I mean? You want to implement centralized logging and analysis. So use the underlying assumption that your logs will eventually need to be used in court. So thus, logging procedures and systems must be configured to meet the requirements for the rules of evidence. Ensure the systems run antivirus and are current and up to date. If your antivirus is out of date, a 0-day exploit will not get caught. Now, obviously, a 0-day exploit is not going to get caught majority of the time, anyways. But if you have it set up to where you're updating on a weekly basis, then something that may have come out that was vulnerable the week prior, or some virus that may have come out the week prior that's been reported, you should be able to catch it within a week. You're not catching it within 3 months. Create host hardening and implement throughout the organization, and then perform vulnerability assessments and pen testings periodically. Pay the money to have a red team come in, or to have a team come in and say, hey, I just wanted you to know that your network is vulnerable in these areas, and you should probably tighten that down. So, diagram and document the network. Ensure network diagrams and documentation is up to date and readily available to the team, and then extremely valuable for many security incident response efforts. You want to back up and restore processes. In the event of an incident response, you may have to restore a compromised system. Ensure that you have sound and recovery possessions, periodic tests, and then secure the media from the compromise. Make sure that when you back it up, if you need to, you're able to push that backup back out. Because what ends up happening is, let's say you back up every Friday, and on Tuesday somebody's computer is exposed to a virus. Well, you want to be able to push that backup back out. Just explain to everybody that, hey, any data that you've used or come up with since Friday is, it's going to be deleted. So you're going to have to start from scratch, but you only have to go back a week. You don't have to go back to, hey, this is the first day that I started working here. And then protect data from malicious encryption. So encryption protects data from the bad guys, but it can also be used against a company. Ensure sound encryption processes are in place to allow administrators the ability to decrypt data that a malicious user may have encrypted. Okay, still preparing the sites. Train incident response handlers. Ensure you have the necessary skills available to conduct the incident response, forensics, malware analysis and mitigation, evidence handling, business continuity, and resumption. Also, practice your plan. Right, have a periodic tabletop exercise and test drills, and then may work in tandem with a disaster recovery test, as the security incident may kick off the need for that. Okay, moving into phase 2, identification and incident response. So the goal here is determine if an incident has occurred, and if so, what is the nature and severity of the incident. 3 basic steps: receive, implement system to watch, monitor, and collect, identify areas where little or no monitoring is visible, and then sensors can be electronic or human. Collection, you need centralized collection to facilitate analysis, and the system should be designed to accept data from all sensors. Analyze, automate analysis and alerting, ability to analyze and determine false positives, collect, manage, and archive, and then data extraction and reporting. Now, basic incident response steps. This is where we're going to identify the incident analyst. Whom or what the team will be activated to respond to. We want to collect and analyze the evidence. We want to collect all needed information about the incident. Then we're going to maintain logging of the event. We're going to maintain a provable chain of custody. We want to prevent the attacker from erasing or modifying data. So if the system's on and you know the attacker's doing something, cut the system off, get them out of there. Identify evidence to be collected. Don't modify the original data. We've talked about this numerous times already. Ideally, what you want to do is you want to take a copy of the evidence and then put the evidence in with the evidence custodian in the evidence locker. Investigate the incident and report findings. Estimate the scope of the incident. Identify the nature and severity. Who needs to be notified? The external organizations, if need be. What the decision and actions are that are taken, and then identify decision-making processes. So proper evidence handling is critical if the incident ends up in court. You got to be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the evidence was not or could not be tampered with. Every piece of evidence will be scrutinized. They're going to try to see if that little seal came off of there that says that it was evidence and it was sealed. They need to identify every piece of potential evidence and then never work on original data. Never, never, never. Always make copies. Seal all evidence and tamper evidence containers and bags. Log and control the access. And then when the evidence is handed over to another party, ensure you have the recipient sign for the evidence. Always maintain a witness when copying and handling evidence, and then consider using proven evidence collection software and hardware. We're talking about FTK, InCase, iLook, any type of evidence, FTK Imager, any type of software and hardware when collecting it. Okay, phase 3, we want to talk about containment. The goal is to keep the incident from spreading or worsening. Ideally, once an incident has happened, if there's only 3 people that are involved, we want to make sure that it stays at 3 people involved. So to meet this goal, one must evaluate and decide what systems and or sites may remain operational, be removed from network quarantine, or shut down. We need to deploy incident teams and to the incident site when necessary. Keep the team small. Each member could be called as a witness if case goes to court. We need to secure the area and the equipment, the computer if possible and necessary. Well-meaning administrators and users can destroy valuable digital evidence. And then we need to keep sensitive incidents information secure, only share with those that are on a need-to-know basis. And then we need to conduct our research. We need to collect and review the incident. Survey the environment and incident information collected thus far, remove any procedures, checklists, and forms, conduct on-site interviews if necessary using audio and video devices, and then review logs from neighboring systems, firewalls, intrusion detection systems, and syslogs. We need to make recommendations. What is the risk of continuing operations? You need to consult with the system owners when necessary, and then record your recommendations and communicate them with command and control. Hey, you need to receive authorization if you move forward, or if you do anything else, you need to make sure you communicate decisions and then assign those responsibilities to the individuals. Establishing intervals for periodic updates and communication. You need to determine the times. Maybe it's once a week, maybe it's every 4 hours that you're going to have to update command and control as an incident response team in order to show progress, just in case they're trying to get this thing completed and fixed within a certain amount of time. Maybe within the incident response plan, it identifies and says, hey, you have to have this done by a certain time in order to take care of it. The system current state data. Back up the forensic copy of drives. Use forensic tools when possible. They capture the entire disk, including deleted files. They will allow you to prove that the backup has not been tampered with. And then beware of booby traps. So system binaries may produce false reports. Homing devices that alerts the intruders. And then if the network source of the intruder is located, don't ping or telnet the source, as this may incite the attacker to cover their tracks. You don't want to spook the individual as they're coming through, but if they do it right, they may lay down some tripwires, I guess you could say, or booby traps that show that if you try to access a file, then it sends an alert back to him, and then he starts the deleting process. Change passwords. For accounts that interact with impacted systems, if a sniffer is found, expand the password. Change requests to all systems, all users who are possibly compromised. Don't skimp on this step. The worst thing that you can do is basically change your password and then leave all the data there, and then they come back in and grab your password again, and you just have a reoccurring case because the credentials continue to be compromised. Okay, now we're going to talk about eradication. Eliminate or mitigate the factors that resulted in the compromise of the security. So once we determine the cause, we need to isolate the attack. Where did it originate and what is affected? You must know what happened and what was affected to recover from the incident. In-depth analysis must be performed on all information. Examples of the information that can be analyzed are the vulnerable systems, system logs, ISP logs, firewall logs, router logs, web logs. If you have snort logs, depending on if you had an IDS set up. Defend against follow-on attacks. Short-term solution is defend against immediate additional attacks. So immediately defend against possible follow-on attacks. Once vulnerable systems and services have been identified, there's potential that individuals are going to come into it. So you need to implement the appropriate security as soon as possible to mitigate the fact that another attack might come. Change any passwords that may have been compromised. Enable additional logging, access control, security policies if you have to. More defenses, configuring a firewall with ACLs and enabling detailed logging. Make sure that you set it up to where you only allow specific things, and then once you get to that last allowable thing, then you do an implicit deny and deny everything else after that. The way ACLs work is it says yes to every single thing, but it says yes to the first one. So if you were to start out with a deny any, you wouldn't be able to run any other rules. But if you say allow this, allow this, allow this, then deny any, it's going to allow the first three things, and then it's going to deny everything else. Deploy IDSs if you don't have them. Do not reconnect a compromised system until the attack has been analyzed and understood. You don't want some type of malware on a system that when you remove it from the network, you wait, you think you've cleaned everything up, you plug it back in, you put it back on the network, and then it just passes it around the network again. Analyze the threat and vulnerability. So broaden the scope and analysis of your environment. Use vulnerability tools to determine other systems that may be vulnerable, whether it's host-based or network-based, and then search for related vulnerabilities and exploited systems. Now, when we restore the systems, we need to take appropriate steps to bring a clean system back online. Remove and clean the malware. One good way to remove and clean the malware is just to back up to a restored system. So if you need to, take it all the way back to the way it was when you said, hey, welcome to this company, you're a brand new employee, here's your computer. Or take it back 3-4 weeks. If you're able to target when the actual malicious code interjected itself into the system, then you can always back it up to say 4 weeks ago or 5 weeks ago. And so they're only losing like a month of data. And then great care should be taken to ensure the backup has not been compromised. Reinstall, rebuild the system, ensure previous vulnerabilities have been addressed, use a new architecture, disaster recovery sites brought online when the main site is taken offline. So if you have to take that offline, bring another site online to be able to cover down on that site. You know, if you have 3 sites, make a main hub and then a backup hub and a backup to the backup, and make sure that they're all backing each other up. So if a site has to go down, someone else can come online for them. Phase 5, we talk about recovery. So within recovery, what we want to do is we want to restore operations and service back to normal. Report the findings and status to the necessary parties, including command and control and the system owners. This is how we're going to do that. We're going to restore the systems. So we want to restore or reload the system. Some incidents, such as malware, require the system to be completely rebuilt or restored, right? This is where it doesn't matter how far you go back or how much you think you've cleaned off. The best way to do it is to wipe the hard drive and just reinstall that hard drive. Verify. Once the system or sites have been restored, verify that the operation was successful and that all systems are restored to normal operations. Then you have to decide when to restore operations. Leave the decision in the hands of the system owners. That's not your decision. You just need to say, hey, this is our recommendation, and let them go from there. Monitor the systems. Backdoors and other malwares may be very well hidden. Continue to monitor for suspicious activity. The one thing you have to understand is like a Trojan horse or a backdoor can be set up for the individual to connect to it, and you may not know because it's waiting for some type of a job to run. Once that job runs, it allows for that specific backdoor to come in. Phase 6 is the follow-up. The goal here is to identify the lessons learned and to use them to improve the incident response capability. One way that we do this is we assign to the on-site incident response team all affected parties to review the draft and attempt to reach a consensus. We're going to review the incident, and based off of that, we're going to say, hey, this is what we, did everything work smoothly? How can we process, or how can the process be improved? Should we create any other policies or procedures or revise any of them to ensure that, we've learned our lesson off of this? Based off of the fact that it took us this much time to get here, we should also do this instead. Write an executive summary of the incident response, a visual timeline, estimated costs incurred, and then impacts on implementing recommended changes versus not implementing them. Submit this to senior management. They'll receive the approvals if possible, and then, of course, implement the approved actions. So each time you should be coming up with something new that you may be able to implement into the system. This concludes the module on incident response handling. Welcome to Appendix 1, PDA Forensics. In this lesson, we're going to talk about personal digital assistance forensics. We're going to learn about PDAs. We're going to learn about information that's stored on PDAs, the components, the generic states, the security issues, the forensic steps, the tools, and some countermeasures. So PDAs, they're basically a handheld device that combines computing, telephone, fax, internet, network features. What this allows you to do is use a calculator, a clock, spreadsheets. They have email, internet access as long as you have Wi-Fi. Now, some of the PDAs are coming out as phones. They have games, video and audio recording, Bluetooth, music. So there's a lot of information that you can store on the PDA. Calendars, what it is that the individual is doing. If they decided to put down, hey, I'm going to have a meeting at this location with this person. And that person could be an individual that is also of interest within the case or the investigation. So our PDAs have microprocessors, read-only memory. They also have random access memory or RAM, various hardware keys and interfaces, and a touch screen. Most of them come with a stylus pen as well. But when we're talking about ROM, we talk about the flash ROM, which it can be erased and reprogrammed electronically. Ideally, what happens is if for some reason somebody suspects that they're being followed or somebody is trying to come after them in investigation, they can basically hit the reset button and it'll reset the phone to default settings, and there's no way of surviving that. Talk about RAM. RAM's basically kept alive by the battery, so if the phone gets shut off, then you potentially lose whatever it is that they were working on. Looking at the newer PDAs now, we have system level microprocessing. The lower the number of supporting chips required, and it increases a much larger memory capacity. Then, of course, we have SD cards, compact flash cards, multimedia card slots, which all support memory cards. And right now, I think the latest memory card I saw was up to 64 gigs. So there is also the ability to store a lot of data or to do a lot of damage. And if we can't get our hands on those specific cards, we're not going to be able to find out what it was that the individual was doing. Ideally, we don't get the card, but we get the phone. Yeah, we might be able to see his contacts. We might be able to see anybody that he's been talking to, maybe via email or, like I said, calendar. And then, of course, there's the wireless communications. They can use it via Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. So, talk about Palm OS. This was an operating system developed for PDAs in 1996. The Palm OS device used 16 or 32-bit processors based off of Motorola. And then the newer devices use the ARM architecture or the strong ARM and X-Scale microprocessors. Palm OS and built-in applications are stored in ROM, and then the applications and user data is stored in RAM. So you got two different locations, right? The ROM is going to boot the actual system up and be able to show you stuff. The RAM is where we're going to hold stuff until it gets pushed out to the card. Now the RAM can be divided into two logical areas. You have your storage RAM, which is comparable to disk storage on a desktop computer, and then you have your dynamic RAM, which is used as you're going through the process or using that specific process or that specific program. The PALM file format integrates with one of the following. You have the PALM database, which is a record database used to store application data, user specified data. The Palm resource, which is a database similar to the Palm database that contains the application code and the user interface objects. And then the Palm query application, which is a database that contains internet content for use with Palm operating system wireless devices. So these are three areas that you may want to focus when you're looking for specific data during the investigation. The Palm OS architecture, basically the software application programming interface, or the API, gives hardware independence to software developers, allowing the application to be executed under different hardware environments by recompiling the application. Now, developers have the ability to bypass this API and directly access the processor. This will provide obviously more control and functionality with the specific device. And then, of course, any application that can access and modify data, since Palm OS did not implement the permissions on the code and data. Ideally, you'll see a certain type of code and setup and interface with Palm. And then, of course, depending on if the individual has actually been able to root the phone or to be able to gain root access to the phone, they might be able to change some of this functionality. And if they have, you should be able to see this information when you take your image of it, because they're going to be able to get on there and basically run the PDA or the PDA/smartphone in another manner to where they're actually interacting with the kernel specifically to run specific commands or to use the functionalities in a different way. Pocket PC basically built off of the WinCE operating system, and this is for handheld devices that have been enhanced with more functionality. Runs on various processors. This is where Xscale, ARM, and SHX processors come into play. The devices have ROM ranging from 32 to 64 megs, and then RAM ranging from 32 to 128 megs. The user data and the PIM typically reside in the RAM, the operating system, and support applications reside in the ROM, right? Because with the applications, we only have to access them at a certain time. When we access them, that information would go into RAM. However, until we have to access them, there's no reason for it to be into RAM or to be using up that space. Additional file store can be allocated in unused ROM and made available for backup files from the RAM. And then, of course, compact flash and secure digital is definitely supported. And this is where we can take our 64 gigabit um, secure digital card, place it in there, and then store everything onto that. Take it out whenever we're not using it. So if we ever get caught, the only thing they see is the phone or the PDA. And then we prevent data loss when the battery power is low by recharging it via some type of a cradle, power cord, or remove and replace the battery because it's getting too low. The Windows mobile architecture, so it consists of 4 layers: application, operating system, original equipment manufacturer, and hardware. The OEM adaptation layer, which consists of a set of functions related to the startup system. It provides interrupt handling, power management, profiling, timer, and clock, which is located in the OEM layer. The Windows mobile kernel and device drivers, the purpose is to manage the interface with the hardware devices. So what's going to happen is this layer, or the Windows mobile kernel, has to be able to talk to each one of the operating system applications, and then take that and speak to the hardware. And it's got to be able to set it up to where it does it in such a way that it's seamless. The hardware is be able to be accessed via the application, and um, it provides the ability to interact with the phone. And then, of course, device drivers. This is where we allow the kernel to recognize that specific device and then allow that communication. Now, the interface between the user, the application, the operating system, this is all made possible by the graphics, windowing, and event subsystem. And this is all located at the operating system layer as well. Object store include three types of storage: file system, registry, and property databases. So this is where the information is going to go based off of what functionality we have used or interacted with on the specific system. So if we have some type of a spreadsheet opened and we want to save it, that's going to get saved down to the file system. If for some reason we install an application onto the PDA, that information is going to be saved not only on the file system, but it could put some type of a block or line within the registry. Okay, Linux-based PDAs. What we're talking about is Linux has the ability to multitask, so we're going to have a 32-bit operating system, and it's going to support multi-threading. Since it is an open source tool, the software development community is able to create different variations, right? It's going to use the embeddx 10, which is an embedded Linux kernel from Lino and Qtopia desktop for windowing and presentation technology. embeddx is based on a network kernel with built-in support for Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and wireless, as well as associated security and encryption modules. And we see in this instance it has a strong ARM processor, 16 mega of ROM, 64 mega RAM. It's 3.5-inch pixel color screen. Ideally, one of the benefits here is that if you wanted to run a specific operating system or a specific OS on your PDA, you could with Linux. And the reason is as long as you um, produce the code that you have changed it into, then you're able to do that. You're able to create what is considered your own flavor. So you can set up your phone in such a way that it runs to your exact specifications based off of the code and the kernel that you have installed onto it. Linux OS, so device drivers, protocols, other component types composed the modular components. The memory manager, virtual file system, and resource applicator are also included in the kernel. Processing proceeds from the system call interface to the actual hardware, and then the hardware then provides the service to the kernel, returning all of this through the kernel to the system call interface. So these are kind of the steps of how it traverses through the specific Linux OS. Typical PDA state, nascent state, this is where we contain the factory configurations and settings. So straight out of the box, this is the state that we're in. We haven't installed anything, we haven't added anything, we haven't done anything with this specific PDA. The active state, device is powered on, able to perform tasks, and customizable by the user. So what happens now is that the individual is able to take it, turn it on, inputs whatever username and password is related to him as a user, and then they're able to customize their specific PDA to what they need it to do, the functionality. Quiescent state is dormant mode. This allows the device to conserve battery life while maintaining user data. Ideally, it's just as simple as clicking, like on my smartphone, I click one button, it goes, the screen powers itself off, but the system is still running, so it's not really doing anything. But it's conserving battery. And then you have your semi-active state. So this is a state somewhere between active and quiescent, triggered by a period of inactivity. It allows the battery life to preserve by dimming. the display. So what ends up happening is let's say I don't push the button to throw it into a dormant state. Let's just say I let the phone sit there for 5 or 10 minutes, and it eventually goes into its basically hibernation or sleep mode until I actually click a button to bring it back to the active state. Now, our security issues: theft of the device, password theft. If for some reason my computer or my PDA is sitting there and I have it connected to my computer, and then I have a meeting that I have to go to, so I go to that meeting, I come back, it's no longer connected to my device. Hopefully, I would have had it locked out so that way they can't get onto it because of the password. But if for some reason, like you're like everybody else, and you put your password underneath your keyboard, which is a commonly known place, now they have access to your PDA, along with the fact that they have your password. The next wireless vulnerabilities, obviously, with it being a PDA and it's open to Wi-Fi. Again, sitting in Starbucks, you connect to a specific Wi-Fi position. Somebody's using Wireshark, and they're able to capture whatever data it is that you're using. Data corruption. So essentially, somebody sends you some type of a program. You take that program and you install it onto your system because they're like, hey, this is the latest and greatest PDA app that you can have. You should add this to your system. It makes it run faster. It does this, it does that, and you do it. And then what it's doing actually on the other end is it's going in and finding specific documents, whether it's a .doc, a .txt, a .xls, whatever it is, it's looking for a certain application document, and it could destroy that. Data theft. So if for some reason somebody is watching your stuff over the wire and they're able to see a username and password because you went out to Hotmail, and Hotmail's not secure when you go to first log on because you just go to http www.hotmail, and then when you go to log on, that mere second between hitting the log on button and the actual log on, your passwords go in the clear, and they're able to see that. Virus attack, same thing like I was saying with the data corruption. They basically say, hey, this is the greatest app since sliced bread, and you take it and you download it and you you execute it, and then it starts to destroy your computer, and then of course, or your PDA, and then of course vulnerabilities in applications. Depending on the application that you have, you might not have it patched out to the level that it's supposed to be on your PDA, and then they're able to access it that way. So when we talk about active sync and hot sync, so active sync synchronizes window-based PDAs and smartphones with the computer. Basically, you connect it to the cradle, to the PC, and then of course you can password protect it, but you don't have to. Hot sync, this process is synchronizing your Palm OS devices to the desktop PC, and then what it's going to synchronize is Outlook, Inbox, contact list, calendar, and then task and notes. So what's going to happen is when you get the specific phone or PDA, you're going to connect it to your computer. You're probably going to install some type of software to actually interact with it. And then within that software, it may ask you, what exactly would you like to sync with this device? And then once you put in what you'd like to sync, you can hit go. It's almost like an iPhone and iTunes. You get to pick and choose whatever it is that you want to sync, and then you hit sync and you move forward. So here are the steps for PDA forensics. We want to secure and evaluate the scene. We want to seize the evidence. We want to identify that evidence, and we want to preserve it. So when we talk about preserving the evidence, one of the things that you need to make sure is that if this is a device that is connected to Wi-Fi, or if this is a PDA that is also a phone, it's going to be connected to some type of a 3G or 4G network. You need to identify that because you're going to have to try to keep this thing alive, especially if you think that there is some type of data that you need while the phone is still on. You have to keep it alive. So you're going to have to put it in what's called a Faraday bag or a Faraday can, whatever it is. But you need to push it into that bag to be able to deplete the signal. And if you have to, get it back to whatever facility it is that you can. Because what's happening is as long as there's some type of a signal remotely, somebody could connect to that phone, upload some type of a virus, or they may have some type of a backdoor. So if they ever got caught, they could upload the virus and it starts wiping the phone. So we need to make sure that we preserve the evidence. Once we get it back to wherever we're going, we need to acquire that evidence. We're going to examine and analyze the evidence, obviously document everything, and then make a report, right? It's forensics. We're following the same steps, whether it's a computer, a hard drive, a phone, a PDA, a thumb drive, an external hard drive, doesn't matter. We're going to follow the same steps. Now, tips for conducting the investigation. Like I said, if the device is on, preserve the device in an active state with sufficient power. Take a photograph. If the battery is low on power, try to charge it with the proper adapter. If you're going to charge it, put it into some type of a Faraday bag and then plug it in and have the cord coming out of the Faraday bag, but try to seal it off. Now, individuals tell me that the wire itself has enough charge to provide a signal so people would actually be able to get to the device. So it just depends on the type of Faraday bag that you have and the sophistication. Test it out on some phones. Try to figure out if it does or does not work. Hey, if the device is off, leave the device off. Because what happens is when you try to power it on, there may be some type of a password that protects it. And depending on the type of phone, um, if you put in the password wrong 3 times, then you actually wipe the phone completely. So you want to be able to preserve the data that's on there anyways. If the device is on a cradle, avoid any further communication or activity, remove it from the cradle and then seize the cords in the cradle, right? He might actually have it connected to his computer, and if you were to, if you busted in the door as he's sitting there typing on his computer, he could start a program that starts erasing the PDF. And then if the device is not on a cradle, seize the cradle and cords. If the wireless is on or off, avoid any further communication activities. Eliminate the wireless by eliminate the wireless activity again by throwing it into a Faraday bag, and then remove any wireless cards that could enable it. So here are the tools that you could use. PDA seizure, PDA secure. In-case has the ability to look at PDAs. Memory card data recovery software. Your mobile phone inspector, duplicate disk, Pocket PC, Palm DD, and then SIM card seizure. Also, you should be able to use things like Cellbrite. They are a company that, if you've ever noticed, when you take your cell phone in and you buy a new one, they ask you if you want to move your contacts over. They take it back, they hook it up to a specific device, copy your stuff over to the new phone, and that right there is is a Cellbrite device. They also do PDAs. Okay, some countermeasures. Install a firewall. If you have the ability to do it on your PDA, disable all active sync and hot sync features. Use strong passwords. Don't keep your password on your computer. And then install antivirus for that specific device. These are just some of the countermeasures that you can use. I mean, ideally, maybe you don't use the Wi-Fi functionality unless you're sitting at your house or you're at your office, because that's the way that it's set up, because you shouldn't be attacked there, but if you go to Starbucks, there's always a chance that you could get attacked. So these are just a few of the countermeasures. There are some out there that you may know or recognize and be able to use that functionality as well. So this concludes PDA Forensics Appendix A. Welcome to Appendix 2, Investigating Harassment. In this, we're going to talk about the different protocols involved in conducting a harassment investigation. We're going to learn about sexual harassment. We're going to learn about the investigative process, prevention actions, and then harassment laws. So, definition of sexual harassment: imitation or Intimidation, bullying, or coercion of a sexual nature, the unwelcome or inappropriate promise of rewards in exchange for sexual favors. Now, sexual harassment is always unrequested. It's often tied to power, in that a person may be given or denied career advancement or raises depending on how they respond to sexual advances. As a result, sexual harassment is discriminatory and thus illegal. So, ideally, within the workplace, you start saying, hey, if you'd like this career advancement, all you got to do is do this for me. Um, Examples of this: mother, father, counsel figure, so a person who attempts to use their role as a mentor to hide the sexual advances. Obviously, a stalker would be one, and then, of course, a power player, a little quid pro quo. This for that. So, a person who requests some type of a favor in exchange for job benefits, better grades, any type of recommendation, etc. Right? You're trying to get career advancement, you want to apply for a job, your boss says, hey, I'll recommend you specifically. I will help you out as long as you do this for me. What it is not. It is not flirting on the job or anything that both people actually consent to. Okay? It is, like I said, it is exact advances or favors or any type of contact that is unwanted or not requested. So now let's talk about investigating sexual harassment. The approach to a general investigation, the investigator has to remain impartial. And the reason that they have to remain impartial is the fact that you don't know who did what, but what you have to do is put the facts together and then explain based off of the facts, this is what you perceive to have happened. Right? Get all the relevant evidence, talk to any witnesses, talk to other sources who may have saw the information, where possible, review the findings with the alleged victim and offender, probing for more information, right? So sit down with the victim and say, hey, okay, so this is what we found out. Explain to me in more detail. Well, how did it exactly happen? Sitting down with the offender, same thing. This is what was said. Why don't you tell me your side of the story or what exactly happened? Ensure any secondary investigators understand the essentials of the case and have the needed time to investigate. So ideally, what you need to do is, if there's anybody else on the team or any other investigators that are working on this, you want to make sure that they know what's going on with the case and that you can provide details to them and they can provide some type of time necessary to be able to investigate. Because you don't want them to get started and then say, oh, well, I got to go do this or I got to work on this, right? There's potential that sometimes this information is sensitive in nature, and it also needs to be a speedy investigation, but you're not taking away from the investigation. Investigators should bring advice of external counselors in where necessary, and then a final report should be compiled for the decision makers. Now, conducting it, right? So before you begin, you got to plan for objectivity. Decide how you will keep the case confidential. Depending on the reporting channels and who already knows, you need to make sure that you keep it to a minimum, right? If you start talking to the victim and the victim says, well, so and so was there when the advance was made, or so and so was in the room when the individual or the offender had said, hey, if you do this, I'll give you this. That's somebody that you may want to talk to. However, that doesn't mean that you want to go talk to the secretary or the executive secretary to the CEO who was, 3 floors away and would never have heard what exactly happened with the incident. So you have to know who you want to talk to and why you want to talk to them. Also, you want to seek to involve more than one investigator. You don't want to be the only one that works on this. And the reason is when you go to court, somebody's going to say, well, this is how it is in your background, so that's the reason why you decided to go with this ruling. That's why the offender wins, or that's why the victim wins, or that's why you chose the specific sides. They can attack your character in the fact that, hey, based off of the fact that you're a Republican, that's why you chose this, or based off of the fact that you're religious, that's why you chose this. Um, Brief the victim on how the investigation will proceed. how they should behave during the investigation. Business as usual. Try to continue doing your specific job. This is what I need you to do while you're at work. I don't need you to go and try and find out if he's going to try to advance on you again. I just need you to do your day-to-day job. If something happens, report it back to me. But don't try to play detective or private eye. Let me do the investigative piece, and you worry about just doing your daily job. Familiar yourself with the law and the company policies relevant to employee rights and harassment. This is where you're going to sit down and start to read through the policies, because everybody should have signed whatever policy it was. And if a new policy came out, everybody should have read it and then say, hey, I agree with this policy. I'm going to sign it. So that means that everybody's aware of it. It's just like consent to monitoring, right? So when you log into your system and it says, hey, by logging into this system, you consent to monitoring. Some people will actually say, well, I never signed a form that said that I consent to monitoring. However, by pushing the OK button every time you log in, that's the consent. So there's going to be some type of a law or policy somewhere within the company that's going to show that the individual that the offender of the investigation would have signed that information. Um, Acquire approval and confidentiality from the organizational authorities. So while you're conducting it, the next step, you want to gather the facts. So review the actual complaint or report. Familiarize yourself with the alleged victim and accused. Look at their credibility. Look at their past behaviors. Meet with the victim in private. Document his or her account of the details, meet with the offender, document his side, collect names of witnesses, their relationship to the accused and the victim, and then, of course, ask about evidence other than verbal accounts. Are there emails that are going between the two individuals? Is there Facebook pages where somebody was posting on their page something related to work, or they sent Facebook messages? Are there any type of photos? Maybe they were texting back and forth and they sent photos of a sexual nature. Voicemails, have they called and left messages? Security cameras, are there security cameras within the area of the incident? You may actually be able to look at that and say, okay, yeah, look, there was some type of an advance. And then specific items in the victim or perpetrator's possession. Maybe there was something that he tried to hand over or they tried to hand over to the specific victim. So you want to make sure that you gather all of the facts before you make that split decision. When it comes to interviewing the perpetrator, what you want to do is you want to tell them why you're interviewing them. You want to tell them who the alleged victim is and what their complaint is, and you want to ask for their side of the story. And at this instance, you're going to document their responses to the victim's accusations. By this point, when you sit down with him, sit down with the individual or the perpetrator, you're going to be able to see that they probably already know that this information is happening, or that this happened and that they're under some type of investigation, which is why you're there. Interview witnesses. Okay, in this instance, without revealing any names, you want to ask the witnesses if they know of or if they suspect any type of sexual harassment, right? You want the witnesses to divulge the information to you. So you may ask them, hey, since you've been working here over the last couple of weeks, have you noticed any type of sexual harassment within the workplace? And if so, who was it? Where did it happen? What happened? Try to get as much information as they want. Once that happens, you may be able to, if they don't know anything at that point, you know that there's some type of a witness or they were in the general vicinity of it, then you may want to reveal the victim's name and ask again. If they remember nothing, ask directly if they witnessed the alleged activity. And the reason is because the victim or the perpetrator might have said, oh, this witness, yeah, this person can vouch for the fact that I didn't do this. When any details are given by a witness, ask if they were observed firsthand or received secondhand. They could have been passing by and saw that the incident had happened, or they could have overheard the incident happening, or someone else could have told them. And then, of course, note the evidence on credibility and non-credibility of the witness. This is something that, if for some reason it went to a court of law, you would be able to say, hey, this person is not credible because of this. Reviewing the case data. This is where we want to know what is reasonable to conclude overall. Was there any clearly unwelcome conduct? What might the victim have done, if anything, to bring on the attention of the perpetrator? What motives existed? Does the evidence outweigh reasonable doubt? And how does credibility affect the various accounts, right? So the catch-all, the overarching one, as we're reviewing the data, what might the victim have done or had done to bring on the attention, right? So I'm not saying that sexual harassment happens because the victim always says, "I'm here, I want you to do this to me," or they put out that nature that, they're, if you were to sexually harass me, I'm never going to say anything, right? Or I'm not going to do anything because I'm putting out that persona that, I am somebody that would not do that. I'm somebody that would do stuff, but I would never report it as sexual harassment. So that is one of the questions that is always asked every single time. Well, there has to be a reason why this individual had done it. Maybe the perpetrator felt that there was some type of a relationship that was developing between the perpetrator and the victim, and that's why they had made the advances. Whereas the victim did not feel that way. However, the way that the perpetrator took it was like that. Draw the conclusion. So we want to make the decision based off of the facts and only the facts. We're not making it off of our judgment or what we perceive to have happened. We need to take the facts and make that judgment or make that decision. We're going to write up that report, like I said, in an unbiased but detailed enough so that others may make the conclusion apparent. We want to submit our report to the appropriate personnel, and then the personnel might be required to involve law enforcement, depending on how severe the actual incident is. Some preventative actions. So we can create and provide to all employees a strong sexual harassment policy guideline. Management must support this policy. So if something happens within the office and it directly reflects some type of a punishment within the policy, management needs to follow that punishment, follow through on it, and provide that punishment down to the individual. Provide sexual harassment awareness training. So this training is going to be set up to make individuals at the office aware of what is going on, aware of their surroundings. Make sure that if they notice something that they feel is sexual harassment in nature, that they report it. That they don't just go on about their day and not do anything about what potentially could be sexual harassment. Conduct anonymous surveys among employees, and then take immediate action when notified. Right, as management, we don't need to just say, "Oh yeah, you know what, I'll look into that and see what happens," and then never look into it. You need to be able to take action so that way the individual, not only the victim that reported it, but others in the workplace, if they understand or know that some type of sexual harassment is going on, and then they see that management doesn't do anything about it, that's going to make for somewhat of a hostile environment for them to work in, to figure out what exactly is going on within the environment, and that could cause them to quit or go somewhere else because they feel like they're not being taken care of by management.